How's it going, my tired little history buffers? Tonight, we're going back in time to when Christmas preparations began, not with a trip to the shopping mall, but with your own two hands in the changing of the seasons. In the centuries before mass production transformed our holidays, ordinary people spent months planning, preserving, crafting and creating everything needed for their Christmas celebrations. Tonight, we'll walk through those preparations together, experiencing the rhythm of a slower, more intentional approach to the season, one that began long before December ever arrived. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, where in the world you're listening in from, and what time it is for you. Now, while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan of some kind for some comforting white noise, and let's keep that sleepy Christmas spirit going. You wake on a September morning to find the light has changed. It slants through your window at a different angle now, golden rather than white, and carries with it the faint promise of cooler days ahead. The quality of the air has shifted too, still warm, yes, but no longer holding that thick, languid heaviness of high summer. There's a crispness around the edges of things, a clarity that wasn't there a week ago. For your grandmother, and her grandmother before her, this shift in the light meant something specific. Christmas preparation had begun. The notion seems absurd to you at first. Christmas lies 3 months away, separated from this warm morning by the entire harvest season, by autumn's slow decline into winter, and by weeks and weeks of ordinary time. But your grandmother moves through the kitchen with purpose, her hands already sorting through the previous year's stores. She counts jars of preserved fruit, examines the seals on crocks of salted butter, and runs her fingers along the hanging herbs to test their dryness. Her lips move slightly as she calculates, not with anxiety, but with the calm assurance of someone following a pattern laid down by generations. You learn that Christmas abundance doesn't simply appear, it accumulates, layer by layer, task by task, beginning when the garden still yields its bounty, and the orchards hang heavy with unpicked fruit. The work ahead isn't frantic or stressful. Instead, it possesses a meditative quality, each action flowing naturally from the season that contains it. The first task involves the pantry itself. Before you can fill it with Christmas provisions, you must create space. Your grandmother empties shelves that haven't been disturbed since spring, finding treasures and oddities in equal measure. A jar of pickled walnuts from 2 Christmases past, their brine turned cloudy. A tin of biscuits, now soft with humidity, suitable only for the chickens. A crock of lard that's taken on the musty smell of the shelf beneath it. Half a bag of flour, weevil-infested and beyond saving. A bottle of vanilla extract, mysteriously half empty, though no one remembers using it. Together, you carry everything into the yard. The good items return to the kitchen. The questionable ones go to the pigs, and the truly spoiled contents get buried in the garden to enrich next year's soil. Nothing goes to waste, not really. Even failure feeds something. With the shelves empty, you scrub them with water so hot it turns your hands pink. Your grandmother adds a splash of vinegar to cut through years of accumulated grease and dust. The sharp scent makes your nose wrinkle, but she seems unbothered, humming tunelessly as she works. The scrubbing reveals wood grain you'd forgotten existed, patterns and knots that had disappeared beneath layers of grime. Once everything dries, you line the shelves with fresh paper, saved throughout the year from packages and parcels smoothed flat, and hoarded for precisely this purpose. Your grandmother has an eye for which paper goes where. The sturdier brown wrapping paper lines the lower shelves where heavier items will rest. The lighter tissue paper, saved from the draper's shop, covers the upper shelves meant for delicate things. The clean pantry smells of vinegar and possibility. Its bare shelves won't remain empty for long. By mid-September, the plum trees in your neighbour's garden droop under the weight of fruit that must be picked before it drops and bruises. The branches hang so low they nearly touch the ground, and wasps circle the ripest specimens with lazy persistence. Your neighbour has more plums than any family could reasonably eat fresh, and you have strong arms and empty jars. The exchange requires no negotiation. You spend an afternoon balanced on a ladder, dropping purple fruit into a basket hung from your belt, while your neighbour's youngest child gathers the windfalls for immediate eating. The child's face and hands turn purple from the juice, and she laughs with the unself-conscious joy of someone who has discovered a simple pleasure. You remember being that age. Remember the revelation that fruit could be eaten directly from the tree, still warm from the sun, without any intervening preparation. The memory makes you smile even as you reach for another cluster of plums. The plums come home in bushels, and your grandmother transforms the kitchen into something between a laboratory and a magical workshop. She sorts the fruit by ripeness, setting aside the firmest ones for bottling whole, the slightly soft ones for jam, and the truly ripe ones for a plum wine that won't be ready until next September, but will be magnificent when it is. You watch her work with the jam first. She doesn't measure with cups or spoons, but by hand and eye. A method that would horrify a modern cook, but produces perfect results every time. The plums go into her largest copper pot with sugar and the juice of lemons carefully preserved in salt since last spring. The pot is so heavy that it takes both of you to lift it onto the range, and once there, it occupies 2 burners. As the mixture heats, the kitchen fills with a scent so rich and sweet it feels almost visible, like coloured steam. The smell wraps around you, clings to your clothes and hair, and seeps into the very walls. Days later, you'll catch faint traces of it in unexpected places, on the dish towel hanging by the sink, in the curtains of the front room. Your job involves skimming the foam that rises to the surface. You use a broad silver spoon, worn thin at the edges from decades of this same task, and transfer the foam to a small bowl. The foam appears delicate, full of tiny bubbles that catch the light. Later, once it cools, this foam will be your reward. Spread on bread still warm from the oven, it tastes like the essence of summer preserved in sweetness. The jam takes hours. You stir while your grandmother prepares the jars, heating them in a pot of boiling water to sterilise them. The stirring requires attention but not constant thought, and you find your mind wandering pleasantly. Through the window, you watch the afternoon light change, lengthening shadows announcing the approach of evening. Your grandmother tests the jam periodically, dropping a spoonful onto a cold plate and watching how it behaves. Too liquid, and it needs more cooking. Too stiff, and it's gone past perfection. She's looking for that precise moment when the jam wrinkles slightly when pushed with a finger, but still holds a glossy sheen. When the jam finally reaches the right consistency, she ladles it into the waiting jars with practiced efficiency. The hot jam steams as it hits the glass, and you can see fragments of plum skin suspended in the deep purple mass. Each jar gets sealed with a circle of waxed paper pressed directly onto the jam surface, then a larger circle tied over the mouth with string. Your grandmother writes the date on each one with a careful hand, not just the month and year, but the day too, because she says it helps her track which batches are oldest and should be used first. The jars go into the pantry while still warm, and you hear their lids pop and seal throughout the evening, each small sound a promise kept. 24 jars of plum jam line the shelf by bedtime, their contents still faintly warm, their labels declaring them ready for winter. The next day, you help with bottling the firm plums whole. These get packed into jars with sugar syrup and processed in the water bath until the fruit softens slightly but doesn't collapse. The result is something between fresh fruit and jam. Plums that will taste like summer even in the depths of February, that can be eaten on their own, or baked into tarts, or served with cream as a simple dessert. Your grandmother bottles fruit with an artist's eye for composition. She arranges the plums in each jar so they fit snugly without crushing, turning them to show their best sides, creating little still-life compositions that look almost too beautiful to eat. When you comment on this, she shrugs. "We'll eat them anyway," she says. But that doesn't mean they can't be pretty while we're waiting. The plum wine goes into a large earthenware crock, the fruit crushed and mixed with sugar and water, and a handful of raisins to encourage fermentation. Your grandmother covers the crock with cheesecloth tied down tightly to keep out insects while allowing gases to escape. The mixture will bubble and work for weeks before being strained and bottled. Next year's Christmas will include glasses of this wine, its taste complicated and interesting, nothing like the simple sweetness of the fresh fruit. October arrives with morning frost that melts by noon. The last of the garden tomatoes ripen on the windowsill, their skins wrinkled but their flesh still sweet. The chickens molt, leaving feathers scattered across the yard like careless confetti. Each morning you gather eggs and find fewer than you did in summer. The hens are conserving energy for winter survival rather than production. In the village, conversations turn to Christmas pudding with a seriousness usually reserved for matters of great importance. You hear discussions in the baker's shop, at church after Sunday service, and in chance encounters on the lane. Miss Henderson reveals that she's trying a new recipe this year, one that includes grated carrot for moisture. Young Mrs. Cooper confesses anxiety about making her first pudding as a married woman, worried it won't meet her new mother-in-law's standards. Old Mrs. Barrett announces that she's made the same recipe for 63 years, and sees no reason to change now. This seems comical until you understand what Christmas pudding represents. It isn't merely dessert, but a symbol of abundance, a demonstration of a household's prosperity and preparation. A proper pudding contains ingredients that must be gathered over months: dried fruits from summer, suet from autumn butchering, spices that travelled across oceans, and brandy bought specially and hidden from casual consumption. The quality and quantity of a family's pudding speak volumes about their circumstances and their housekeeping skills. Your grandmother keeps a list, written in her careful script on the inside cover of her recipe book. Each item gets checked off as it's acquired. Raisins, tick. Currants, tick. Candied peel, made from the oranges that appeared in your Christmas stocking last year and were carefully preserved for this exact purpose. Tick. Suet. Obtained from the butcher and chopped so fine it resembles coarse sand. Tick. Breadcrumbs. Collected all year from heels of loaves too dry to eat but too good to waste. Tick. The spices present more of a challenge. They're expensive, these fragments of distant places, and must be purchased with care. Your grandmother visits the grocer's shop on a grey October afternoon, and you accompany her. She examines the small tins and packets with the attention usually reserved for significant purchases. She opens containers to smell their contents, checking for freshness and strength. Cinnamon, nutmeg, mace, and allspice. Each one gets the same careful evaluation before being added to her basket. The brandy requires a special trip to the wine merchant in the next village. Your grandfather handles this purchase, returning home with a bottle wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. The bottle goes into the cupboard in the front room, placed behind the good china where it won't be accidentally discovered and consumed. Your grandmother checks on it periodically, as though it might evaporate if left unattended. The mixing of the pudding happens on a Sunday afternoon in late October, a week before it's traditionally done because your grandmother likes to give her pudding extra time to mature. The kitchen table gets cleared of everything except the largest mixing bowl you own. Cream-coloured pottery with a blue stripe, chipped along one edge from the time your uncle dropped it in 1923. The bowl is so large that it barely fits on the table, and you wonder momentarily how anything could require such a vessel. Your grandmother arrays the ingredients around the bowl in a careful arrangement. Flour and breadcrumbs occupy their own bowls. The chopped suet sits in a covered dish, protected from the warmth of the kitchen. The dried fruit, so much of it, pounds and pounds, fills 3 separate containers. Dark sugar that smells of molasses, eggs beaten until they're frothy, and milk with a splash of cream added for richness. Into the great bowl goes everything. Flour and breadcrumbs first, forming a pale base. The suet gets rubbed in, your grandmother's fingers working with swift efficiency, breaking up any clumps until the mixture resembles coarse meal. Dark sugar follows, then the spices, their scents rising up to make you sneeze when you lean too close. The dried fruit goes in next, so much of it that you wonder how the mixture will hold together. Raisins and currants, chopped dates and figs, and candied peel cut into small pieces. Your grandmother adds the peel of a fresh lemon, grated so finely it's almost a powder, and the juice of that same lemon. The beaten eggs go in, and milk, and then she reaches for the brandy. She adds a splash, then another, then pauses and adds a third because, as she says, the pudding will keep better with a generous hand. The brandy smell rises sharp and potent from the bowl, cutting through the sweetness of the dried fruit. The mixing requires everyone in the household. This tradition carries superstition with it. Each person must stir 3 times, turning the spoon from east to west in honour of the 3 wise men who travelled from the east to find the Christ child. Your grandfather goes first, grasping the heavy wooden spoon and pulling it through the mixture with visible effort. Your mother follows, then your father, then your younger siblings in order of age. You wait your turn, watching the mixture evolve as each person stirs. It seems impossibly dense, more solid than liquid, holding together in a mass that barely shifts even when the spoon moves through it. When your turn comes, you grasp the heavy wooden spoon and pull it through the mixture. The resistance surprises you even though you watched others struggle. This isn't cake batter that flows smoothly, but a dense, heavy mass that clings to the spoon and requires real effort to move. As you stir, you make a wish. The tradition permits this and encourages it even. What you wish for remains your secret, though your grandmother watches you with eyes that seem to read thoughts and offers a small, knowing smile. You complete your 3 stirs and pass the spoon to the next person, your wish sealed into the pudding along with everyone else's hopes for the coming year. Once everyone has stirred, your grandmother adds the final secret ingredients, a silver sixpence wrapped in paper to keep it clean, and a small charm in the shape of a thimble. Whoever finds the sixpence in their portion will have wealth in the coming year. The thimble promises something different depending on who you ask, either continued spinsterhood or a life of usefulness. You've never quite determined which interpretation your grandmother favours, and she maintains an enigmatic silence on the subject. The pudding mixture gets divided among several basins, pottery bowls of various sizes, each one greased with butter until it shines. Your grandmother has a system for this division. The largest basin holds the main pudding for Christmas Day. Medium-sized basins contain puddings that will be given as gifts to family and close friends. A few small basins hold individual puddings, perfect for households of 1 or 2 people. Each basin gets filled to within an inch of the rim, leaving space for the pudding to expand. Your grandmother covers each basin with a circle of cloth, pleated carefully to allow for expansion, then ties it down with string so tightly it would take determination to remove. She makes a handle of sorts by tying string across the top of each basin, creating a loop that can be used to lift the pudding from its water bath. The puddings stim for hours. Your grandmother sets them in a large pot of simmering water on the back of the range, where they'll cook gently until evening. The water level must be maintained. Too low, and the basins might crack from direct heat. Too high, and water might seep under the cloth and ruin the pudding. You check the pot every half hour, adding boiling water from the kettle as needed. The kitchen grows warm and humid, the windows fogging over until you can't see outside. The scent of the puddings permeates everything, your clothes, your hair, and the very walls. It smells of Christmas and promises and time suspended. The spices predominate at first, their sharp sweetness filling the air. As the hours pass, deeper notes emerge, the caramelizing sugar, the brandy becoming more mellow, and the dried fruits releasing their concentrated essence. When the puddings finally finish, your grandmother tests them with a skewer, which should come out clean. She lifts them from their water bath and sets them aside to cool. They sit on the kitchen table like a collection of mysterious offerings, steam still rising from their cloth coverings. Once cool enough to handle, the puddings get unwrapped, examined for any signs of problems, then rewrapped in fresh cloth and tied up again. They'll hang in the pantry now, suspended from hooks in the ceiling beam, where air can circulate around them and prevent any mould from forming. Your grandmother will check them weekly, looking for any signs of spoilage, but mostly they'll simply hang there, slowly maturing, developing flavours that can't be rushed. The tradition satisfies something deep and wordless within you. You've participated in a ritual that connects you to every woman in your family line who has performed these same actions, in kitchens that no longer exist, with hands now long gone to dust. Your great-great-grandmother stirred pudding in this same bowl. Your great-grandmother added brandy with the same generous hand. Your grandmother learned these exact motions from her own grandmother, and now she's teaching you. The continuity feels important, like you're part of something larger than your individual life, connected backward through time and forward into a future you can't yet see. When you have children and grandchildren of your own, if you have them, you'll teach them these same traditions, passing along not just a recipe, but a connection to everyone who came before. November brings darker mornings and the first real cold. You wake in darkness now, the sun not rising until you're already dressed and downstairs. The garden is finished except for the winter vegetables, parsnips that taste better after frost has converted some of their starch to sugar, Brussels sprouts that cling stubbornly to their stalks like strange green flowers, and kale that seems immune to cold and continues producing leaves even as everything else dies back. The trees stand bare against grey skies, their branches creating delicate patterns that shift and change as you move. Without their leaves, the trees reveal structure you don't usually see, the way branches divide and subdivide the specific architecture each species favours. You can identify trees by their silhouettes now. The spreading form of oak, the upright thrust of poplar, and the weeping grace of birch. This is the month of transformation, when raw materials become gifts and decorations through patient work. Your grandmother's friends gather weekly now for what they call their Christmas afternoons. Though the work continues long past afternoon into evening, they arrive carrying baskets and bags, settling into chairs around the kitchen table with sighs of relief, as though they have each been waiting all week for this moment of companionship and productive rest. The women range in age from barely older than you to properly ancient. Mrs. Henderson from next door, whose hands shake slightly until they grasp her crochet hook, at which point they steady as though the tool itself provides medicine. Young Mrs. Cooper, married only this past spring, is attempting her first Christmas as a housewife, and seeks advice on everything from candied fruits to dealing with difficult mothers-in-law. Old Mrs. Barrett, who must be approaching 90 and whose eyesight has dimmed to the point that she works entirely by feel now, her fingers moving through familiar patterns without requiring visual confirmation. They settle into work without much discussion. Needles flash, catching light and releasing it. Crochet hooks dart and dance, pulling thread into intricate patterns. Knitting needles click in rhythms that vary from woman to woman. Mrs. Henderson works quickly with short, sharp clicks, while Mrs. Cooper's slower pace produces a more measured sound. The collective noise creates a kind of music, irregular but pleasant. The conversation flows around and through the work, gossip certainly, but also recipes exchanged, problems solved, sorrows shared, and joys celebrated. You learn that Mrs. Peterson's son has written from London with news of a promotion. Mrs. Cooper's mother-in-law continues to make pointed comments about the state of her linen cupboard. Someone's cousin has become engaged to a man from the next county, and opinion on the match is divided. The talk shifts and meanders, touching on everything and nothing. Someone mentions a recipe for pickled cabbage that sounds promising. Someone else describes a new pattern for tatting lace. Mrs. Barrett tells a story about Christmas during her childhood, when snow fell so heavily that the village was cut off for 3 days, and they had to make do with whatever provisions were already in their homes. You sit slightly apart working on your own project. A set of handkerchiefs for your father, each one requiring a rolled hem so tiny it's almost invisible. The work demands concentration that borders on meditation. You fold the edge of the fabric over itself, then over again, creating a roll as thin as a pencil lead, and sew it down with stitches so small they almost disappear into the cloth. Your grandmother taught you this technique, sitting beside you for hours while you practiced on scraps until your fingers learned the motion. Now you can complete one handkerchief in an evening if you work steadily, though the light must be good or the strain on your eyes becomes too much. The conversation around you provides pleasant background noise, rising and falling like waves. You find yourself smiling at particularly funny comments, making small noises of sympathy at sad ones, but mostly you simply listen while your hands move through their practiced motions. Mrs. Henderson has found a pattern for crocheted doilies shaped like snowflakes, delicate and beautiful. She's making a set of 6 for her daughter's Christmas table, each one slightly different from the others. She works without looking at the pattern now, the design committed to memory, her hook moving with hypnotic speed. Young Mrs. Cooper is attempting to knit slippers for her new husband, though she's had to unravel and restart 3 times already because the sizing proved wrong. She holds up her latest attempt, and the assembled women examine it critically. "The heel's still not right," Mrs. Barrett says, running her fingers over the work. "See how it puckers here? You need to decrease more gradually." Mrs. Cooper sighs but doesn't seem discouraged. She begins unravelling the slipper again, winding the yarn back into a ball. "I'll get it eventually," she says with determined optimism. This prompts a round of encouragement from the other women, along with various pieces of advice about knitting slippers. The conversation meanders from there to the general difficulty of making gifts for men, who somehow manage to be both particular about comfort and entirely unable to articulate what they actually want. "Men's feet," Mrs. Cooper mutters, "are completely unreasonable in their proportions." This prompts general agreement and sympathetic laughter. The conversation expands to encompass the general unreasonableness of men, their inability to locate items directly in front of them, their conviction that any work done sitting down doesn't count as real work, and their mysterious capacity to track mud through a house that was just cleaned. Your grandmother defends your grandfather mildly, noting that he's never once complained about the weeks of Christmas preparation that overtake the household, that he willingly relinquishes his favourite chair when it needs to hold cooling baked goods, and that he doesn't grumble when dinner comes late because she's been too absorbed in some project to notice the time. Mrs. Barrett snorts at this. "That's because he knows better," she says. "A smart man learns early that the weeks before Christmas aren't the time to voice opinions about domestic arrangements. The wise ones make themselves scarce and appreciate whatever eventually appears on the table." The afternoon progresses. Tea appears at regular intervals, accompanied by whatever baking is currently being tested for the Christmas season. Today, it's ginger biscuits, their edges crisp and their centres still slightly soft. The spice warms your mouth and sits pleasantly on your tongue. You find yourself taking a second one despite your intention to show restraint. Then a third, until your grandmother gives you a look that suggests you might want to leave some for others. The light fades early these November afternoons, the sun setting by 4 o'clock. Lamps get lit, their glow warm and golden. The kitchen takes on a cosy quality, the darkness outside making the warmth inside feel more precious. The work continues, and you find yourself pulled into a comfortable rhythm. Stitch, breathe, stitch, breathe. Your handkerchiefs grow slowly, one microscopic hem at a time, but they grow, and that's enough. You understand now why these gatherings matter. They're not just about accomplishing tasks, though tasks certainly get accomplished. The women will leave tonight with bags full of completed work, doilies and handkerchiefs, mittens and scarves, and all manner of small gifts and useful items. But the real value lies elsewhere, in the companionship and conversation, in the shared experience of working toward the same goal. These afternoons create a pocket of time outside normal time, a space where women can be fully themselves without the constant demands of household management and family care. The work gives their hands something to do while their minds and hearts range free. They can speak honestly here, sharing frustrations and fears that might seem petty or inappropriate elsewhere. They can laugh without worrying about being too loud. They can be competent and skilled and recognised for that competence. As the afternoon stretches toward evening, someone suggests that you all should sing. This becomes a carol practice session of sorts, with voices joining in familiar harmonies. The singing is informal and imperfect, some voices stronger than others, some more tuneful, but it fills the kitchen with sound and joy. You sing along, your voice joining the collective harmony, and feel connected to these women in a way that transcends the specific tasks you're performing. When the gathering finally breaks up, well after dark, everyone leaves with full baskets and lighter hearts. You help your grandmother tidy the kitchen, putting away scraps of fabric and loose threads, washing the teacups and setting them to dry. The kitchen feels empty and quiet after the afternoon's bustle, but the silence is comfortable rather than lonely. The problem with a small house is that hiding anything requires genuine creativity. You can't simply tuck a gift into a closet or slide it under a bed without risking discovery. Every cupboard might be opened at any moment. Every drawer might need something from its depths. The house is too small and too busy for easy concealment, and so the gifts you're creating for your family must be hidden with the care of a spy concealing state secrets. Your father's handkerchiefs, 3 completed now with 3 more still to go, live inside a clean flour sack, tucked into the very back of the pantry behind jars of pickled onions that won't be opened until spring. The flour sack itself is unremarkable. indistinguishable from others stored in the same area. Your father would have no reason to look inside it, and even if he did, the handkerchiefs are wrapped in tissue paper at the bottom, concealed beneath a layer of actual flour you added as camouflage. Your mother's embroidered pillowcase, a project that's consumed your evenings for the past month, hides in a hat box on top of the wardrobe in the guest room, wrapped in tissue paper and prayers that no one decides to reorganize storage in the next few weeks. The pillowcase features a design of roses and forget-me-nots, worked in colours that match your mother's bedroom. The embroidery is the finest work you've ever done, each petal and leaf rendered with care, and you're proud of it in a way that makes you simultaneously eager to give it and reluctant to let it go. Other family members employ similar strategies. You notice your younger brother's suspicious interest in the shed, the way he lingers there after completing his usual chores. When you investigate, casually, as though you just happen to be passing, you find nothing obvious, but the smell of fresh wood shaving suggests he's carving something. For whom, you can't determine, but the evidence of his industry pleases you. He's taking this seriously, putting real effort into creating something meaningful. Your mother has commandeered the small bedroom that once belonged to your eldest sister before she married and moved away. The door stays closed now, and your mother emerges from it with a vague, distracted air, as though her mind remains behind that closed door even as her body moves through the house. She's sewing something, you're certain, though what remains a mystery. You've caught glimpses of fabric, something blue, possibly wool, but nothing clear enough to identify the final object. Even your grandmother, who seems to know everything that happens in this house, has secrets. You've caught her consulting a small notebook that disappears into her apron pocket whenever anyone enters the room. She's planning something, but what? The notebook is small enough to conceal easily, and she guards it with such care that you're intensely curious about its contents. The subterfuge adds a layer of pleasant conspiracy to daily life. You pass each other in hallways and exchange knowing glances that mean nothing and everything. You catch your brother sneaking into the shed at odd hours and pretend not to notice. Your mother emerges from the closed bedroom with pins in her mouth and thread in her hair, and you act as though this is perfectly normal. The house fills with secrets that aren't really secrets, mysteries that will be solved in a few short weeks. The anticipation builds slowly like water rising behind a dam. Each hidden gift represents not just the thing itself, but the thought and care invested in its creation, the hours spent in secret labour, and the hope that the recipient will appreciate the effort. Shopping for the few items that must be purchased rather than made requires careful planning and even more careful budgeting. The village shop stocks some Christmas luxuries this time of year. Oranges that arrive in wooden crates, their skins thick and dimpled, dates in long boxes, each fruit nestled against the next like dark jewels, figs wrapped in paper, nuts in their shells, crackers that snap with hidden prizes inside. But these items cost real money, and money must be carefully allocated across competing needs. Your grandmother keeps the Christmas fund in a brown teapot on the highest shelf in the pantry. Throughout the year, small amounts have been added to it. Pennies from the egg money when the hens laid particularly well, a shilling from selling extra vegetables to neighbours, and the odd coin found in a coat pocket and designated for the fund. Rather than general expenses, the additions have been modest but steady, the result of small economies and careful management. In mid-November, she tips the teapot's contents onto the kitchen table and counts it carefully. The coins make small clicking sounds as she sorts them into piles. Pennies here, sixpences there, the occasional shilling standing apart like a dignitary among commoners. She counts twice, then a third time to be certain, her lips moving silently as she calculates. The total seems simultaneously more and less than you expected. More because the pile of coins looks substantial when spread across the table. Less because you know how quickly money disappears when confronted with actual prices. Enough for oranges, certainly, and perhaps some dates. Enough for crackers if they're the modest kind rather than the elaborate ones in the shop window. Enough for the extra sugar and butter that Christmas baking demands, but not enough for waste or frivolity. Your grandmother divides the money into careful piles, each representing a category of expenditure. This much for fruit, this much for Christmas dinner ingredients, the goose, the extra butter and the cream for the pudding. This much is for small gifts to give the postman, the coal man, and the other people who serve your household throughout the year. This much for unexpected necessities, because there are always unexpected necessities. The calculations absorb her completely. You watch the concentration on her face as she moves coins from pile to pile, balancing competing needs against finite resources. Occasionally she mutters to herself, working through some mathematical problem. Should she buy 1 more pound of sugar and make do with fewer crackers? Would it be better to get less expensive fruit and use the savings for something else? The trip to the village happens on a grey afternoon when rain threatens but hasn't yet begun. The sky hangs low and heavy, the colour of old pewter, and the air carries that particular dampness that suggests precipitation is imminent. You accompany your grandmother, carrying the shopping basket and the list she's prepared. The list is written in her careful hand, each item followed by a maximum price she's willing to pay. The village shop is warm after the chill outside, heated by a small stove in the corner that makes the air shimmer slightly. It smells of everything at once: coffee and soap, paraffin and peppermint, dried fish and fresh bread, tobacco and molasses. The scents layer over each other, creating combinations that shouldn't work but somehow do. Mr. Morrison behind the counter greets your grandmother by name and asks after your grandfather's rheumatism. Your grandmother reports that it's neither better nor worse, which seems to satisfy both of them. This exchange of pleasantries is obligatory but genuine. People in the village track each other's health and circumstances with real interest. The shopping proceeds methodically. Your grandmother examines each orange individually, checking for soft spots or signs of age. She holds them up to the light, looking for skin that's too thin or too thick. She sniffs them, checking for the bright citrus scent that indicates freshness. Mr. Morrison watches this examination with patient amusement. He knows better than to rush her or suggest she's being too particular. The dates get similar scrutiny. She counts them into a paper bag one by one, testing their plumpness with gentle pressure. Too dry, and they won't be pleasant to eat. Too soft, and they might have started to ferment. She's looking for dates that yield slightly under pressure, but spring back, that have a glossy skin but not a sticky one. The crackers require the longest deliberation. She examines several different boxes, comparing their contents and prices. The expensive ones promise better prizes inside. Silver charms, tiny toys, clever riddles. The cheaper ones offer less exciting rewards but cost half as much. She debates this for a full 5 minutes before selecting a box of moderate price, neither the cheapest nor the most expensive. A compromise that satisfies her sense of both economy and celebration. The other items on her list get selected with similar care. Extra sugar, bought by weight and poured into a paper bag. Butter in a wrapped block, examined to ensure it hasn't begun to turn rancid. Cream in a small bottle, its contents rich and yellow. Currants and sultanas to supplement what she already has at home. A small package of candied cherries, a luxury she allows herself once a year. Mr. Morrison wraps each purchase with care, creating neat parcels tied with string. He makes a show of consulting his ledger, running his finger down columns of numbers, though you suspect he knows exactly what your family owes without needing to check. Your grandmother keeps her own accounting, and the two of them compare notes, finding their records in agreement. The total comes to slightly less than your grandmother budgeted, a fact that pleases her visibly. She tucks the remaining coins back into her purse with satisfaction. Unexpected savings that can be deployed elsewhere or simply saved against future need. On the walk home, fat raindrops begin to fall, scattered at first and then more steadily. You hurry the last few yards, laughing as you burst through the door with your parcels intact but your hair decorated with droplets. The shopping gets unpacked and stored away, each item in its designated place, ready for the Christmas that draws steadily nearer. That evening, you add the dates to your mental catalogue of Christmas markers. The oranges in the pantry, wrapped individually in tissue paper. The crackers are on the high shelf, their contents a mystery until Christmas dinner. These purchased luxuries join the made things, the jam and bottled fruit, the hanging puddings, the hidden gifts, in creating the accumulating evidence that Christmas is coming. The house itself must be prepared, though not in the frantic, last-minute way of later eras. Instead, preparation happens in layers, each task completed in its proper season. November brings the deep cleaning that will carry the household through winter's darkest months, and early December sees the beginning of decoration. The house must be both spotlessly clean and festively adorned, a combination that requires planning and sustained effort. You start with the windows. This seems counterintuitive. Why clean windows when winter rain and wind will only dirty them again? But your grandmother insists. Christmas requires light, whatever light can be coaxed from short winter days and long winter nights, and dirty windows diminish even that meagre offering. Clean glass allows every possible photon to enter, brightening rooms that spend most of December in shadow. The work requires planning. You can't clean windows when rain threatens or when wind might blow dust into the wet glass. You wait for a still, dry day, increasingly rare as winter deepens, and prepare your supplies. Vinegar and water mixed in a bucket, newspaper torn into squares for polishing, rags for the initial washing, and chamois leather for the final buff. The process is more elaborate than modern window cleaning. You start by washing the glass with the vinegar solution, removing the accumulated grime of months. The rag comes away black, revealing just how dirty the windows had become without your quite noticing. You wash each pane twice, then dry it with crumpled newspaper, the printer's ink leaving faint grey smudges on your hands. The final step involves the chamois leather, which polishes the glass to a clarity that seems almost liquid. You work in circular motions, buffing until the window squeaks under your touch. The transformation is remarkable. What seemed merely dirty glass becomes transparent, almost invisible, allowing light to pour through unimpeded. You clean windows all morning, moving from room to room, climbing step ladders, and leaning out of upper windows in ways that would horrify a modern safety inspector. Your arms ache from the repetitive motions, and your fingers grow numb from the cold. But the work produces visible results, and there's satisfaction in that. The difference, once you finish, seems almost miraculous. Light pours into rooms that had grown dim without your quite noticing. Corners emerge from shadow, revealing cobwebs that must now be dealt with. Colours brighten. The faded roses on the wallpaper are suddenly visible again, and the blue and white of the kitchen pottery is restored to its proper vibrancy. You understand why your grandmother insisted on this task despite the effort it required. The curtains come down next, all of them, room by room. Some get washed, the light cotton ones from the bedrooms that will survive the treatment. You fill the copper in the yard with water and heat it over a fire, add soap flakes and carefully submerge the curtains. They must be agitated gently to avoid damage, rinsed thoroughly to remove all soap, and hung to dry in a way that prevents wrinkles. The heavier curtains receive different treatment. The velvet ones from the front room would be ruined by washing, so instead you take them outside and beat them with a carpet beater, releasing clouds of dust that make you cough and sneeze. You work systematically, folding the curtain over a line and beating each section until no more dust emerges. The physical effort leaves you breathless, but the curtains look significantly better when you finish. The wool curtains from the dining room get brushed carefully with a soft brush, working with the nap to avoid damage. Your grandmother performs this task herself, her movements patient and methodical. Each curtain receives the same careful attention, with brush strokes following the fabric's natural grain, collecting dust without abrading the material. Once cleaned, the curtains must be aired before being rehung. You drape them over lines in the yard where sun and wind work their restorative magic. They hang like strange banners, moving gently in the breeze, gradually releasing the indoor smells they've absorbed and taking on the fresh scent of outdoors. Floors receive attention next. The rugs go outside for beating, a job that requires 2 people and considerable strength. You and your father carry each rug to the yard, drape it over a sturdy line, and take turns beating it with a carpet beater. The dust that emerges seems impossible. How could one rug contain so much dirt? The beating continues until the dust clouds diminish to almost nothing, until your arms burn with exhaustion. With the rugs removed, the floorboards beneath them see light for the first time in months. The revealed wood looks pale and neglected, marked with indentations from furniture legs and darkened in the paths people walk most frequently. You sweep these boards thoroughly, getting into corners and under furniture, amazed at how much dust and debris a household can generate even in rooms that seem clean. In the front room, you even polish the floorboards with beeswax, working on your hands and knees with soft cloths. The wax has to be applied sparingly and buffed vigorously to achieve the proper sheen. Your grandmother shows you the technique, small circular motions building up heat through friction, the wax gradually achieving a deep glow. The work is tedious and hard on the knees, but the results justify the effort. The floorboards gleam like honey, reflecting light in a way that makes the entire room seem warmer. Your mother tackles the kitchen range, a job she's been dreading for weeks. The range serves faithfully all year, heating water and cooking meals and warming the kitchen, but it rewards this service by accumulating grease and soot in quantities that seem impossible. It's a beast of cast iron and fire brick with hot plates and ovens and a water reservoir, and every surface requires attention. She starts by letting the fire go out completely, waiting until the range is cool enough to touch. Then she begins disassembling what can be disassembled: hot plate covers, oven doors, and the various metal pieces that can be removed for separate cleaning. Each piece gets soaked in a solution of washing soda, the caustic mixture cutting through grease that has baked on over months of use. The scrubbing requires determination and elbow grease. Your mother works with wire brushes and steel wool, her hands protected by thick gloves that are nevertheless inadequate against the harsh cleaning solution. She scrubs until her arms ache, removing layers of accumulated carbon and grease, revealing the original metal beneath. You help by running back and forth with buckets of clean water for rinsing and bowls for the dirty water. The dirty water is spectacularly filthy, black with soot and clouded with grease. You empty bowl after bowl, pouring the contents into the drain in the yard, watching it soak into the ground. The range's interior requires special attention. The firebox must be scraped clean of ash and clinker, the build-up that forms when coal burns incompletely. Your mother uses a special tool for this, working carefully to avoid damaging the firebrick lining. The flue gets swept, releasing a fall of soot that must be caught and disposed of. Every surface gets scrubbed and rinsed and dried. By the time the range is reassembled and polished, your mother's hands are raw and her face streaked with soot. But the range gleams like new. The black iron shines, the chrome fittings sparkle, and the oven doors close with a satisfying click. It seems to draw better afterward, as though it appreciates the attention and wants to reward the effort with improved performance. The bedrooms receive fresh whitewash where needed. The walls in houses of this era weren't painted with the durable paints of later years, but whitewashed with a mixture of lime and water that absorbed dirt and had to be renewed periodically. Your father tackles this job, mixing the whitewash to the proper consistency and applying it with a wide brush in smooth, even strokes. The whitewash goes on wet and translucent, looking nothing like its final appearance. As it dries, it transforms, becoming opaque and brilliant white. The transformation makes rooms feel larger and brighter, reflecting whatever light manages to enter. Fresh whitewash also has a clean, chalky and somehow optimistic smell that makes a room feel renewed. Minor repairs get completed in this general atmosphere of improvement. Your father spends a Sunday morning with his toolbox, moving from room to room and addressing the small maintenance issues that have accumulated. Loose door handles get tightened. Squeaky hinges receive drops of oil. A loose floorboard in the hallway gets nailed back down. The banister that wobbled slightly is secured firmly to the wall. These small fixes make the house feel more solid, more cared for. The accumulation of minor problems, none serious individually, had created a general sense of shabbiness that you didn't fully recognise until it disappeared. Now doors close smoothly, floors don't creak unexpectedly, and everything works as it should. The house settles into better order and seems to stand a bit straighter, ready for the celebration to come. Walking through it now feels different. The increased light from clean windows, the fresh walls, and the gleaming floors, all of it combines to create an atmosphere of readiness and welcome. In the eyes of adults, children exist somewhere between helpers and obstacles during Christmas preparations. You're old enough now to be genuinely useful, capable of completing tasks without constant supervision. But you remember clearly when you were young enough to be merely decorative, included in tasks more for the tradition of it than for any real assistance you could provide. Your youngest cousin, visiting for the afternoon while her mother helps your grandmother with some project, demonstrates this perfectly. She's 5 years old, gap-toothed and solemn, and she's been set to stringing popcorn for garlands. This is a traditional task for small children, one that keeps their hands busy and produces something genuinely useful while minimizing the potential for disaster. She approaches the work with intense concentration, her tongue poking slightly from the corner of her mouth as she threads each kernel onto the string. The needle is blunt and the thread is thick, reducing the likelihood of injury. A bowl of popcorn sits beside her, carefully prepared, popped the day before so it's dry enough to thread without crumbling, but not so old it's gone stale. The problem, you notice with amusement, is that she eats approximately 3 kernels for every one she threads. The process goes like this. She selects a kernel from the bowl, examines it carefully and eats it. Selects another kernel, threads it onto her string and eats the next one. The resulting garland grows with glacial slowness, but she remains absorbed in the task, humming tunelessly as she works. Your grandmother, supervising while she works on something else, pretends not to notice the ratio of eaten to threaded popcorn. The popcorn is cheap, the child's happiness valuable, and the mathematics of the situation favour letting her continue even if the garlands progress slowly. Eventually there will be enough garland for decorative purposes, and in the meantime the child is occupied and content. Older children get more substantial responsibilities. Your brother, recently turned 13 and newly aware of his own capabilities, has been tasked with polishing all the brass in the house. This is a significant job. Your family possesses a surprising amount of brass for people of modest means. Candlesticks of varying sizes, door handles and knockers, the coal scuttle and fire irons, drawer pulls and picture frames, and even the small brass ornaments your grandmother displays on the mantelpiece. He works methodically at the kitchen table, which has been covered with layers of newspaper to protect it from the polish. His supplies are arrayed with military precision: a tin of metal polish, soft rags for application, slightly rougher ones for buffing, a small brush for getting into crevices, and a bowl of water for rinsing his hands between items. The work transforms him over the course of an afternoon. He starts cheerful and energetic, making good progress on the first few items. The brass responds to his efforts, dull surfaces becoming bright, tarnish dissolving under the polisher's chemical action. But brass polishing is tedious work, requiring sustained effort, and there's so much brass. By the 3rd candlestick his movements have slowed. By the 5th, he's singing quietly to himself, some made-up song about brass and Christmas, and the unfairness of having been born into a family with so many metal objects. The song has a mournful quality, but also humour. He's complaining but not seriously, marking time in a way that makes the work pass faster. You take pity on him and help with the fire irons, which are large and awkward and require real muscle to polish properly. Working together, you fall into a rhythm, and the job moves faster. Your brother's spirits lift, and his song becomes slightly less mournful, evolving into something almost cheerful. The transformation of each piece of brass follows a predictable pattern. At first, the polish seems to make things worse, creating a dark smudge that obscures whatever shine might have existed before. Then, as you buff, the smudge begins to lift, revealing brightness beneath. The tarnish transfers to your cloth, leaving black marks that demonstrate both the amount of cleaning needed and the effectiveness of your work. The final stage requires vigorous buffing with a clean cloth, building up heat through friction, the brass warming under your hands as it achieves its full shine. The reward comes when you hold a completed piece up to the light and see your distorted reflection in its gleaming surface. The smallest children contribute in their own way, mostly by staying out of the way at crucial moments. They get sent on earnest errands that keep them occupied while accomplishing little practical purpose. Go count how many jars of jam are in the pantry. See if you can find my green scarf in the chest upstairs. Check whether the hens have laid any eggs in the last hour. These missions provide the children with a sense of participation while removing them from underfoot during delicate operations. Your youngest cousin returns from counting jam jars with a reported total that seems improbable. Either she can't count accurately yet, or she lost track partway through. But she delivers her report with pride, and your grandmother thanks her gravely, as though the information is crucial. You remember being that age, remember the importance of feeling useful even when you weren't, and you treat the small ones with patience when they interrupt important work, to show you a particularly interesting stone they found, or to ask whether angels wear shoes. The children's questions reveal the way they're processing Christmas's approaching reality. Will Father Christmas know we moved to a new house? How does he visit all the children in one night? What if the reindeer get tired? You answer as best you can, maintaining the magic while avoiding outright lies that might later cause trust. Issues. As Christmas draws closer, the children's excitement becomes almost tangible. It shimmers around them like heat haze, visible in the way they bounce rather than walk, the way they whisper in corners about suspected gifts, and the way they wake earlier each morning as though eager to hurry time along. They attempt to stay awake on Christmas Eve to catch some glimpse of magic, hiding at the top of the stairs, peeking around door frames, fighting sleep with increasing desperation. They never succeed. Sleep claims them despite their best efforts, and they wake Christmas morning with no memory of the transition, disappointed and relieved in equal measure. Their joy proves contagious, even when you're tired from work or frustrated with some task that won't come right. Their genuine delight in the season restores your own anticipation. You remember why all this effort matters, why the traditions continue, and why Christmas remains worth the work it requires. Watching your youngest cousin string her slow garland, eating more popcorn than she threads, you're reminded that Christmas isn't really about perfection or efficiency. It's about participation, about belonging to something larger than yourself, and about sharing in traditions that connect you backward through time and forward into the future. The child's imperfect garland matters more than a perfect one purchased from a shop, precisely because she made it herself, because it represents her contribution to the family's celebration. Christmas preparation isn't entirely a household affair. The village itself participates, with various communal efforts that distribute both work and celebration across multiple families. The church requires decorating, the village hall needs preparing for the Christmas dance, and various small kindnesses must be organised for those who need them. These collective efforts create bonds that extend beyond individual households, weaving the community together in preparation for a shared celebration. You volunteer to help with the church decorations, partly from genuine devotion, and partly because you enjoy the companionship of working alongside neighbours you might not otherwise see often. The work happens on a bitterly cold afternoon in early December, with frost still lingering in the shadows of gravestones and your breath visible in white clouds that dissipate slowly in the still air. The churchyard shows signs of winter's advance. The grass has turned brown and brittle, crunching under your feet. The trees stand bare, their branches black against a colourless sky. A few late roses cling to bushes near the church door, their petals brown-edged and fragile. Lasting days past what seems possible. Inside the church, it's not much warmer than outside, but at least you're sheltered from the wind. The stone walls seem to radiate cold, and you can see frost patterns in the corners of windows. The vicar's wife has organised the effort with military precision. She stands at the front of the church with a clipboard and a list, consulting it frequently and dispatching volunteers to various tasks with clear, specific instructions. You're assigned to greenery collection, a job that sends you back outside with clippers and baskets, searching hedgerows and woodland edges for holly, ivy, and anything else suitably festive. Several other volunteers join you on this expedition, and you spread out across the surrounding countryside, each person taking a different direction to maximise coverage. The work requires more discernment than you initially expected. Not just any holly will do. You need branches with good berry production, the bright red berries that symbolise Christmas joy, and the leaves should be glossy and dark green rather than pale or damaged by frost. The perfect holly branch has berries clustered thickly along the stem, leaves that are whole and vibrant, and a shape that will look good when arranged. Finding such branches takes time. You walk along hedgerows, examining each holly bush critically. Many have few or no berries, perhaps birds have already taken them. or perhaps the summer weather didn't favour berry production. Others have berries but damaged leaves, or leaves in good condition but sparse berries. You're looking for that perfect combination, and it's rarer than you'd hoped. The ivy must be supple enough to drape gracefully rather than breaking when bent. You test this by carefully bending strands, seeing which ones flex smoothly and which snap. The best ivy has a slight shine to its leaves and trails in long, elegant lengths that can be woven into garlands or draped over stone. You also look for pine or fir boughs. Not common in this area, but a neighbour has a few ornamental evergreens in his garden and has given permission for some cutting. The pine smells wonderful, sharp and resinous, a scent that speaks of winter and festivals. The needles are soft when young but sharp when mature, and you learn to handle the branches carefully to avoid getting stuck. After an hour of searching, your basket is full of carefully selected greenery. You return to the church to find it transformed into a hive of activity. The men have constructed a framework for the nativity scene, measuring and sawing in the side aisle with good-natured arguments about the proper way to join wood. Someone's aunt arranges candles along the windowsills with mathematical precision, ensuring each one stands at exactly the same height and spacing. A group of children practices carols under the direction of the choirmaster, their voices sweet and uncertain in equal measure. The greenery gets sorted and allocated to different projects. Some will be woven into garlands, some arranged in great sheaves, and some used to decorate the window ledges and frame the nativity scene. The vicar's wife oversees this distribution, her organisational skills ensuring that every area of the church receives appropriate attention. You're set to work on garland making with Mrs. Henderson and 2 other women. The process involves taking ivy as a base and weaving in holly, creating a rope of greenery that can be draped along pews or wrapped around pillars. The ivy provides the structure, its flexibility allowing you to twist and wind it, while the holly adds colour and visual interest. The work requires manual dexterity and patience. The holly prickles your fingers even through gloves, and the ivy's tendency to tangle must be managed carefully. You develop a rhythm, win the ivy, tuck in holly, secure any loose ends, move forward a few inches, and repeat. The garland grows slowly but steadily, becoming more impressive with each addition. The women chat as they work, conversation flowing easily around and through the task at hand. Mrs. Henderson shares news from her daughter, who married and moved to the next county. Someone else asks about the Christmas dance being planned for the village hall, and a lively discussion ensues about music and refreshments, and whether the floor should be chalked for better dancing. As the afternoon progresses, the church transforms. The garlands get hung, their dark green punctuated by red berries, creating a festive atmosphere. The nativity scene takes shape, its wooden framework awaiting the figures that will populate it on Christmas Eve. Candles multiply along every horizontal surface, ready to be lit for Christmas services and turn the church into a palace of light. The children's choir improves with practice, their voices gaining confidence and blending more harmoniously. They're learning traditional carols, while shepherds watched, the first nowl, and hark the herald angels sing. The choirmaster is patient but demanding, making them repeat sections until they achieve the sound he wants. By late afternoon, when the light fails completely and work must cease, the church has become something other than its everyday self. It glows with promise, the greenery and candles transforming its austere stone into something warm and welcoming. You walk home in the dark, tired but satisfied, part of something larger than your individual household. The village organises other communal efforts as well. The women's group assembles baskets for elderly residents who live alone and for families facing particular hardship this year. These baskets aren't charity exactly. The giving happens too quietly, too tactfully for that. Instead, they represent thoughtful kindness, the community caring for its own. Each basket contains a mixture of practical items and treats. A jar of jam, chosen from someone's best batch. A small fruit cake, wrapped carefully. Oranges and perhaps some dates. Tea or sugar or flour. Basic necessities that are always welcome. The contents vary depending on what organisers know about the recipient's circumstances and preferences. Your mother contributes to several baskets, and you help her pack them. Each one gets assembled with care, with items arranged to look abundant rather than sparse. The jam goes in first as a foundation. The fruitcake gets wrapped in a clean cloth and placed prominently. The fresh items get arranged on top where they'll be seen immediately. A handwritten note accompanies each basket. Nothing that highlights need or poverty, just warm wishes for a happy Christmas from neighbours. Delivering the baskets becomes an afternoon's work a few days before Christmas. You accompany your mother on her rounds, visiting cottages you've never entered before and homes you pass regularly but rarely visit. The route takes you across the village, from one end to the other, up lanes and down paths, to houses tucked behind hedges and cottages sitting prominently on the main road. The recipients react with pleasure that seems genuine rather than polite. You share tea with an ancient widow who lives surrounded by cats and tells stories about Christmases from her youth, when the village was smaller and everyone knew everyone else's business in ways both comforting and intrusive. She describes Christmas pudding steamed in cloths and hung from ceiling beams to mature, outdoor ice houses that kept food fresh, and travelling musicians who came through the village playing carols. You listen to a retired shepherd explain his theory about why the sheep in the Christmas story were specifically mentioned. According to him, shepherds wouldn't have been out with their flocks in winter unless something unusual was happening. Perhaps a particularly warm year, or perhaps the sheep were being prepared for some special purpose. His theory becomes quite elaborate, involving theological interpretation and practical sheep husbandry in equal measure. You sit in a parlour crowded with photographs and knickknacks, while their owner points out each item's history. This clock was her grandmother's. That vase came from her uncle, who worked on ships and travelled to distant ports. These candlesticks were her wedding gift from someone whose name she can no longer quite remember. The accumulated possessions of a long life surround her, each one carrying memories and meaning. The visits take hours, but they don't feel like work. You're connecting threads in the village's social fabric, maintaining relationships that matter even if they're not exercised daily. You're ensuring that Christmas reaches everyone, even those who might otherwise spend it alone. Some people you visit are more reserved, accepting the basket with quiet dignity and few words. Their gratitude expresses itself differently, in careful attention to your mother's questions about family health, in offers of tea despite modest circumstances, and in promises to remember you all in their prayers. Walking between houses, you and your mother discuss the visits. She points out details you might have missed, the worn state of Mrs. Cooper's shoes, suggesting she needs more than a Christmas basket but would be too proud to accept direct help. The excellent condition of Mr. Barrett's cottage despite his age, indicating he's managing well and takes pride in his surroundings. The photographs of children and grandchildren that crowd every surface in Mrs. Peterson's parlour, evidence of a family network that should be providing more support than they apparently are. These observations aren't gossip but information, part of the community's informal welfare system. Your mother makes mental notes about who might need additional help, who should be checked on more frequently, and whose circumstances require watching. By the time you return home, darkness has fallen completely and your feet ache from walking, but you carry with you a fuller understanding of the village's interconnected lives, the ways people support and care for each other, and the quiet kindnesses that happen out of public view. Christmas preparation, you realise, extends beyond individual households to encompass the entire community, creating a network of mutual support and shared celebration. December brings real cold, the kind that freezes water in basins overnight, and creates frost patterns on the inside of windows. The house contracts in the cold, floorboards creak differently, doors stick in their frames, and the wind finds gaps you never noticed in milder weather. The house requires more coal for heating, more candles for light, and more of everything that combats winter's darkness and chill. Managing these resources becomes crucial, balancing comfort against economy and celebration against sustainability. Your grandfather takes responsibility for the coal. He approaches the coal cellar with a steward's mentality, rationing the supply to last through winter, while allowing for some extra usage during Christmas week. The coal arrived in autumn, delivered by cart and shovelled through a small window into the cellar beneath the house. Your grandfather keeps careful accounting of its usage, calculating how much remains and how much is needed per week to last until spring. Each morning he descends to the cellar with the coal scuttle, a heavy brass bucket with a handle, and fills it for the day's use. The calculation is precise. The front room gets a fire in the evening when the family gathers, but not during the day when it sits empty. The kitchen range burns continuously, but its intensity gets modulated throughout the day, damped down to conserve coal during periods of lighter cooking, opened up when more heat is needed. Bedrooms receive no dedicated heat beyond what rises from below through ceilings and floorboards. You learn to layer clothing against the cold, adding sweaters and shawls until you resemble a mobile textile exhibition. The key is trapping air between layers. Air is an excellent insulator, your grandmother explains, and multiple thin layers work better than a single thick one. You wear a cotton chemise, a flannel petticoat, a wool dress, a cardigan, and sometimes a shawl over everything. Your feet get wool stockings and sturdy shoes, never the lighter slippers you might wear in summer. You learn to appreciate the small warm spots in the house, the chair nearest the range in the kitchen, the spot on the hearthrug in the front room where the dog lies, because it catches the fire's full warmth, and the sunny corner of the parlour during the brief winter afternoons when sun manages to penetrate the windows. These warm spots become precious, and you find yourself gravitating toward them without thinking. The cold isn't uniform throughout the house. The kitchen stays warmest because of the range. The front room achieves comfortable warmth on evenings when the fire is lit. The upstairs bedrooms are bitterly cold, with frost forming on the inside of windows and your breath visible even beneath the covers. You learn to dress and undress quickly, to appreciate the weight of extra blankets, and to tuck a hot water bottle wrapped in flannel near your feet before climbing into bed. Being genuinely cold makes eventual warmth feel like a luxury. Coming in from outside, your hands numb and your nose running, and standing near the kitchen range while feeling returns to your fingers and toes, that transition from cold to warm becomes a small, intense pleasure. You understand why people in earlier eras made such a point of hospitality, why offering warmth and shelter to travellers was considered a moral imperative. Cold isn't just uncomfortable, it's threatening, and warmth isn't just pleasant, it's life-sustaining. Candles and lamp oil require similar management. Your grandmother keeps strict accounting, marking down each candle used and each refilling of a lamp. The household possesses several oil lamps of varying sizes and quality. The best one, with a glass chimney that provides bright, steady light, is reserved for special occasions or when particularly detailed work is being done. The everyday lamps are simpler, providing adequate but less brilliant illumination. During Christmas week, extra illumination will be permitted, even encouraged. The good lamp will burn every evening. Additional candles will be placed around the house, creating a festive glow. But until then, frugality rules. You do handwork near windows during daylight hours, taking advantage of natural light to save candles and lamp oil. This requires planning. Certain tasks can only be done in good light, so you save them for afternoons when the sun is strongest. Other tasks can be accomplished in dimmer conditions, so you reserve them for morning and evening. The household gathers in one room rather than dispersing to several, each of which would require its own light source. This enforced togetherness has unexpected benefits. Evenings become social by necessity, with family members collecting in the kitchen after dinner, drawn by the warmth of the range and the single lamp burning on the table. Conversation flows more easily when you're all together with nothing particular to do except talk. Your father tells stories from his youth, tales that may be exaggerated but are always entertaining. He describes pranks played on unpopular teachers, misadventures while learning his trade, and the courtship of your mother told from his perspective with details that make her blush and protest. Your mother works on her mysterious sewing project, her hands moving in the lamplight with practiced efficiency. The shadows her hands cast on the wall dance and shift as she works. Occasionally she pauses to thread a new needle or consult a pattern, holding the paper close to the lamp to see the details. Your grandmother knits endlessly, creating socks and mittens for everyone. Her hands move without her needing to watch, the needles clicking in a rhythm that varies depending on the complexity of the pattern. She can knit and converse simultaneously, her hands maintaining their work while her attention focuses on whoever is speaking. You read aloud sometimes, choosing books from the small collection your family owns. The books are well worn and read multiple times, but familiarity doesn't diminish enjoyment. If anything, knowing a story makes the reading more comfortable, like visiting an old friend. You read Dickens sometimes, particularly appropriate for the season, and the long sentences and elaborate descriptions suit being read aloud, their rhythm matching natural speech patterns. The stories feel different when shared this way, more immediate somehow. When you reach an exciting part, you feel the attention of your listeners intensify, pulling you deeper into the narrative. You modulate your voice for different characters, trying to capture their individual personalities through tone and inflection. Your family sometimes requests favourite passages, asking you to reread sections they particularly enjoyed. The house smells different in winter. Wood smoke and coal smoke permeate everything, mixing with the sense of cooking and the faint mustiness that comes from keeping windows closed against the cold. It's not unpleasant exactly, just particular. The smell of winter and family and making do with what you have. You become nose blind to it, not noticing until you return from being outside, and the scent hits you anew when you open the door. Bath night becomes an elaborate production. Water must be heated on the range, bucket by bucket, then transferred to the tin tub that hangs on the wall outside the rest of the week. The tub is small by modern standards, forcing you to sit with your knees bent, but it's large enough for washing. Privacy is achieved by setting up the tub in the kitchen and sending everyone else to other rooms, though you can hear them moving about and talking in adjacent spaces. You bathe quickly, aware that the water cools rapidly in the unheated air and that others are waiting their turn. The bath follows a hierarchy. Youngest children first while the water is cleanest, then older children, then adults, with more hot water added as needed. By the time the last person bathes, the water is distinctly grey, but everyone is clean. Drying yourself near the range provides wonderful warmth, your skin tingling as blood flow increases. You dress in clean night clothes, flannel in winter, soft from many washings, and feel renewed, ready for the week ahead. These small austerities don't feel like hardship exactly. They're simply how life works in winter, how it's always worked. People in your grandmother's time lived this way, and her grandmother before her. The contrast makes Christmas's abundance more meaningful. The extra coal on the fire, the additional candles, the special foods, all of it matters more because it represents a temporary relaxation of normal constraints. A period of permitted extravagance within an otherwise careful economy. The week before Christmas accelerates somehow, time moving faster even though the tasks themselves can't be rushed. Days seem shorter, not just because of winter's limited daylight, but because there's so much to accomplish, and the deadline approaches with alarming speed. Your grandmother's kitchen becomes command central, with various projects proceeding simultaneously in different corners, the air thick with competing scents, and the constant bustle of activity. The final batch of mince pies waits for its turn in the oven while someone else rolls out pastry for sausage rolls. The Christmas cake, made months ago and fed regularly with brandy, gets its final decoration of marzipan and royal icing. Bread dough rises in a warm spot by the range while someone else chops nuts for stuffing. The kitchen table has disappeared beneath an array of bowls, cutting boards, and various preparations in different stages of completion. You move from task to task, helping where you're needed, learning skills through immersion rather than instruction. Your hands develop knowledge your mind hasn't quite caught up with. The right consistency for pastry dough. It should hold together but not be sticky. The correct temperature for proving bread. Warm but not hot. The dough should rise slowly rather than rushing. And the way properly whipped cream holds its shape. Soft peaks that curl gently rather than standing stiff and dry. The mince pies are particularly important. Your grandmother makes dozens of them, enough to serve visitors throughout the Christmas season and to give away to neighbours and friends. The filling was made weeks ago, a dark, rich mixture of dried fruits, suet, spices and brandy that has been maturing in a crock. Now it needs to be portioned into pastry shells and baked until the pastry achieves perfect golden brown flakiness. You help with the assembly line. Your grandmother rolls the pastry, cutting circles with a cutter. You fill each pastry shell with a generous spoonful of mincemeat. Your mother tops each pie with a smaller circle of pastry, crimping the edges to seal them. The completed pies get arranged on baking sheets. brushed with milk for shine and marked with small cuts on top to allow steam to escape. The baking happens in batches, the kitchen growing increasingly warm as the oven works continuously. Each batch emerges golden and fragrant, the pastry crisp and flaky, the filling bubbling slightly where it escaped through the steam vents. The pies cool on racks that cover every surface, the kitchen table, the sideboard, even the top of the cold stove in the unused parlour. The house fills with baked goods in various stages of completion. Cooling racks cover every surface. Tins get packed with biscuits and small cakes, each layer separated by paper to prevent them from sticking together. Your grandmother has a system for this storage, with specific tins designated for specific items. The ginger biscuits go in the red tin with the picture of the king. The shortbread occupies the blue tin that once held tea. The various fancy biscuits, made with extra butter and decorated with cherries or nuts, get the fancy tin that's painted with flowers. The pantry shelves, so carefully emptied and cleaned months ago, now groan under the weight of preparation. Jars of preserves crowd next to bottles of cordial. Tins of biscuits are stacked 3 high. The Christmas cake sits on its special stand, waiting for Christmas Day. The puddings hang from their hooks, dark and mysterious. Packages of butter and extra sugar, purchased from the village shop, find their places among the homemade stores. Your father brings home the Christmas goose on the Saturday before Christmas. He arrives in the evening carrying it wrapped in paper, purchased from a local farmer who raises geese specifically for the Christmas trade. The goose is substantial, easily 10 or 12 pounds, representing a significant portion of the Christmas budget. Your mother examines it critically, lifting it from its wrapping and assessing its qualities. The skin should be pale and free of blemishes, the breast meat substantial, and the overall condition indicating a well-fed bird. She declares herself satisfied, and the goose goes to hang in the cold pantry, where the temperature stays just above freezing. Planning the goose's cooking becomes a project in itself. It must roast for hours at a moderate temperature, and the timing must be precise to have it ready for Christmas dinner. Your mother calculates backward from the desired serving time, accounting for the resting period after cooking, and determines when the goose must go into the oven. She writes this time on a piece of paper and tacks it to the kitchen wall where it won't be forgotten. The greenery comes inside now, or at least begins to. You've been cutting it for days, and it's been stored outside in buckets of water to keep it fresh. Holly branches that scratch your hands despite gloves, ivy that tangles and must be teased free, and pine boughs that smell wonderful but drop needles everywhere. The house gradually transforms as greenery gets arranged throughout its rooms. Holly goes along the mantelpiece in the front room, its berries bright against the dark wood. Ivy gets twisted around the banister, creating a green spiral ascending the stairs. Pine boughs appear on windowsills, filling rooms with their resinous scent. The greenery brings the outdoors inside, connecting the house to the natural world even as winter makes that world seem inhospitable. You make a kissing bough for the hallway, an elaborate construction of holly, ivy and mistletoe. The framework is made of bent willow, creating a sphere that gets decorated with greenery until the structure disappears beneath leaves and berries. You add ribbons, red ones saved from previous years, and hang it from a hook in the ceiling beam. The kissing bough represents a tradition older than Christmas itself, connected to ancient beliefs about mistletoe's magical properties. Standing beneath it, according to tradition, obligates those present to kiss. The thought makes you slightly self-conscious. Who will stand beneath it? Who might you encounter there? The house's transformation happens gradually, then suddenly. One moment it's your ordinary home, familiar and everyday. The next it's become something special, decorated and fragrant and full of promise. The change seems to happen without your quite noticing, though you've participated in every step. Small gifts appear under the tree, a modest affair set up in the front room, nothing like the elaborate productions of later eras, but precious nonetheless. Your family doesn't have a tradition of enormous trees or extravagant decoration. The tree is small, perhaps 4 feet tall, cut from a pine plantation with permission, and set in a pot weighted with stones. The tree gets decorated simply but carefully. Candles in holders clamp onto branches. These will only be lit on Christmas Day itself. and then only under careful supervision because the fire risk is real. A few glass ornaments that have been in the family for years, each one precious and handled with care. Strings of popcorn and cranberries made by children. Paper chains in bright colours, cut and pasted together. A star for the top made of folded paper covered with glue and glitter. The wrapped packages accumulate slowly beneath the tree, each one representing thought and effort and care. You add your own contributions, nervous that they won't measure up, that your handwork will seem crude compared to what others have created. The packages are wrapped in whatever paper is available. Brown paper saved from parcels, newspaper, or the occasional piece of actual gift wrap purchased specially. Christmas Eve arrives with shocking suddenness. Despite months of preparation, its actual arrival catches you slightly unprepared. There are still last-minute tasks, the goose to prepare for tomorrow's cooking, the table to set with the good china, and the final batch of rolls to bake for breakfast. The goose gets its final preparation. Your mother removes it from the cold pantry and examines it one last time. She trims excess fat, seasons the cavity with salt and herbs, and prepares it for roasting. The prepared goose goes back into the cold until tomorrow morning, when it will go into the oven. The table gets set in the dining room, a space normally used only for special occasions. The good tablecloth comes out, yellowed slightly with age but still beautiful, its pattern of vines and flowers embroidered by your grandmother's grandmother. The good china gets arranged carefully, plates for each person, serving dishes for the various parts of the meal, the gravy boat and the special dish meant specifically for the pudding. The Christmas candles get tested to ensure they'll light properly tomorrow. Your father examines each one, trimming wicks to the proper length, making sure they're secure in their holders. Everything must be ready because tomorrow will move too quickly for last-minute adjustments. The house feels different on Christmas Eve. The light seems softer, the shadows gentler. Everyone moves with a kind of contained excitement, performing familiar tasks with extra attention. Your grandmother hums carols as she works, moving through the kitchen with practiced efficiency. Your mother sets out everyone's Christmas clothes, brushed and pressed and ready for morning. You attend church for the Christmas Eve service, walking through the dark village with your family and neighbours. The church blazes with candles, more light than it sees the rest of the year combined. Every available surface holds candles, their flames multiplying and reflecting in brass and glass until the church seems to float in a sea of light. The service follows familiar patterns, comfortable and meaningful precisely because of their familiarity. The familiar carols sound different tonight, weighted with meaning and joy. You sing with everyone else, your voice joining the collective sound that rises toward the raftered ceiling. The vicar's sermon speaks of hope and peace and the eternal significance of this night, his words carrying weight in the candlelit space. Afterward, walking home through the cold night, you feel the satisfaction of preparation completed. Everything that could be done has been done. Tomorrow brings celebration, but tonight brings the quiet pleasure of anticipation fulfilled. The village is dark except for lights in windows, each household settled in for the night. Stars shine bright in the cold air, and frost crunches under your feet. At home, you go to bed with a sense of completion and anticipation combined. Tomorrow will bring the culmination of months of work, the reward for all the planning and preparing and creating. But tonight, Christmas Eve, holds its own magic, the magic of waiting, of knowing that something wonderful is coming, of existing in that perfect moment between effort and reward. Christmas morning arrives dark and cold, but you wake to the smell of baking bread and the sound of your mother moving quietly in the kitchen below. You lie in bed for a moment, warm under layers of blankets, listening to the house come alive around you. Your brother's door opens, then your father's heavier tread on the stairs. Voices murmur in the kitchen, too quiet to make out words, but the tone is cheerful and expectant. The cold air outside your blankets feels sharp against your face, and you delay the moment of emergence, knowing that once you leave this warm cocoon, you'll be fully committed to the cold of the unheated bedroom. Finally, you throw back the covers and dress quickly, layering on the Christmas clothes your mother set out, your best dress, stockings without holes, and the shawl your grandmother made for you last Christmas. Downstairs, the kitchen is wonderfully warm, the range burning hot and the air filled with the scent of bread and something sweeter. Cinnamon, perhaps? Or the spices from the mincemeat? Your mother has been up for hours already, the Christmas bread rising and baking while the rest of the house still slept. The loaves sit cooling on racks, their crusts golden and their tops marked with the cross she always scores into Christmas bread. The day unfolds according to tradition and rhythm, each element falling into its proper place. Breakfast first, fresh rolls with butter and jam, the good tea rather than the everyday kind, and this morning a special treat. Preserved peaches from last summer, opened specifically for Christmas breakfast and served with thick cream. The peaches are a revelation. You'd almost forgotten their flavour over the months since summer, and tasting them now is like tasting sunshine and warmth made solid. The cream softens their sweetness, and the combination is perhaps the most luxurious thing you've eaten in months. After breakfast, the family gathers in the front room for the opening of gifts. The fire has been lit specially, making the room warm and welcoming. The tree stands in its corner, candles not yet lit, but the decorations catching the morning light that filters through clean windows. The small pile of gifts beneath seems modest, but precious. The opening proceeds in order, youngest to oldest, each person taking a turn. Your youngest cousin, staying over Christmas with her parents, goes first. She unwraps a rag doll, handmade by someone's aunt, with a painted face and clothes that button and unbutton for practicing. Her joy is uncomplicated and complete. She clutches the doll immediately, already naming it and assigning it a personality. Your brother receives a penknife, a grown-up tool that recognizes his increasing maturity. Your father shows him how to use it safely, demonstrating the proper way to open and close the blade and warning about the sharpness. Your brother listens with serious attention, understanding that this gift represents trust as well as utility. Your turn comes. The first package contains the pillowcase you made for your mother, and watching her open it provides a peculiar pleasure. She unwraps it carefully, preserving the paper for future use, and when she sees what's inside, her face softens. She holds it up to the light, examining the embroidery with real appreciation, running her fingers over the tiny stitches. "This is beautiful work," she says, and you know she means it because she's particular about such things and doesn't offer false praise. The roses are perfect. You must have spent hours on this. You admit that you did, and she thanks you with a kiss on the forehead that makes you feel simultaneously proud and embarrassed. Your father admires his handkerchiefs with genuine appreciation, running his fingers over the tiny rolled hems, commenting on the fineness of the work and the evenness of the stitching. He makes a show of tucking one into his pocket immediately, declaring it too nice to actually use but perfect for carrying. The gifts you receive please you deeply. A new book, something you've wanted but wouldn't have bought for yourself. A scarf in a beautiful blue that matches your winter coat, knitted by your grandmother with her characteristic skill. A small bottle of scent from your brother, purchased with his own money from the village shop, and wrapped so enthusiastically that the paper is more tape than anything else. Each gift represents thought and care, chosen or made specifically with you in mind. Even the modest ones carry weight because they demonstrate that people pay attention to your interests and preferences, that you matter enough for this attention. After gifts, the serious business of Christmas dinner begins. The goose has been in the oven since early morning, filling the house with rich scents. Your mother bastes it religiously, checking on it with the focused attention of a general managing a crucial campaign. Each time she opens the oven, heat pours out along with intensified smells, and she pokes the bird with a fork to test its progress. Vegetables get prepared according to a careful schedule. Potatoes go into the goose fat to roast, becoming crispy on the outside and fluffy within. Brussels sprouts get trimmed and set to cook in salted water. Carrots get glazed with butter and honey. Bread sauce gets made, a mixture of milk, breadcrumbs and onions that sounds strange but tastes wonderful with goose. The table is extended with extra leaves to accommodate everyone. Grandparents, your married sister and her husband, and various aunts and uncles who live nearby. The good china gets a final check to ensure everything is clean and unchipped. Wine gets decanted, having been purchased specially for this meal. Everything must be perfect. Dinner happens in the early afternoon, when everyone has gathered and the goose has achieved perfect doneness. Your father carves it at the table, a ritual that requires skill and showmanship in equal measure. He sharpens the carving knife with long, dramatic strokes, then sets to work separating breast meat from bone, creating slices that fan out across the serving platter. The food tastes impossibly good. The goose is rich and flavourful, the fat having basted the meat as it cooked, creating layers of taste that seem to expand in your mouth. The roasted potatoes are crispy and golden, absorbing goose fat and becoming something transcendent. The bread sauce provides creamy contrast. The vegetables, simply prepared, taste fully of themselves. Conversation flows around the table, stories and jokes, family news and village gossip. Your uncle tells a long rambling story about a mishap with a Christmas goose from his childhood, involving a dog, an open window and a chase through the village. The details may be exaggerated, but the laughter is real. The Christmas pudding arrives flaming, your father having doused it in brandy and set it alight just before carrying it in. The blue flames dance across its dark surface, and everyone watches with appreciation for this dramatic presentation. The pudding gets served with brandy butter, a mixture of butter, sugar and brandy beaten together until light and creamy, which melts into the hot pudding and creates pools of richness. Your cousin finds the sixpence in her portion and shrieks with excitement. You find the thimble and try to look pleased about its implications for your future. The pudding itself is dark and rich. The dried fruits plump from their months of soaking in brandy, and the spices complex and warming. Afterward, everyone sits drowsy and satisfied, too full to move much. Someone suggests cards, and a game gets organised, though several people decline in favour of simply sitting. Someone else proposes charades, which generates enthusiasm from the younger members and groans from the older ones, who claim to be too full for such exertion. Eventually, people scatter to different corners of the house, some to nap, some to read, some to take a walk in the pale winter afternoon to aid digestion. You help your grandmother with the washing up, an enormous task given the number of dishes and pots used to create the meal. The work feels companionable rather than burdensome. You wash while she dries, and you talk about the day, about the preparation that led to it, and about how quickly it all passes despite the months of work it required. Was it worth it, you ask, thinking of all those hours of labour, the plum jam made in September, the pudding stirred in October, the endless handwork through November and December, and the final frantic week of cooking and preparing. She considers the question seriously, her hands still moving, drying each plate with care before stacking it in the cupboard. The day itself is lovely, she says finally, but the real gift is the preparation. It's having something to work toward, something to look forward to. It's the rhythm of the seasons and the traditions that connect us to everyone who came before. Next September, when the light changes again, we'll start over. And that continuity, that cycle, that's what matters most. You understand what she means. The preparation wasn't separate from the celebration, but part of it. Perhaps the better part. The making and planning and working together created something more valuable than the single day could ever contain. The afternoons with your grandmother's friends, working on handwork and sharing conversation. The community effort to decorate the church. The careful selection of oranges in the village shop. Even the tedious work of polishing brass and cleaning windows contributed to something larger. The celebration concentrated all those months of work into a single day, yes, but the work itself had value independent of the result it produced. The work created connections between past and present, between individual and community, and between the practical and the meaningful. Each jar of jam represented not just preserved fruit, but a connection to the September afternoon when you picked plums, to your grandmother's patient teaching, and to all the women in your family line who had performed the same task. Outside, night has fallen completely. Inside, the house glows with the candles lit specially for Christmas, more light than any other day of the year. The house feels different tonight, warmer somehow, fuller, as though the walls themselves have absorbed some of the day's joy. The family gradually reconvenes in the front room. Your father lights the candles on the tree, standing ready with a bowl of water in case any should set the pine needles smouldering. The candles transform the tree, their flames multiplying and reflecting, creating points of light that seem to float in the darkening room. Someone starts singing a carol, and other voices join. You sing together, the harmonies imperfect but heartfelt, filling the room with sound. The carols feel different sung here in the candlelight, in the warm room with your family around you, than they did in the church's formal setting. Here they're intimate and personal, connecting you to this specific moment with these specific people. As the evening progresses and the candles burn down, you find yourself thinking about the year ahead. In a few weeks, the decorations will come down and be stored for next year. The leftover food will be consumed, the house will return to its normal state, and daily life will resume its ordinary rhythms. But the cycle has been completed once more, the traditions maintained and passed along. Next September, when the light changes, you'll begin again. You'll help make jam and bottle fruit. You'll stir the Christmas pudding and make your wishes. You'll create gifts in secret and hide them carefully. You'll participate in all the familiar rituals that connect you backward through time and forward into the future. The continuity satisfies something deep within you. You're part of a chain that extends beyond your individual life, connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after. The traditions you're maintaining aren't just quaint customs, but threads connecting past to present to future, creating a continuity that transcends individual existence. Tomorrow will bring the work of cleaning up, of taking down decorations and storing them carefully for next year, of eating leftovers and settling back into normal routines. But tonight, you exist in the perfect moment between effort and rest, between preparation and celebration, and between the year ending and the year about to begin. The candles burn lower, their light softening and dimming. Your youngest cousin has fallen asleep in her mother's lap, clutching her new doll. Your grandfather dozes in his chair by the fire. The conversation quiets, people falling into comfortable silence, simply being together in the warm, candle-lit room. You dry your hands and join your family, finding your spot in the familiar arrangement of chairs and people. Outside, winter continues its cold dominion, but inside, you're warm and fed and surrounded by people you love. The season you've worked toward for months has arrived, has happened, and now begins to pass into memory. But the memory will sustain you. It will carry you through January's darkness and February's cold. It will provide hope during the difficult parts of the year, evidence that joy and abundance are possible, and that effort can create meaning and connection. And when September comes again and the light changes once more, you'll begin again, adding another layer to the accumulating traditions of a life lived with attention and care and love. The season of preparation, you realize, never really ends. It simply cycles, each year building on the last, each Christmas growing out of the work that preceded it, and planting seeds for the Christmas to come. And that cycle, that eternal return to familiar patterns and beloved traditions, provides structure and meaning that transcend any individual moment. You settle deeper into your bed, watching the candles flicker and the fire glow, listening to your family breathe and shift around you, and you feel profoundly grateful for this day, for this family, for the traditions that connect you all, and for the opportunity to participate in something larger than yourself. The Christmas you prepared for has arrived, and it was worth every moment of the work that created it. Imagine standing in Alexandria around 300 CE, when the great library still held the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world. The air smells of papyrus, lamp oil, and that particular mustiness that clings to places where knowledge lives. Somewhere in a modest workshop near the harbour, a practitioner hunches over a clay vessel, watching coloured smoke curl upward, while making careful notes on a wax tablet. This is where our story truly begins, though alchemy's roots stretch even further back into the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia and the temples of ancient Egypt. The word alchemy itself carries the memory of this Egyptian origin, al from Arabic, and chem possibly from the ancient Egyptian word for their own land, the black soil of the Nile Delta. Black earth, the source of life and fertility, where transformation happened every year as floods receded and crops emerged. The earliest alchemists weren't trying to get rich quick or discover some magical shortcut. They were observers who noticed that the world was full of transformations. Clay became pottery in the kiln's heat. Grapes fermented into wine. Copper and tin, two relatively soft metals, could be combined to create bronze, something harder and more useful than either parent material. If such dramatic changes were possible, what else might be transformed given the right conditions, the right knowledge, and the right touch? In ancient Egypt, the embalmers held specialised knowledge about preserving bodies, a literal attempt to defeat death and decay. The metalworkers understood how to extract pure metals from rocky ores, transforming dull stones into gleaming gold and silver. The perfume makers could capture the essence of flowers in oils that lasted long after the blooms had withered. Each craft involved taking something ordinary and elevating it to a higher state. These weren't separate practices in the ancient mind. They were all part of understanding nature's patterns, its hidden connections. The priest-physicians who made medicines from plants and minerals were also studying the stars because they believed everything was connected in a grand cosmic web. Your health is related to the planet's positions, the seasons turning, and the balance of elements within your body. Greek philosophers, particularly those influenced by Egyptian wisdom traditions, began systematizing these observations into theories. They proposed that all matter consisted of four fundamental elements: earth, water, air, and fire, combined in different proportions. Change one element to another, adjust the proportions, and you could theoretically transform any substance into any other substance. Lead into gold wasn't absurd within this framework. It was just extremely difficult practical work. This is crucial to understand as you drift towards sleep. Alchemy wasn't the practice of foolish people chasing impossible dreams. It was the best attempt available, given the knowledge of the time, to understand and work with the material world. The alchemists were the ancestors of modern chemists, pharmacists, and materials scientists, working without benefit of atomic theory or the periodic table, but with careful observation and genuine curiosity. The Hellenistic world of Alexandria brought together Egyptian practical knowledge, Greek philosophical speculation, and incoming ideas from Persia and India. In this intellectual melting pot, alchemy began to take recognizable form. Practitioners started writing treatises, developing specialized equipment, and establishing a tradition that would spread across continents and survive for nearly 2,000 years. These early alchemists developed the athanor, a specialized furnace that could maintain consistent temperatures for days or weeks, crucial for their long processes. They created alembics for distillation, retorts for heating substances in controlled conditions, and sophisticated glassware for separating and purifying materials. Walking into an alchemical laboratory in the 3rd century would have felt surprisingly familiar if you'd ever visited a modern chemistry lab, though you'd notice the absence of safety goggles and the presence of considerably more mystical inscriptions. The Roman Empire's decline scattered this knowledge like seeds on the wind. Some texts were preserved in Byzantine libraries, carefully copied by monks who might not have fully understood what they were preserving. Other manuscripts travelled east, finding new homes in Persian and eventually Arabic-speaking courts. The great work of alchemy was beginning its long journey through cultures and centuries. Let's move forward several centuries and travel east to the Islamic Golden Age, when Baghdad was the intellectual centre of the world. The year is around 800 CE, and you're standing outside the workshop of Jabir ibn Hayyan, whose name the medieval Europeans would later mangle into Geber. Jabir's workspace is a wonder of careful organisation. Rows of glass vessels line wooden shelves, each labelled with careful Arabic script. The central workbench holds a complex arrangement of flasks connected by tubes, positioned over carefully tended charcoal braziers. The smell here is complex. The mineral tang of sal ammoniac, the sweet sharp scent of various tinctures, and the ever-present background of smoke and heated metal. It's not unpleasant, just intensely present, the smell of transformation itself. Jabir represents a turning point in alchemical history. Where earlier practitioners often wrote in vague symbolic language, he insisted on careful observation and detailed record-keeping. He understood that reliable knowledge came from repeatable processes. If you couldn't describe your method precisely enough for another practitioner to duplicate it, you didn't really understand what you were doing. This is surprisingly modern thinking for the 9th century. Jabir developed systematic classification schemes for substances, distinguishing between what we'd now call elements, compounds, and mixtures. He described processes like distillation, crystallization, and sublimation with such clarity that his instructions can still be followed today. He understood that mercury could dissolve gold, that substances had characteristic reactions that could identify them, and that careful control of temperature and timing could mean the difference between success and disaster. But Jabir was working within the theoretical framework of his time, which viewed matter very differently than we do now. He believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur in varying proportions and degrees of purity. Gold was perfectly balanced mercury and sulfur, completely purified. Lead was unbalanced and impure. Therefore, transforming lead into gold meant purifying and rebalancing its fundamental components. Theoretically possible, just technically challenging. The alchemical laboratory became a place where philosophy met practice, where abstract theory encountered stubborn material reality. The work required patience that modern people might find hard to fathom. Processes could take weeks or months, requiring constant attention and adjustment. The alchemist learned to read subtle signs, slight colour changes in a solution, the quality of vapours rising from a heated flask, and the way crystals formed along the edges of a cooling vessel. Fire was the great transformer, but it had to be understood in all its moods. A gentle heat that barely warmed the hand could accomplish things that intense flames would destroy. The Athanor, that specialised furnace, was designed to provide this patient steady heat. Some alchemical operations supposedly required maintaining specific temperatures for 40 days and 40 nights. The same period Christ spent in the wilderness, and probably not coincidentally. The vessels themselves took on sacred significance. The alembic, used for distillation, became a symbol of purification, crude matter being vaporized, rising upward, and condensing into a purer form. The retort, with its long curved neck, contained and controlled transformations, preventing precious vapours from escaping. Even the simple mortar and pestle, grinding and mixing ingredients, represented the breaking down of old forms to create new combinations. Islamic alchemists like Jabir worked in a culture that valued learning and saw no contradiction between scientific investigation and spiritual practice. The Quran itself encouraged believers to observe nature and discover God's patterns in creation. Alchemy fit perfectly into this worldview. It was simultaneously practical chemistry, philosophical investigation, and spiritual discipline. The substances they worked with acquired layers of meaning. Mercury, liquid and silvery, was understood as the principle of fusibility and volatility. It represented the soul or spirit of metals. Sulfur, which burned with that characteristic acrid smell, was the principle of combustibility. It represented the soul or animating force. Salt, which remained after burning, was the principle of fixity and permanence. It represented the body. Everything in the alchemical worldview was composed of these three principles in varying combinations. As Islamic civilization spread from Persia to Spain, alchemical knowledge travelled with it. Libraries in Cordoba and Toledo accumulated texts in Arabic, Persian, and Greek. When Christian scholars began learning Arabic and translating these works into Latin in the 12th and 13th centuries, they discovered an intellectual treasure that would reshape European thought. The flame and the vessel, heat and container, process and patience. These became the fundamental tools of transformation. The alchemist learned to work with nature's timing rather than against it, understanding that some changes couldn't be rushed. You couldn't hurry the maturation of gold any more than you could hurry the growth of an oak tree from an acorn. Both required proper conditions and sufficient time. Now let's turn our attention to what might be alchemy's most famous quest, the search for the elixir of life, the substance that could cure all diseases, restore youth, and grant immortality itself. This wasn't a side project or a fantasy addition to serious alchemical work. For many practitioners, it was the ultimate goal, more important even than transmuting base metals into gold. The logic within their framework was compelling. If substances could be purified and perfected, lead into gold, crude ore into gleaming metal, why couldn't the human body be similarly transformed? If alchemy was about understanding and working with nature's principles of transformation, surely the ultimate transformation would be conquering death itself. Chinese alchemists pursued this goal with particular intensity, and their work influenced practices across Asia and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. In China, the quest for immortality connected deeply with Taoist philosophy, which saw the human body as a microcosm of the universe. If you could achieve perfect internal balance, harmonizing the body's energies with cosmic forces, you might transcend ordinary mortality. The legendary elixir took many forms in different traditions. Sometimes it was described as a liquid, clear as water or golden as honey. Other accounts spoke of it as a powder or stone, something solid that could be dissolved in wine or water. The Chinese termed it the pill of immortality, while Islamic and European alchemists called it the elixir, from the Arabic elixir, meaning the substance itself, or perhaps a powder for making solutions. What's fascinating as you settle deeper into your pillows is that the search for this elixir led to genuine medical advances. Alchemists experimenting with mineral and plant substances discovered compounds that actually worked as medicines. The distillation processes they developed for purifying the elixir gave us stronger, more reliable medicines. Their careful observations of how substances affected the body contributed to understanding physiology and pharmacology. Paracelsus, a Swiss physician and alchemist of the 16th century, revolutionized medicine by treating diseases with carefully prepared chemical medicines rather than relying solely on herbs. He believed the body was essentially a chemical system, and diseases were chemical imbalances that required chemical corrections. This was radical thinking that earned him both devoted followers and fierce critics. His approach, though sometimes spectacularly wrong in details, pointed toward modern pharmaceutical chemistry. The preparation of the elixir supposedly required the same patience and spiritual preparation as creating the philosopher's stone, the substance that could transform lead into gold. Many texts suggested they were actually the same thing or intimately related. The stone that perfected metals would also perfect the human body, making sense within the alchemical worldview where microcosm and macrocosm reflected each other. Recipes for the elixir varied wildly, partly because alchemical texts deliberately obscured their methods with symbolic language. One 14th century European text describes a process involving repeated distillations of wine, mixed with various herbs, minerals, and even gold itself, the entire operation conducted according to astrological timing. The final product was supposedly a clear liquid that glowed faintly in darkness and smelled of roses and something indefinable. Whether anyone ever produced such a substance is doubtful. What we know is that the quest led practitioners to develop increasingly sophisticated techniques for purification and concentration. They learned to extract the quintessence, literally the fifth essence beyond the four elements from plants and minerals. These concentrated extracts were often genuinely potent, though not in the magical ways practitioners hoped. The elixir wasn't just about physical immortality. In Chinese alchemy particularly, and increasingly in Islamic and European traditions, it represented spiritual transformation. The process of creating the elixir mirrored the process of spiritual refinement. Just as crude matter had to be broken down, purified, and reconstituted at a higher level, so too the alchemist's soul underwent trials, purifications, and ultimate transformation. This spiritual dimension became increasingly important in European alchemy, especially as the medieval period gave way to the Renaissance. The alchemist's laboratory became a place of meditation and prayer, as much as chemical experimentation. The long hours watching vessels heat, observing slow colour changes, and waiting for crystallizations, these became opportunities for contemplation. Some alchemists claimed that the work couldn't succeed without proper spiritual preparation. They spoke of necessary prayers, fasting, and meditation. The laboratory work was inseparable from inner work. You couldn't perfect matter without perfecting yourself. The elixir that granted immortality wasn't just a substance you swallowed. It was the culmination of a complete transformation of both matter and spirit. Chinese emperors, desperate for immortality, sometimes consumed alchemical preparations with disastrous results. Mercury and arsenic, both common ingredients in elixir recipes, are quite toxic. The irony of dying from ingesting substances meant to grant eternal life wasn't lost on observers, yet the quest continued, driven by that deeply human resistance to accepting mortality. In gentler forms, the search for the elixir gave us contributions to herbal medicine that persist today. The careful distillation of plant essences led to understanding how to concentrate active ingredients. The documentation of which substances affected which conditions, though often mixed with symbolic language and false theories, contained genuine observations that informed later medical practice. As you drift towards sleep, let's meet some of the remarkable individuals who devoted their lives to the alchemical arts. These weren't foolish or credulous people. They were often the most learned scholars of their time, applying the best available methods to questions that still fascinate us. In medieval Europe, Albertus Magnus, Albert the Great, was a Dominican friar whose interests ranged across all available knowledge. Born around 1200, he wrote extensively on logic, theology, mathematics, and natural philosophy. His works on minerals and metals show careful observation mixed with alchemical theory. He described how to test whether metals were pure, catalogued their properties, and discussed various attempts at transmutation he had witnessed or heard about. His student Thomas Aquinas would become more famous for theology, but both teacher and student saw no contradiction between faith and investigating nature's secrets. Roger Bacon, an English Franciscan friar of the 13th century, advocated for experimental methods and mathematical analysis in studying nature. He wrote about alchemy as both a practical art and a philosophical pursuit, distinguishing between genuine investigation and charlatans who promised quick gold while delivering only expensive disappointment. Bacon understood that real knowledge required patient observation and careful testing. Principles that seem obvious now but were revolutionary for his time. Let's visit the laboratory of a 15th century alchemist, perhaps in Prague or Florence. The room occupies the top floor of a comfortable house. Alchemists needed privacy and good ventilation for their work. Morning light streams through tall windows, illuminating floating dust motes and catching the glass vessels arranged on shelves. The furnace, carefully built of brick and clay, occupies one corner, its fire carefully banked overnight, but now being coaxed back to working heat. Our alchemist, let's imagine her since women did practice alchemy despite rarely receiving credit, begins her day by checking the various operations in progress. One flask contains a solution that's been slowly evaporating for 2 weeks, with crystalline formations just beginning to appear at the edges. Another holds a substance undergoing digestion, sealed and kept at body temperature in a bath of warm water and sand. A third sits in a sunny window, where sunlight gradually works its transformative effect on the prepared materials within. She makes careful notes in her journal, using the elaborate symbolic language that protects alchemical secrets from the uninitiated. A circle with a dot represents gold and the sun. A crescent is silver and the moon. Various animals, the green lion, the red dragon, and the white swan, symbolize specific substances and stages of the work. To the untrained eye, her notes look like mystical gibberish. To another practitioner, they're a precise recipe and progress report. By the 16th century, European courts often employed alchemists, sometimes multiple ones competing for patronage. The Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, ruling from Prague, collected alchemists the way some collectors accumulate stamps. His Prague court became a haven for alchemical investigation, attracting practitioners from across Europe. Some were genuine researchers, others were impressive con artists, and most were probably something in between. One of the most intriguing figures was John Dee, advisor to Queen Elizabeth Thircer of England. Dee was a mathematician, astronomer, and alchemist who served as a kind of chief science officer to the English court. His library was among the finest in Europe, and his interests range from practical navigation problems, crucial for England's growing maritime power, to attempting communication with angels through elaborate symbolic systems. He represents that characteristic Renaissance blending of what we'd now consider science, magic and religion into a unified pursuit of knowledge. The boundary between alchemy and medicine remained fluid. Physician alchemists like Paracelsus and his followers treated diseases with carefully prepared mineral and chemical medicines. They developed tinctures, extracts, and compounds that actually worked, though often not for the reasons they believed. The drinkable gold preparations that wealthy patients consumed probably didn't extend their lives, but some of the mercury and antimony compounds prepared by alchemical methods did treat certain conditions, despite being rather toxic by modern standards. Women's role in alchemy deserves more attention than it usually receives. While men dominated public alchemical discourse, women participated in the actual work, particularly in family workshops where husbands and wives often worked together. Some women operated their own laboratories, though they faced the usual obstacles of limited education opportunities and social restrictions. The legendary Maria the Jewess, supposedly working in Alexandria around the 3rd century, is credited with inventing the double boiler, still called a bain-marie in her honour, an improving distillation apparatus. Whether she actually existed is debated, but the equipment attributed to her certainly did. Moving into the 17th century, we find alchemy at a crossroads. Some practitioners were beginning to strip away the symbolic language and focus purely on material transformations they could observe and measure. Others doubled down on the spiritual and philosophical dimensions, seeing alchemy primarily as a path to inner transformation that happened to involve laboratory work as its vehicle. Both groups claimed to represent true alchemy, and arguably both were right. Alchemy had always contained both dimensions. Robert Boyle, working in mid-17th century England, conducted careful experiments testing alchemical claims while developing what we'd recognise as modern chemistry. He's famous for Boyle's law describing gas behaviour, but he also performed numerous experiments on transmutation, approaching it as a testable hypothesis rather than an article of faith. His work demonstrates the transitional period when alchemy was gradually becoming chemistry. One of alchemy's most distinctive features was its elaborate symbolic language. Settle deeper under your blankets while we explore why alchemists wrote in code and what those strange symbols actually meant. Part of the motivation was simple professional secrecy. If you believed you'd discovered important knowledge, perhaps how to transmute metals or create powerful medicines, you might reasonably want to control who could access that information. Writing in symbolic language meant only trained practitioners could understand your texts, protecting your discoveries from theft or misuse, but the symbolism served deeper purposes. Alchemical operations were complex, involving multiple substances and stages unfolding over time. The symbolic language provided a rich, flexible vocabulary for describing processes that ordinary words couldn't quite capture. When an alchemist wrote about the green lion devouring the sun, they weren't being deliberately obscure for fun. They were using established terminology to describe a specific chemical interaction, probably involving vitriol and gold. The symbols drew from multiple sources. Astrological signs represented metals. Gold was the sun, silver the moon, copper Venus, iron Mars, tin Jupiter, lead Saturn, and Mercury, both the metal and the god, was Mercury. This wasn't arbitrary. The metals and planets were thought to share essential qualities. Gold, like the sun, was perfect, incorruptible and radiant. Lead, like Saturn, was heavy, cold and sluggish. Animals populated alchemical texts with specific meanings. The dragon represented raw, chaotic matter, or sometimes specific chemicals depending on context. The lion might represent gold, or a stage of the work characterized by intense activity. The phoenix, dying and reborn from its ashes, symbolized dissolution and reconstitution, the destruction of old forms and emergence of new, purified ones. The pelican, mythically feeding its young with its own blood, represented circulation processes where distilled vapours repeatedly fell back into the vessel. Colours marked crucial transitions. The work typically proceeded through stages identified by colour changes, the nigredo or blackening, when matter broke down into chaos, the albedo or whitening, representing purification, the citrinitas or yellowing, a transitional stage, and finally the rubedo or reddening, marking completion and perfection. These weren't arbitrary labels. Actual colour changes occurred during chemical operations, and practitioners learned to read them as signs of progress or problems. The most famous alchemical symbol was probably the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, forming a circle. It represented cyclic processes, the unity of beginning and end, and the principle that transformations were fundamentally circular rather than linear. What began as one substance became another, but the underlying essence persisted through transformation, like the snake continuously consuming and regenerating itself. Encoded in the symbolic language was often genuine chemical knowledge. The philosophical egg described sealed vessels where materials underwent transformation, isolated from outside interference. The marriage of sun and moon referred to combining gold and silver, or more abstractly, uniting opposing principles. The bath of the king meant dissolving gold in special acids. Once you learned the code, detailed instructions were actually preserved in these seemingly mystical texts. But the symbols also carried philosophical and spiritual dimensions. The breaking down of matter into prime components, the solve of solvet coagula, dissolve and coagulate, paralleled the mystic's dissolution of ego and everyday consciousness. The reconstitution into something purer and more perfect mirrored spiritual rebirth. The alchemist working in their laboratory was also, ideally, working on themselves, and the symbolic language captured both dimensions simultaneously. Alchemical illustrations became increasingly elaborate in printed books from the 15th century onward. These images showed complex allegorical scenes, kings and queens bathing together in pools, eagles and toads consuming each other, and hermaphroditic figures combining masculine and feminine qualities. On one level, these illustrated specific chemical operations. On another, they mapped psychological and spiritual transformations. The effective alchemist could read both messages simultaneously. This multi-layered communication created problems. Texts meant as straightforward laboratory instructions could be read as pure spiritual allegory. Conversely, writings primarily about inner transformation got interpreted as literal recipes for making gold. Misunderstandings multiplied across centuries and language translations. An Arabic text written primarily about spiritual development might reach a medieval European reader who tried to follow it as practical chemistry instructions, producing baffling and dangerous results. The symbolic language also permitted creative ambiguity that protected alchemists from dangerous accusations. During periods of religious intolerance, writing that could be read multiple ways provided safety. If challenged about potentially heretical ideas, one could always claim the text was merely about chemical procedures, not theological speculation. If accused of fraud, one could insist the writing was symbolic spiritual instruction, not literal promises about making gold. Some alchemists, particularly in later periods, used the symbolic language almost as a meditation practice. The act of encoding knowledge in symbols, or decoding others' symbolic texts, became a form of contemplative exercise. Wrestling with meaning, holding multiple interpretations simultaneously, and developing the mental flexibility to see connections between seemingly unrelated domains. All of this trained the mind in ways practitioners found valuable, regardless of whether they ever succeeded at transmutation. As you drift toward that threshold between waking and sleeping, let's explore how alchemy gradually transformed into chemistry, how the mystical became methodical, and the symbolic gave way to the systematic. The transition wasn't sudden or complete. Throughout the 17th century, natural philosophers, the era's scientists, often worked in both modes. They might spend mornings attempting transmutation experiments and afternoons measuring gas pressures or calculating planetary orbits. The boundaries between alchemy, chemistry, physics, and even theology remained fluid. Isaac Newton, now remembered primarily for physics and mathematics, devoted enormous energy to alchemical investigation. His private papers, unpublished during his lifetime, contain extensive notes on alchemical texts and records of his own experiments. For Newton, alchemy represented an attempt to understand nature's fundamental forces, the same goal that motivated his work on gravity and motion. He saw no contradiction between calculating planetary orbits and attempting to transmute metals. Both were investigations into God's natural laws, but certain developments began distinguishing chemistry from alchemy. The crucial shift was toward precise measurement and quantification. Alchemists had always observed their materials carefully, but chemical pioneers started weighing everything. Reactants before mixing, products after reactions, and even gases that escaped during processes. This obsessive measuring revealed patterns that qualitative observation missed. When you measure carefully, you discover conservation. Matter doesn't disappear or appear magically during reactions. It transforms while maintaining constant total weight. This was devastating for certain alchemical claims while validating others. The idea that lead could become gold looked increasingly doubtful, when precise measurements showed that such transformations never actually produced weight changes, consistent with one element becoming another. Yet the reality of chemical reactions, where new substances emerge with completely different properties than their starting materials, was confirmed and extended. The development of better apparatus accelerated this transition. Improved vacuum pumps allowed studying gases more carefully. More precise thermometers enabled maintaining specific temperatures. Better balances detected tiny weight changes. Standardized glassware made experiments more reproducible. The physical conditions of laboratory work were becoming more controlled, and with greater control came more reliable results. Antoine Lavoisier, working in late 18th century France, exemplifies chemistry's emergence as a modern science. He demolished phlogiston theory, the idea that combustible materials contained a fire element released during burning, by showing that burning actually involved combination with oxygen, and that careful weighing proved this. His insistence on precise measurement, systematic experimentation, and clear nomenclature helped establish chemistry as a distinct discipline with standardized methods. The language changed along with the methods. Chemical nomenclature became more systematic, describing compounds based on their composition rather than using traditional alchemical names or symbols. Vitriol became sulfuric acid. Sal ammoniac became ammonium chloride. The transition from poetic symbolic names to descriptive systematic terminology marked a fundamental shift in how practitioners thought about their materials. Professional organisation changed too. The old model of master alchemists working in private laboratories, occasionally taking apprentices, gave way to university positions, scientific societies, and published research in specialised journals. Priestley, Cavendish, Scheele, and others were discovering new gases, new elements, and new compounds, and immediately publishing their methods and results for others to verify and extend. The solitary seeker became the collaborative researcher, yet alchemy didn't simply die. It persisted, transformed in several forms. Some practitioners continued traditional alchemical work, seeing themselves as guardians of ancient wisdom that modern materialist science had abandoned. Organisations like the Rosicrucians and various Hermetic societies maintained alchemical traditions, though increasingly emphasising spiritual rather than material aspects. Meanwhile, chemistry absorbed alchemy's techniques and questions while discarding its theoretical framework. The careful distillations, the specialised apparatus, the patient observation of material transformations, all of this persisted and developed further. What changed was the explanatory framework, the theoretical understanding of what was actually happening during chemical reactions. The 19th century's chemical triumphs, the periodic table organising elements, molecular theory explaining how atoms combine, and analytical techniques identifying substances provided frameworks for understanding that alchemists had lacked. It turned out lead couldn't become gold through chemical means because elements are fundamental. They can't be transformed into each other by chemical processes. The alchemists weren't fools, but they were working without crucial information about matter's actual structure. Interestingly, 20th century physics achieved what alchemists had claimed was possible: actual transmutation of elements. Nuclear reactions can indeed transform lead into gold by altering atomic nuclei. The cost and difficulty make it completely impractical, but it's theoretically and practically possible. So in a strange sense, the alchemist's dream was valid, just achievable only through means they never imagined, requiring understanding matter at scales far beyond what their apparatus could access. The transformation from alchemy to chemistry illustrates how scientific understanding develops. Alchemy wasn't entirely wrong. It correctly identified that substances could transform into other substances, that matter had hidden properties that careful investigation could reveal, and that systematic practice could produce reliable results. What it lacked was the correct theoretical framework for explaining observations and predicting outcomes. Once that framework developed, chemistry could progress rapidly while alchemy became history. Now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin that pleasant drift toward dreams, let's consider what the alchemical quest means for us today, centuries after the last serious attempts at transmuting lead into gold. The obvious legacy is chemistry itself. Modern pharmaceuticals, material science, industrial processes, and environmental analysis. Every time you take a medicine, appreciate a colourful synthetic fabric, or rely on a battery, you're benefiting from knowledge that traces back through chemistry to alchemy. The techniques developed by those patient practitioners, watching their vessels and tending their furnaces, evolved into methods that shape contemporary life. But something deeper persists too. The alchemical quest was ultimately about transformation, and that remains profoundly human. We still seek ways to transform ourselves through education, therapy, spiritual practices, and physical training. We pursue transformations of our societies through political movements, technological innovation, and cultural evolution. The specific goal of turning lead into gold may be abandoned, but the underlying dream of transformation continues. Modern science pursues transformations that would have dazzled alchemists. We transform energy into matter in particle accelerators. We transform genetic information, editing DNA to cure diseases or create new organisms. We transform sand and metals into computers that hold libraries worth of knowledge. We even manipulate individual atoms, positioning them precisely using techniques the alchemists couldn't have imagined. In a sense, we've realized their dreams through different paths. The search for life extension continues too, though now through molecular biology, genetic engineering and pharmacology rather than through elixirs. Scientists investigate aging mechanisms, seeking ways to slow or reverse the processes that eventually destroy us. We haven't achieved immortality, but human lifespans have dramatically increased through medical advances that owe their methodology, if not their specific techniques, to alchemy's patient investigation of how substances affect the body. Contemporary interest in alchemy often focuses on its psychological and spiritual dimensions. Carl Jung extensively studied alchemical texts, seeing in them symbols for psychological processes. The alchemical transformation of base metals into gold became, in his framework, a metaphor for psychological development, transforming the crude, unconscious aspects of personality into something more refined and integrated. Whether the alchemists themselves saw their work this way is debatable, but Jung's interpretation gave alchemical symbolism new relevance. Some find in alchemy a reminder that knowledge isn't purely objective and technical. The alchemists believed the practitioner's spiritual state mattered, that you couldn't separate the experiment from the experimenter, and that transformation of matter required transformation of self. Modern science, with its emphasis on objectivity and reproducibility, officially rejects this, A chemical reaction should work the same regardless of who performs it. Yet anyone who's done laboratory work knows that skill, patience, and even intuition matter. The best scientists, like the best alchemists, bring something personal to their practice that transcends pure technique. The alchemical emphasis on direct experience and hands-on practice remains relevant. You couldn't learn alchemy just from books. You had to actually work in the laboratory, gaining embodied knowledge of how substances behaved, developing sensitivity to subtle changes, and cultivating patience through long processes. This contrasts with modern education's often abstract theoretical approach. There's renewed appreciation for hands-on learning, for knowledge that lives in the body and hands, not just the head. Environmental movements sometimes invoke alchemical language when discussing the transformation of industrial processes, cleaning polluted sites, or developing sustainable practices. The alchemical ideal of working with nature rather than against it, understanding material processes deeply enough to guide them wisely, respects limits while achieving meaningful transformations. This resonates with contemporary efforts towards sustainability. The alchemical tradition reminds us that science has history, that current understanding emerged from long development, and that even seemingly strange or outdated practices often contain valuable insights. Dismissing alchemy as mere superstition misses how it represented the best available attempts to understand matter, how it developed techniques we still use, and how it asked questions we continue pondering. Most fundamentally, alchemy embodies the enduring human conviction that transformation is possible. The world isn't fixed or finished. Matter can be changed, improved, and perfected. So can we. The alchemists standing before their Athanor, patiently working toward that distant goal of the Philosopher's Stone, was enacting a hope that remains central to human experience. The belief that things can be better, that effort and knowledge can elevate existence, and that the ordinary might become extraordinary. A sleep gently beckons. Imagine yourself in an alchemist's laboratory, not from any specific time or place, but from the timeless realm where such spaces exist in our collective imagination. The light is golden and soft, filtering through high windows. Glass vessels catch and hold the light, transforming it into subtle rainbows. The furnace breathes quietly in its corner, maintaining its patient heat. The air here smells of mysteries, incense and minerals, aged parchment and growing things, and the metallic tang of transformation. Nothing feels rushed. Time moves differently in this space, following its own rhythms. A slow drip of distillation, the gradual shift of colour in a sealed flask, the almost imperceptible growth of crystals. These define the pace. On the workbench lie open books with hand-drawn illustrations, symbolic animals, elaborate diagrams, and careful notations in languages you half recognise. The symbols seem to shift slightly when you're not looking directly at them, as though they contain meanings that can't be fixed in place but must be approached sideways, through peripheral vision and intuition. The laboratory is also a garden. Herbs grow in terracotta pots on windowsills, each plant selected for specific virtues. Roses for their essence, rosemary for remembrance, sage for wisdom, and rue for healing. Their living presence reminds you that alchemy worked with nature's processes, not against them. Transformation requires patience, proper conditions, and respect for natural timing. In this laboratory, you understand what the alchemists sought. Not just gold or immortality, though those would be nice. They sought understanding of matter, of transformation, of the hidden connections between all things. They wanted to participate actively in creation's ongoing work rather than being passive observers. They believed humans could collaborate with nature's processes, guiding transformations that elevated both matter and spirit. The vessels on the shelves represent stages of the great work, each containing its own lesson. One holds Negredo, the black stage of dissolution where old forms break down, necessary before anything new can emerge. Another contains Albedo, the white stage of purification where essential qualities separate from dross. A third glows with Citrinitas, the golden yellowing that promises approaching completion. And somewhere, perhaps still in process, the rubedo awaits, the red of perfection, of transformation completed. You understand now that the alchemist's laboratory was always two places at once. An actual workspace with real apparatus and materials, and a symbolic space representing inner transformation. The external work of purifying substances mirrored the internal work of refining consciousness. The patience required for long chemical processes cultivated spiritual patience. The failures and setbacks in the laboratory taught humility and persistence. Success, when it came, arrived as much from personal growth as from technical skill. The philosopher's stone, you realise in this drowsy state between waking and dreams, was never just a magical object. It represented perfected understanding. The state where the alchemist had so completely mastered their practice, so thoroughly transformed themselves that transformation of materials became almost effortless. The stone was the practitioner's own perfected skill and wisdom, accumulated through years of patient work. And the elixir of life? Perhaps it was never meant to be swallowed. Perhaps it was the practice itself, the engagement with meaningful work, the pursuit of understanding, the connection to traditions stretching back millennia, the sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The alchemists who devoted themselves to the great work often lived with an intensity and purpose that gave their days a richness ordinary life lacked. Maybe that was its own form of immortality. In this dream laboratory, time collapses. Jabir ibn Hayyan works at one bench, carefully recording observations in precise Arabic script. Albertus Magnus tends a distillation at another, occasionally making notes for his students. Maria the Jewess adjusts her double boiler, checking the temperature with experienced fingers. Paracelsus crushes minerals in a mortar, preparing medicines that will genuinely heal. They work companionably, these figures from different centuries and cultures united by their shared quest. They're not competing or hoarding secrets now. In this timeless space, they share knowledge freely, each contributing their piece to the great puzzle of understanding matter and transformation. The symbolic language they once used to obscure becomes a bridge, connecting insights across cultures and epochs. The green lion, the red dragon, the philosophical Mercury. These symbols let them communicate experiences that ordinary words can't quite capture. Through the laboratory windows you glimpse gardens and wilderness beyond. The natural world that was always alchemy's true teacher. The alchemists learned by observing natural transformations, ore to metal, grape to wine, and seed to flower. Their laboratory work was an attempt to understand and consciously guide processes that nature performed spontaneously. They weren't trying to break nature's laws, but to discover and work within them. The furnace glows steady and warm, neither too hot nor too cold. It's maintained this perfect balance for centuries, maybe forever. Its patient heat represents what the alchemists knew. Transformation requires sustained, gentle effort over time. You can't hurry the great work. Flash and force accomplish nothing, but steady application, proper conditions and sufficient time can achieve what seems impossible. On a shelf you notice a row of sealed vessels, each containing materials at different stages of transformation. Some have been here for days, others for months, and some perhaps for years. Each opens at its proper time, not a moment sooner. The sealed vessel, vas hermeticum, the hermetic vessel, protects transformations in progress from outside interference. Some processes need isolation and protection until they reach completion. You feel yourself becoming drowsy, the laboratory's golden light softening further. The gentle sounds, liquid dripping, furnace breathing, occasional clink of glass, become a lullaby. This is a good place to rest. The great work continues whether you wake or sleep, proceeding at its own pace, requiring nothing from you now except trust in the process. The alchemists understood something we sometimes forget. Not everything worth doing can be finished quickly. Some achievements require years, decades, or even lifetimes of patient effort. The work itself becomes the reward, the daily practice, the gradual accumulation of skill and understanding, and the small advances that slowly compound into mastery. They also knew that failure was part of the process. Most experiments didn't succeed. Most attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life produced only colourful disasters, expensive messes, or nothing at all. But each failure taught something. The alchemists learned what didn't work, which was often more useful than knowing what theoretically should work. Knowledge grew through a patient accumulation of both successes and instructive failures. As your consciousness drifts towards sleep, the laboratory around you becomes less defined, its edges softening into dream. But certain truths remain clear. Transformation is possible. Matter can change its form while retaining its underlying essence. So can we. The person you are today contains the potential for the person you might become, just as lead theoretically contained gold, or at least the alchemists believed it did, and their belief led them to develop chemistry. Patience matters. Nothing worth achieving happens instantly. The most profound transformations require time, attention, and sustained effort. Quick fixes rarely last, but patient work, returning day after day to your practice, accumulates into genuine change. Process and outcome intertwine. The alchemist seeking gold learned chemistry. The practitioner pursuing the elixir developed pharmacology. The mystic investigating symbolic transformations gained psychological insight. The journey shapes the traveller as much as the destination. Everything connects. The alchemists weren't wrong to see connections between metals and planets, between laboratory work and spiritual practice, and between microcosm and a macrocosm. They were recognizing a deep truth. Reality is interconnected in ways that rigid categorical thinking misses. The boundaries between disciplines, between matter and spirit, between inner and outer, these are useful fictions, not fundamental truths. Mystery remains. For all that modern science has explained, much remains unknown. We've mapped matter down to quarks and leptons, but consciousness remains mysterious. We've decoded DNA, but life's emergence is still puzzling. We've calculated the universe's age, but its ultimate nature remains debatable. The alchemist's humility before mystery, their recognition that knowledge was always partial and understanding always incomplete, deserves remembering. The vessels on the shelves shimmer and fade as sleep takes you. Their contents continue their slow transformations, whether observed or not. The great work proceeds. Somewhere, in laboratories around the world, people are still investigating transformations, different methods, different goals, but the same fundamental human drive to understand, to change, to elevate matter and spirit towards something better. The alchemists would recognize this continuity. They understood that knowledge was collective and cumulative, that each generation built on previous work, and that today's impossible might become tomorrow's routine. They stood in a tradition that stretched behind them to Egyptian temples and ahead to laboratories they couldn't imagine. We stand in that same tradition, connecting past and future through present practice. As you finally slip into sleep, a last image, that ancient symbol, the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, beginning and end meet. Transformation is circular, not linear. What dissolves will reconstitute. What breaks down will rebuild. What seems like an ending is really another beginning. The great work never truly finishes. It just continues in new forms, new context, and new practitioners taking up tools their predecessors laid down. Sleep now. Dream of furnaces and vessels, of patient transformations, of substances changing their nature while retaining their essence. Dream of the long chain of seekers stretching back through centuries, each contributing their piece to understanding. Dream of gardens where herbs grow under careful tending, of libraries where ancient texts preserve hard-won wisdom, of laboratories where careful observation reveals nature's patterns. The alchemists are sleeping too, those patient workers of transformation. But their work continues in every chemistry lab, every pharmaceutical company, and every material science experiment. It continues in every garden where someone tends plants, in every kitchen where ingredients transform into meals, and in every mind where learning transforms ignorance into understanding. The great work is never finished because there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more to understand. The philosopher's stone remains eternally just beyond reach, which is perhaps exactly as it should be. The seeking matters more than the finding. The question matters more than the answer. The transformation of the seeker matters more than the discovery of the sought. Rest easy. The furnace burns steadily. The vessels contain their slow miracles. Time unfolds at its own pace. All is well in this laboratory between waking and dreams, where ancient wisdom meets eternal questions, where the possible and impossible blur together, and where transformation is always just beginning. The golden light fades to comfortable darkness. The sounds of the laboratory become the sound of your own breathing, steady and slow. The scent of transformation becomes the familiar smell of your pillow and blankets. But somewhere in your sleeping mind, the laboratory remains always accessible, always inviting, always offering the promise that transformation of matter, of spirit, of understanding remains possible. The alchemists knew this truth. We are all works in progress, materials being slowly refined, moving through our own stages from nigrido through albedo to rubedo, from dissolution through purification to perfection. The great work applies to substances in vessels and to consciousness itself. We are simultaneously the alchemist and the material, the practitioner and the practice, the seeker and the sought. Sleep deeply, transform while you rest. Tomorrow you'll wake changed in small ways, continuing your own great work, your own patient transformation. The alchemists would approve. They understood that the most important laboratory is consciousness itself, and the most crucial transformation happens within. Good night. May your dreams be golden and your rest transformative. The great work continues, as it always has and always will, in laboratories both physical and imaginal, tended by practitioners both waking and sleeping, pursuing that eternal quest to understand, to change, to elevate, to transform the base into the precious, the crude into the refined, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. Ireland, that green island sitting in the Atlantic like a jewel that can't quite decide if it wants to be emerald or jade, has been collecting stories the way some people collect stamps or vintage teacups. Except these stories are much more interesting than stamps, and they involve considerably more magic than teacups, though Irish teacups do have their own quiet dignity. Long before anyone was writing anything down, Irish storytellers were spinning tales about how Ireland came to be populated. And here's the thing about Irish origin myths. They're like layers of a very elaborate cake, each group of settlers arriving and adding their own flavour to the mix. The first arrivals, according to the myths, were led by a woman named Cessair, who was supposedly Noah's granddaughter. Yes, that Noah, the one with the ark. Cessair showed up in Ireland 50 days before the biblical flood, which seems like cutting it rather fine, timing-wise. She brought 3 men and 50 women with her, which sounds like someone was either very optimistic or very bad at planning gender ratios for long-term survival. The flood came, as floods in these stories tend to do, and only one person survived, a fellow named Fintan who dealt with this apocalyptic inconvenience by transforming into a salmon. Because apparently, in Irish mythology, when things get difficult, the answer is often to become a fish. Fintan would later also become a hawk and an eagle, living for thousands of years and witnessing all of Ireland's subsequent history. He was essentially Ireland's first historian, except with more shape-shifting and fewer footnotes. After the waters receded, Ireland sat empty for a while, probably catching its breath and drying out its many, many hills. Then came the Partholonians, named after their leader Partholon. These folks were proper settlers who introduced things like brewing, agriculture, and the general concept of not living like refugees from a flood. They built houses, cleared plains, and created the first lakes. Though how one creates a lake through anything other than massive excavation projects is one of those mythological details that's best not questioned too closely. The Partholonians thrived for about 300 years, which is a good run by anyone's standards, but then a plague killed them all in 1 week. Every single one of them died on the same plane, which must have made for a very awkward situation afterward. You can imagine the first travellers stumbling across this scene and slowly backing away while making mental notes to maybe settle somewhere else. Next came the Nemedians, followers of Nemed, who arrived with his 4 sons. The Nemedians were basically the unlucky middle children of Irish mythological settlers. They had to deal with the Fomorians, think of them as Ireland's original antagonists, a race of monstrous beings who lived either under the sea or on islands, depending on which version of the story you prefer. The Fomorians were like that difficult neighbour who keeps complaining about your lawn, except they also demanded oppressive tributes and generally made life miserable. The Nemedians fought the Fomorians for years, won some battles, lost others, and eventually most of them died or left Ireland in despair. A few survivors escaped, and their descendants would return later with new names and better planning. It's like they went away for a few generations, regrouped, and came back with a revised business plan. This pattern of arrivals, battles, plagues, and departures sets the tone for Irish mythology. Nothing ever stays simple or peaceful for long, but there's always someone new, arriving with fresh ideas about how to make living on this rainy, beautiful island work. It's almost soothing in its predictability, except for all the plagues and monsters, which are less soothing and more the sort of thing that makes you appreciate modern medicine and the absence of sea demons. Now we're getting to the interesting part, which is saying something, because mythological plagues and shape-shifting historians are already fairly interesting. The Tuatha De Danann, whose name roughly translates to the people of the goddess Danu, were basically Ireland's pantheon of gods, though the myths are sometimes coy about calling them gods directly. They prefer terms like the people of skill, or the fairy folk, which is very Irish. Why use one clear term when you can use several poetic but slightly ambiguous ones? The Tuatha De Danann arrived in Ireland in dramatic fashion, supposedly descending from the sky in a cloud. Some versions say they actually just sailed in from the north on boats, then burned their boats, and created the cloud as either A, dramatic effect, B, military tactics, or C, an elaborate insurance fraud scheme. The myths are genuinely unclear on this point. What made the Tuatha De Danann special was their mastery of magic and craft. They brought 4 magical treasures to Ireland, each from a different mythical city. From Fallius came the Stone of Destiny, which would cry out when touched by the rightful King of Ireland, basically an ancient Celtic verification system that was significantly more reliable than a driver's license. From Gorias came the Spear of Lugh, which guaranteed victory to whoever wielded it. No battle could be won against it, which seemed somewhat unfair and definitely violated several conventions of sporting conduct. From Findias came Nuada's sword, from which no one could escape once it was drawn. And from Marius came the Dagda's cauldron, which could feed any number of people without ever emptying, essentially the world's first all-you-can-eat buffet, but with more mystical properties and probably better food. The Tuatha De Danann found Ireland already occupied by the Firbolg, descendants of those Nemedians who had fled earlier. The Firbolg were decent folks who had been minding their own business, farming and fishing and generally existing in peace. Then these magical sky people showed up with their invincible weapons and started making proprietary claims about the island. The two groups met at the first battle of Mag Tuired, which sounds more dramatic in Irish but basically means the plain of towers, or possibly the plain of pillars, depending on who's translating. The battle was fierce, and while the Tuatha De Danann won, they suffered a significant casualty. Their king, Nuada, lost his hand in combat. Now here's where Irish mythology gets interesting in its approach to disability and leadership. The Tuatha De Danann had a law stating that no one with a physical blemish could be king. This seems harsh until you remember that in these myths, physical perfection often symbolised spiritual and political wholeness. Nuada, despite being otherwise excellent at his job, had to step down because he was now missing a hand. The Tuatha De Danann replaced him with Bress, whose father was Fomorian and whose mother was Tuatha De Danann, essentially a peace treaty marriage candidate meant to unite the two peoples. Bress turned out to be terrible at his job. He was stingy, which in Irish culture was possibly the worst flaw a leader could have. A good king was expected to be generous, hosting feasts and distributing wealth. Bress did none of this. He was basically the opposite of a good Irish host, which made him deeply unpopular. Meanwhile, a physician named Dian Gecht and his son Miach were working on a solution to Nuada's problem. Dian Gecht created a silver hand for Nuada that worked perfectly, a prosthetic so advanced it wouldn't be matched in actual technology for thousands of years. This made Nuada technically whole again, but there was still the question of whether a silver hand counted as a blemish. Then Miach, showing the kind of overachieving ambition that causes problems in families everywhere, went one better. He grew a new hand of flesh and blood for Nuada. This was medically impressive but politically problematic, as it completely overshadowed his father's work. Dian Gecht, in a fit of professional jealousy that modern academic rivalries can only aspire to, killed his own son. Mythology is full of family dysfunction, but this takes it to another level. With his new hand, Nuada was restored to kingship, and Bress was sent packing. Bress, unsurprisingly bitter about losing his throne, went to his Fomorian relatives to raise an army. This led to the Second Battle of Mag Tuiried, which was even more epic than the first, and featured one of Irish mythology's most important heroes. Enter Lug, whose full title was Lug Lam Fada, Lug of the Long Arm, though this referred to his reach in battle, rather than any actual anatomical peculiarity. Lug was like the kid in school who was annoyingly good at everything: sports, academics, and arts, and also happened to be attractive and well-liked. Except instead of just winning spelling bees, Lug was a master of every skill the ancient Irish valued: warrior, craftsman, poet, musician, sorcerer, and physician. He was basically a walking Renaissance, except several thousand years before the actual Renaissance, which shows admirable initiative. Luz arrived at Tara, the seat of Irish kingship, while Nuada was preparing for war with the Fomorians. The gatekeeper asked Lug what skill he possessed, since Tara only admitted people who could contribute something unique. Lug listed his abilities one by one. He was a carpenter, a smith, a warrior, a harper, a poet, a historian, a sorcerer, and so on. To each skill, the gatekeeper responded that they already had someone who did that. This went on for a while, probably with increasing awkwardness, until Lug asked the practical question: did they have anyone who could do all of these things? The gatekeeper, recognizing a rhetorical checkmate when he heard one, let him in. Nuada was so impressed with Lug that he temporarily gave him command of the war against the Fomorians. This was either a sign of great wisdom or a symptom of severe imposter syndrome, but either way it worked out. Lug led the Tuatha De Danann in the Second Battle of Mag Tuiried, which was less a battle and more a mythological highlight reel of supernatural combat. The battle featured some truly memorable moments. The Dagda, whose name basically means the good god, in the sense of good at everything, rather than morally upright, met with the Fomorian sorceress Morrigan before the battle. Their encounter resulted in an alliance because apparently military strategy in Irish mythology sometimes involves supernatural romance with goddesses who could shapeshift into crows. The Dagda also visited the enemy camp before the battle, where the Fomorians decided to mock him by serving him a massive portion of porridge, his favourite food, in a crater-sized hole in the ground. The porridge contained whole sheep, pigs, and gallons of milk. The Fomorians expected this to humiliate the Dagda, but he simply ate all of it using a ladle so large it could hold 2 people lying down. Then he took a nap, because that's what you do after eating several livestock worth of porridge. During the actual battle, Lugh faced his grandfather Baylor of the Evil Eye. Baylor's eye was so poisonous that it took several men to lift the eyelid, and anyone who looked at it would die. This was simultaneously a formidable weapon and a significant vision impairment, but Baylor had made it work for him. Lugh killed Baylor with a sling stone that drove the eye through the back of his head. causing it to look upon Baela's own army and destroy them. This was poetic justice with practical military applications. The Tuatha De Danann won the battle, defeated the Fomorians definitively, and established themselves as the undisputed rulers of Ireland. Lugh became one of their greatest kings, and his name echoed through Irish mythology for centuries. He was the father of Cuchulainn, Ireland's greatest hero, proving that being good at everything is apparently hereditary. The reign of the Tuatha De Danann represented a golden age in Irish mythology, a time when the gods walked the land, magic was commonplace, and every feast was a celebration of impossible abundance. But like all golden ages in mythology, it couldn't last forever. Someone new was coming to Ireland, and this time they'd be harder to defeat because they represented something the Tuatha De Danann had no defence against. They represented us. The Milesians, the sons of Miel, were the final wave of mythological invaders, and they were different from all the previous groups. They represented mortal humans, our ancestors, people without magical powers or divine heritage, who nonetheless had the audacity to think they could take Ireland from gods. The Milesians came from Spain, supposedly, though the Spain in Irish mythology is less a geographic location and more a vague concept of that warmer place to the south. They sailed to Ireland with the full intention of conquering it, which takes either impressive courage or significant ignorance of what they were up against. When the Milesians landed in Ireland, they encountered three goddesses who embodied the land itself: Banba, Fodla, and Eriu. Each goddess asked that Ireland be named after her. The Milesians, displaying the diplomatic skills that would later make Irish politicians famous, promised each goddess that Ireland would bear her name. All three names were used at various times, but Eriu's name eventually stuck, evolving into Air, which is still Ireland's official name in Irish. The Tuatha De Danann tried everything to repel the invaders. They used their magic to create storms that drove the Milesian ships back from shore. They made the land appear inhospitable and cursed the invaders with various supernatural obstacles. But the Milesians had something the previous invaders lacked: persistence and an apparent immunity to being discouraged by impossibility. The poet Emergin, one of the Milesians, spoke an incantation when they finally managed to land, the first recorded poem in Irish mythology, and it's still remarkable today. He declared himself to be the wind on the sea, the ocean wave, the roar of the tide, and various other natural phenomena, essentially claiming Ireland through identification with the land itself. It was like announcing at a party that you're not just attending, you're actually the house. Bold strategy, but it worked. The conflict between the Milesians and the Tuatha De Danann came to a head in several battles, but the outcome was never really in doubt. The Milesians represented the inevitable transition from mythological to historical time, from a world governed by magic to one governed by human concerns. The Tuatha De Danann could win every battle and still lose the war, because they were fighting against narrative inevitability. The resolution was ingeniously Irish. Rather than a fight to the death, the two sides negotiated. The Tuatha De Danann agreed to retreat underground into the Sid, the fairy mounds and hills that dot Ireland's landscape. They would keep the spiritual sovereignty of Ireland while the Milesians held the physical land. Ireland was essentially divided horizontally, with humans getting the surface and the gods getting everything beneath. This arrangement explains one of the most distinctive features of Irish mythology and folklore. The gods never really left. They just moved underground, where they became the Aoc, the fairy folk. Every hill might contain an entrance to their world. Every body of water might connect to their realm. And at certain times of year, particularly Samhain, Halloween, and Beltane, May Day, the boundaries between the worlds grew thin. This transition from gods to fairies is uniquely Irish in its practicality. Rather than killing off their gods or declaring them false, the Irish simply renegotiated their living arrangements. The Tuatha De Danann became the good people, the fair folk, beings who demanded respect and offerings, but who could also offer blessings and aid to humans who treated them properly. The relationship between humans and the fairy folk became central to Irish culture. You didn't build on fairy paths, you didn't cut down fairy thorns, and and you definitely didn't offend them by calling them names they might interpret as insulting. This wasn't superstition so much as an elaborate system of environmental and cultural preservation disguised as mythology. So the Milesians took possession of Ireland's surface, establishing the ruling families that would later claim descent from these legendary ancestors. Every significant Irish clan traced its lineage back to the Milesians, giving them both legitimacy and a connection to that mythological past when gods walked openly on the land. Now that we've established how Ireland came to be populated and how its gods and humans learned to coexist, let's talk about Ireland's greatest hero. Cuchulainn was born as Setanta, a fairly normal name that didn't hint at the absolutely abnormal life he would lead. His father was either the mortal warrior Swaltam or the god Lugh. The myth can't quite decide, but the general consensus is that he was probably Lugh's son, because otherwise his abilities don't make sense. As a boy, Setanta was already showing signs of being extraordinary. He asked his mother when he could join the boy troop at Emain Macha, the seat of Ulster's King Conchobar mac Nessa. His mother told him he was too young, but Setanta, displaying the impatience that would characterise his entire short life, decided to go anyway. He took his toy weapons and walked the considerable distance to Emain Macha. When he arrived, the boy warriors were playing hurling, an Irish sport that resembles field hockey, played by people with a death wish. Setanta, not waiting for introductions or permission, simply joined the game and promptly defeated all 150 boys single-handedly. This was either impressive athletic ability or a sign that Ulster's boy warriors needed better training programs. The incident that gave him his famous name happened when King Conchobar invited Setanta to a feast at the house of Cuchulainn the smith. Setanta was delayed by games and arrived late after Cuchulainn had released his guard dog, a massive hound trained to protect the property and generally be terrifying to uninvited guests. The hound attacked young Setanta, who was armed only with his hurling stick and ball. In what must have been either exceptional aim or divine favour, Setanta hit the ball straight into the hound's mouth and down its throat, then followed up by smashing the dog's head against a stone. This was effective self-defence, but made him unpopular with Cuchulainn, who had just lost an expensive and well-trained guard dog to an 8-year-old with sports equipment. Setanta, feeling guilty, offered to serve as Cuchulainn's guard dog until a replacement could be trained. This is how he got the name Cuchulainn, the Hound of Cuchulainn. It's worth noting that he chose to be named after a dog he killed, which is very Irish in its combination of guilt, honour and probably not thinking through the long-term implications of your nickname. As Cuchulainn grew, he trained with the legendary warrior woman Scathach in Scotland. Scathach ran what was essentially a supernatural military academy, teaching warriors techniques that probably violated several conventions about ethical combat. She taught Cuchulainn the Gay Bolg, a barbed spear that entered the body as 1 point and exited as 30. This was either highly advanced weapons technology or simply cruel and unusual depending on your perspective. During his training, Cuchulainn also somehow found time to romance Scathach's daughter Uathach and defeat Scathach's rival Aife, whom he also romanced because apparently his training schedule wasn't full enough. His relationship with Aife produced a son, Conla, whose story ends tragically, but that's Irish mythology for you. Cuchulainn's most famous exploit was single-handedly defending Ulster during the Tyne Bo Cuailnge, the cattle raid of Cooley. Queen Medb of Connaught invaded Ulster to steal a legendary bull, and she timed her invasion for when the men of Ulster were affected by a curse that made them as weak as women in childbirth. This curse is one of Irish mythology's more creative military disadvantages. Cuchulainn, either immune to the curse or too young to be affected, stood alone at the ford and challenged Medb's army to single combat. For months he fought champion after champion, holding the fort through skill, determination and occasional berserker rages where he transformed into something so terrifying that the myths struggle to describe it adequately. These rages, called the Riastrad or warp spasm, transformed Cuchulainn into something barely human. His body contorted, one eye receded into his skull while the other bulged out, his hair stood on end with sparks flying from each strand, and a pillar of blood shot from his head. It was like watching a superhero transformation sequence directed by someone who took the concept of rage mode very literally. Despite being outnumbered thousands to one, Xu Chulin held the ford until the rest of Ulster recovered from their curse. His stand became legendary, the ultimate example of one warrior's determination defeating overwhelming odds. He embodied every virtue the ancient Irish admired: courage, skill in battle, loyalty to his people, and the kind of stubbornness that modern psychologists would probably flag as concerning, but ancient warriors considered admirable. Cu Chulain's death, when it came, was appropriately dramatic. Cursed and wounded, knowing he was dying, he tied himself to a standing stone so he could die on his feet, facing his enemies. The Morrigan, the war goddess, landed on his shoulder in the form of a crow, and that's how his enemies knew he was finally dead. Because only then did he stop being dangerous. After Cu Chulain's era came the time of the Fianna, Ireland's legendary warrior band. Think of them as a cross between special forces, park rangers, and wandering poets, because in Irish mythology you could absolutely be all three simultaneously. The Fianna served the High King of Ireland, but they operated with considerable independence. They lived outside normal society, camping in Ireland's wild places, hunting, training, and generally being available whenever the kingdom needed defenders. Their membership requirements were so demanding they made modern special forces selection look relaxed. To join the Fianna, a candidate had to prove their abilities through a series of tests. They had to compose poetry, because what good is a warrior who can't describe their victories in proper verse? They had to defend themselves while standing in a waist-deep hole armed only with a shield and a hazel stick, while 9 warriors threw spears at them. They had to run through the forest at full speed without breaking a twig, disturbing their braided hair, or having a weapon waver in their hands. These requirements effectively filtered out everyone except supernatural athletes with good hair and literary talent. The greatest leader of the Fianna was Fionn McCumhale, whose name means fair son of Cumhall. Fionn's father was killed before he was born, so his mother sent him away to be raised in secret, because apparently that's just what you did with legendary heroes in Irish mythology. He was trained by 2 druidesses who taught him poetry, the arts of war, and presumably how to cook for himself, though the myths are oddly quiet about domestic skills. The defining moment of Fionn's youth came when he was apprenticed to the poet Finnegas, who had spent years trying to catch the salmon of knowledge. This salmon had eaten hazelnuts from the trees of wisdom that grew around the well of Sagai's, thereby becoming the most educated fish in Irish mythology. Finnegas believed that eating this salmon would grant the knowledge of the world, which is either profound symbolism about education or proof that ancient Irish dietary advice was unusual. When Finnegas finally caught the salmon, he instructed young Fionn to cook it, but warned him not to eat any of it. Fionn obediently cooked the salmon, but while turning it, he burned his thumb on the hot fish, and instinctively stuck his thumb in his mouth to cool the burn. That tiny taste was enough to transfer all the salmon's wisdom to Fionn. From that point on, whenever Fionn needed knowledge, he would suck his thumb, which sounds silly until you remember he gained access to all the world's wisdom through this gesture. It was like having Google's search built into your body, except more reliable and with better privacy protections. Fionn led the Fianna through countless adventures. They fought giants, battled invaders, hunted magical boars, and generally kept Ireland safe from various supernatural threats. But Fionn's story is also notable for its romantic complications, because Irish heroes apparently couldn't just focus on their work without creating elaborate relationship drama. The most famous of these complications involved Gran, the daughter of the High King. Fionn, now old enough that people were politely referring to him as mature, was betrothed to young Gran. At the wedding feast, Gran looked at her much older fiancé, then looked at his younger, more attractive warrior Diarmuid, and decided she preferred the latter. She placed Diarmuid under a gace, a magical obligation, forcing him to elope with her. Diarmuid was in an impossible situation. He was bound by oath to serve Fionn loyally, but he was also bound by the gaze to protect green. The resulting pursuit lasted years, with Fionn and the Fianna chasing the couple across Ireland, while Diarmuid repeatedly demonstrated that he could escape any trap, not because he was disloyal, but because he was obligated to survive. Eventually Fionn accepted the situation, and Diarmuid and Grain settled down to live peacefully. But Fionn's forgiveness had limits. When Diarmuid was later wounded by a magical boar, Fionn had the power to heal him. He needed only to give him water carried in his hands. 3 times Fionn went to fetch water, and 3 times he let it trickle through his fingers before reaching Diarmuid. This was revenge served very cold, and it effectively ended Diarmuid's life. The story of Fionn and the Fianna represents the last age of Irish legendary heroes before history began to be recorded with more reliability. They existed in that twilight space between mythological and historical time, their adventures becoming increasingly grounded in real geography, even as they retained elements of the fantastic. One of the most beautiful aspects of Irish mythology is how it's bound to the physical landscape. Unlike some mythologies that take place in vague, distant realms, Irish myths are grounded in specific locations you can actually visit. Every hill has a story, every ancient stone might mark something significant, and every body of water potentially connects to the other world. Newgrange, that massive passage tomb older than the pyramids, was said to be the home of Engus Og, the god of love and poetry. The monument aligns perfectly with the winter solstice sunrise, which is either sophisticated astronomical knowledge or proof that ancient Irish people really cared about dramatic lighting for important days. Engus supposedly won the house from his father, the Dagda, through a clever word trick, because Irish gods appreciated wordplay almost as much as they appreciated magic. The Hill of Tara in County Meath served as the seat of the High Kings of Ireland. It's really more of a gentle hill than an imposing fortress, but in Irish mythology, it was the political and spiritual centre of the island. Kings were inaugurated there, laws were proclaimed there, and the Stone of Destiny stood there, crying out when touched by the rightful king. The site contains multiple earthworks and monuments spanning thousands of years, each layer adding another chapter to Ireland's story. The Giant's Causeway, with its 40,000 interlocking basalt columns, was said to be built by the giant Fionn McCumhail. Yes, the same Fionn from the Fianna, who apparently moonlighted as a giant in some stories. According to legend, he built the causeway to reach Scotland so he could fight a Scottish giant. When he saw how large his opponent was, he disguised himself as a baby, and his wife told the Scottish giant that this infant was their child. The Scottish giant, reasoning that if the baby was this big, the father must be enormous, fled back to Scotland in terror, destroying the causeway behind him. It's a story that combines geology, mythology, and the eternal theme of solving problems through deception rather than direct confrontation. The Cave of Cruachan in County Roscommon was known as the entrance to the otherworld. It was from this cave that the destructive birds of Morrigan emerged, that supernatural animals escaped to wreak havoc in the mortal world, and that the boundary between worlds grew particularly thin. Medieval Irish texts describe it as Ireland's gate to hell, which seems harsh, but certainly increased the property's notoriety. Loughgur in County Limerick contains an island that appears and disappears, supposedly rising from the water every 7 years. The lake is associated with the goddess Ain, who represented sovereignty, fertility, and the sun. Once a year, according to tradition, you could see ancient warriors riding around the lake's shores, which would have been either a spectacular tourist attraction or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective on ghostly cavalry. The Paps of Anu, 2 mountains in County Kerry, were named for their resemblance to breasts and associated with Anu, or Danu, the mother goddess of the Tuatha De Danann. Ancient peoples didn't mess around with subtle symbolism. If they wanted to honour a mother goddess, they pointed at breast-shaped mountains and said, "Those are definitely hers." These sacred sites weren't just backdrops for stories. They were characters in the mythology themselves. The land of Ireland was sentient in these myths, capable of blessing or cursing, accepting or rejecting rulers, and maintaining its own spiritual sovereignty regardless of who claimed political control. This relationship between land and mythology created a culture where geography itself carried meaning. You couldn't just look at a hill in ancient Ireland, you had to know its story, understand which gods or heroes were associated with it, remember what battles were fought there, and be aware of which fairy folk might call it home. The landscape was a book written in earth and stone, and the myths were the key to reading it. This tradition continues today in Irish place names. Nearly every town, river, mountain and field carries a name that tells a story. Dublin, Blackpool, became Dublin. Glen Neige Capel, Valley of the Horses, tells you what once happened there. The landscape itself is an archive of stories, each name a bookmark in Ireland's long narrative. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine walking through this mythological landscape. Every step takes you through layers of story, each stone marking some ancient event, each spring connected to some tale of transformation or healing. It's a world where paying attention to the land meant understanding the stories that shaped your people's identity. Irish mythology's otherworld wasn't hell or heaven. It was Tir na Nog, the land of youth, or Mag Mell, the pleasant plain, or any of a dozen other names for what was essentially a parallel Ireland where everything was just slightly better and nobody aged. The otherworld could be reached in various ways, each more poetic than the last. Sometimes it was underwater. You could ride your horse into a lake and emerge in a crystalline kingdom, where mer-people held court and time moved differently. Sometimes it lay beneath a fairy mound, accessed through doors that opened only on certain nights, or to certain people. Sometimes it existed across the Western Sea, on islands that appeared and disappeared depending on weather, season, or the observer's worthiness. What made the Irish otherworld fascinating was its ambiguity. It wasn't a punishment or reward, it was simply another place running parallel to our own. The beings there weren't good or evil in any absolute sense. They were powerful, capricious, and bound by their own complex rules that didn't always make sense to mortal visitors. Time worked differently in the otherworld, following what fantasy writers would later call Rip Van Winkle rules. You might spend what felt like a single pleasant afternoon there, only to return home and discover that 300 years had passed. Oisin, the son of Fionn mac Cumhaill, made exactly this mistake. He fell in love with Niamh of the Golden Hair, who invited him to Tir na Nog. He went willingly, planning to visit briefly. In Tir na Nog, Oisin lived in perfect happiness with Niamh. The land was beautiful, the weather was always pleasant, and nobody grew old or sick. It was like a permanent vacation in the world's best resort, except the resort was an entire magical realm. After what seemed like 3 years, Oisin grew homesick and asked to visit Ireland, just to see his old friends and family. Niamh agreed, but warned him not to dismount from his horse or touch the ground of Ireland. She gave him a white horse and specific instructions about staying mounted, which in Irish mythology usually means the instructions are extremely important and will definitely be ignored. Oisin rode back to Ireland and found everything changed. His father was gone, the Fianna were gone, and 300 years had passed in what felt like 3 to him. He encountered people who were noticeably smaller and weaker than he remembered, which makes sense since he was still effectively a mythological hero visiting a more historical period. While helping some farmers move a stone, Oisin's saddle girth broke, and he fell to the ground. The moment he touched Irish soil, 300 years caught up with him instantly. He aged rapidly, becoming an ancient blind man in seconds. In some versions, he survived long enough to meet St. Patrick and tell him stories of the old days, creating a poignant conversation between Ireland's pagan past and Christian present. The otherworld's relationship with time wasn't cruel. It simply operated on different principles. A day there might equal a year here, or vice versa. The exchange rate varied depending on location, circumstance, and possibly the whims of whatever powers managed interdimensional customs control. Another route to the otherworld involved fairy music. Certain melodies could transport listeners across the boundary between worlds, which made being a musician in ancient Ireland either a prestigious calling or a dangerous occupation, depending on your ability to resist magical summons. Musicians who heard otherworldly music sometimes followed it into the fairy mounds and never returned, or returned changed, bearing knowledge of songs that mortal ears weren't quite meant to hear. The inhabitants of the otherworld were the Tuatha De Danann, those former gods who'd agreed to move underground. They lived in splendour beneath the hills, hosting eternal feasts where the food never ran out and the entertainment never bored. They sometimes invited mortals to join them, though these invitations were less requests and more tests of character, courage, or both. Food in the otherworld was particularly hazardous for visitors. Eating fairy food meant you'd be unable to return to the mortal world, trapped in the otherworld through some mystical contract formed by digestion. This was simultaneously the world's most effective immigration policy, and a warning about accepting dinner invitations from people who live under hills. The otherworld also served as a source of gifts and curses. Heroes would journey there to retrieve magical items, swords that never missed, shields that never failed, and cauldrons that never emptied. But these quests always came with conditions and consequences. Nothing was freely given. Every magical object came with strings attached, sometimes literally if it was a magical harp. Despite its dangers, the otherworld represented something important in Irish mythology, the idea that the mundane world wasn't all there was. Beyond the everyday struggles of farming, fishing, and trying to stay warm in Ireland's damp climate, there existed realms of beauty, magic, and possibility. The otherworld was hope made tangible, proof that wonder still existed if you knew where to look. Irish mythology's treatment of female divine figures is remarkably nuanced for ancient stories. These weren't passive princesses waiting for rescue. They were active forces who shaped events, chose their own partners, and wielded power that made mortal heroes tread carefully. The Morrigan was perhaps the most complex of these figures. Her name means either Phantom Queen or Great Queen, depending on translation, and she embodied sovereignty, prophecy, and war. But she wasn't just a war goddess in the sense of enjoying battle. She was war itself, the force that drove warriors to madness and determined who would survive combat. The Morrigan often appeared as three sisters, or three aspects of the same goddess: Badb, Macha, and Nemain, each representing different aspects of battle and fate. Badb appeared as a crow or raven on battlefields, presiding over carnage with the detached interest of someone evaluating their handiwork. Macha represented sovereignty, and could curse entire armies, as she did to the men of Ulster. Nemain's name means frenzy, and she induced panic and confusion in warriors, turning organised armies into panicked mobs. But the Morrigan wasn't simply destructive. Before the Second Battle of Mag Tuiread, she met with the Dagda, and their union helped secure victory for the Tuatha De Danann. She could prophesy the future, sometimes in cryptic poetry that made perfect sense only after the events she described had already happened, which is very like prophecy everywhere, really. Her interaction with Cuchulainn demonstrates the complex nature of divine attention. She approached the hero in various guises, offering help and affection. When he rejected her, not recognising who she was, she became his enemy. During the Tyne, she harassed him in the forms of an eel, a wolf, and a cattle stampede. Each time, Cuchulainn injured her, and each injury would later have consequences. After the fighting, the Morrigan appeared to Cuchulainn as an old woman milking a cow. She had 3 wounds, corresponding to the 3 injuries he'd inflicted on her animal forms. Cuchulainn, not knowing who she was, asked for milk. She gave him 3 drinks, and with each one he blessed her. These blessings healed her wounds, because blessings from a hero carried power. It was a moment of grace between enemies, though Cuchulainn's realisation of whom he'd helped probably came too late to matter. Other goddesses were associated with specific aspects of Irish life and landscape. Aine represented summer, wealth, and sovereignty, particularly in Munster. She could bless crops or destroy them, grant love or withhold it, and once took revenge on a king who assaulted her by turning him into a goose, which seems lenient until you consider what happens to geese at holiday meals. Brigid was a goddess so beloved that Christianity couldn't eliminate her, so she became Saint Brigid instead, maintaining much of her divine authority under a new title. She represented poetry, healing and smithcraft, the three pillars of Irish culture. Her feast day, Imbolc, marked the beginning of spring and the lambing season, that moment when Ireland started transitioning from winter's harshness to the possibility of warmth. The goddess Eriu, for whom Ireland is named, represented the land's sovereignty itself. Kings weren't just political leaders, they were symbolically married to the land, and their fitness to rule was demonstrated through the land's fertility. Poor harvests suggested the king had lost the land's favour. Abundant harvests proved his legitimate sovereignty. This created a practical incentive for kings to take agricultural policy seriously. These goddesses rarely appeared as simple figures with single purposes. They contained multitudes, embodying contradictions that made them feel more like real powers than literary constructs. The Morrigan could be a generous lover and a terrible enemy, sometimes in the same story. Brigid represented both the creative spark of inspiration and the technical skill of metalwork. They couldn't be reduced to simple archetypes because they represented the complexity of life itself. The respect shown to these female divine figures suggests that Iron Age Irish society had different gender dynamics than many ancient cultures. Women could be warriors, poets, rulers, and property owners. The myths reflect this, showing goddesses and mortal women making their own choices, pursuing their own goals, and being taken seriously as independent actors rather than prizes or victims. When Christianity arrived in Ireland, something unusual happened. Instead of completely destroying the pagan mythology, Christian monks incorporated it, recorded it, and sometimes baptized it, literally adding Christian elements while maintaining the pagan structure. St. Patrick, Ireland's patron saint, supposedly drove the snakes from Ireland, which is a lovely story except Ireland never had snakes. The island's isolation prevented snakes from colonising after the last ice age. So Patrick's victory over snakes was either metaphorical, representing paganism, or the easiest pest control job in religious history. What Patrick and subsequent Christian missionaries actually did was more subtle and more interesting than snake removal. They learned the Irish language, studied Irish law, and worked within Irish cultural frameworks rather than trying to impose Roman Christian traditions wholesale. This created a uniquely Irish Christianity that maintained conversation with its pagan past. The monks who recorded Irish mythology centuries after Christianization could have simply destroyed these pagan stories as the work of devils. Instead, they wrote them down, sometimes adding explanatory notes like, "This is what the ignorant pagans believed," but preserving the stories nonetheless. These Christian scribes gave us the manuscripts that contain Ireland's mythological heritage, even while disapproving of their content. Sometimes the synthesis between Christian and pagan produced beautiful results. The Voyage of St. Brendan combined traditional Irish tales of otherworld journeys with Christian themes of faith and divine providence. Brendan and his monks sailed across the Atlantic, encountering islands of various wonders, some clearly mythological, others possibly based on real Atlantic islands. The voyage kept the structure of pre-Christian adventure tales while redirecting their spiritual meaning. The story of the children of Lear shows this synthesis clearly. The 4 children of King Lear were transformed into swans by their jealous stepmother, condemned to spend 900 years in bird form. They endured centuries of suffering on various Irish lakes, but when they were finally transformed back to human form, they were ancient and dying. A Christian monk baptized them just before their deaths, providing salvation at the story's end, a pagan tragedy given a Christian resolution. This interaction between Christian and pagan created a double vision in Irish culture that persists today. People could believe in Christian doctrine while still maintaining respect for fairy forts, still avoiding cutting down certain trees, and still recognising that the land itself held powers that transcended any single religious framework. St. Brigid's Day coincided with Imbolc, the pagan festival of the goddess Brigid. The saint inherited the goddess's associations with spring, fertility and renewal. Brigid's crosses, woven from rushes, decorated homes on her feast day, connecting Christian devotion to much older traditions of seasonal celebration and protection. Many Irish saints had adventures that closely resembled those of pagan heroes. They battled demons that looked suspiciously like Fomorians, performed miracles that resembled druidic magic, and generally behaved more like mythological heroes than the ascetic monks of continental Christianity. This wasn't confusion. It was cultural translation, expressing Christian themes through Irish narrative conventions. The holy wells scattered across Ireland illustrate this synthesis beautifully. Many were originally associated with pagan goddesses or local spirits. Christianity reassigned them to saints, but the practices remained similar. People still visited them for healing, still left offerings, and still walked around them in prescribed patterns. The form was Christian. The structure was much older. This ability to hold both Christian and pagan traditions simultaneously isn't contradiction so much as Irish pragmatism. Why abandon stories that connected you to your landscape and ancestors just because you'd accepted new religious beliefs? The past didn't need to be destroyed. It could be incorporated, reinterpreted and allowed to inform the present. We need to talk about the Tainbo Cuailinge, the cattle raid of Cooley, because it's the closest thing Ireland has to the Iliad, except instead of Helen of Troy, the conflict centres on a bull. This is very Irish. The story begins with pillow talk, which is how many problems begin. Queen Medb of Connaught and her husband, King Ailill, were lying in bed comparing their possessions, because apparently that's what royal couples did for entertainment before television. They were evenly matched in wealth until Ailill mentioned his bull, Finn Benach the White-Horned. Medb, who had strong opinions about equality in marriage and wasn't about to let her husband claim superiority through livestock, remembered hearing about an even better bull, Don Cuailinge, the brown bull of Cooley, which belonged to a chieftain in Ulster. She decided to borrow it, and when the owner refused, she decided to take it by force. This was either a proportionate response or a massive overreaction, depending on how seriously you take cattle-based marital disputes. Medb raised an army from all of Ireland except Ulster, and invaded during the one time when Ulster's warriors were incapacitated by that curse we mentioned earlier. Only Cuchulainn was unaffected, so he stood alone at the ford, challenging the invaders to single combat according to the rules of war that made Irish warfare more organised than rugby, but less organised than modern military operations. For months, Cuchulainn fought champion after champion. Each morning a new warrior would face him at the ford. Each evening that warrior would be dead or defeated. The Táin describes these combats in loving detail, cataloguing wounds, tactics, and the various ways creative violence could be applied using Bronze Age weaponry. Between fights, Cuchulainn's divine father, Lugh, would appear to heal him, because even legendary heroes need medical support after months of continuous combat. The downtime also allowed for several subplots, including Cuchulainn accidentally killing his foster brother Ferdia, in a heartbreaking duel that neither wanted but honour demanded. The death of Ferdia represents one of Irish mythology's most human moments. The two men had trained together, fought together, and loved each other as brothers. But Ferdia was sworn to Medb's service, and Cuchulainn was defending Ulster, so they met at the ford and fought for 3 days. Each evening they stopped fighting, embraced as friends, shared food and medical supplies, and slept near each other. Each morning they resumed trying to kill each other. On the 4th day, Cuchulainn used the gay bolg, killing Ferdia instantly and immediately falling into grief over what duty had made him do. Eventually Ulster's warriors recovered from their curse and joined the battle. The conflict escalated from single combat to full warfare, though by this point Medb's army was somewhat demoralised from watching their champions die one at a time at the ford. The invasion became a fighting retreat, with Medb's forces trying to get the Brown Bull back to Connaught while Ulster pursued. The climax comes when the Brown Bull of Cooley and Finnbennach the White-Horned finally meet. Remember, this entire war was about bulls. The two animals fought across Ireland, their battle destroying landscape features and creating new ones. When the Brown Bull finally killed Finnbennach, it went mad with battle rage, charging across Ireland with parts of its dead opponent still hanging from its horns, before finally dying of exhaustion. So Medb got her bull, but it immediately died, making the entire war pointless. Ulster defended its territory but lost many warriors. Cuchulainn won every combat but lost his foster brother. Everyone lost something, and the only winners were the storytellers who got an epic poem out of the disaster. The Táin is strange by epic standards. There's no clear moral victor. The central conflict is simultaneously trivial and deadly serious, and the heroes spend as much time honouring their enemies as fighting them. But it captures something essentially Irish. The idea that honour and duty can lead to absurd situations, that conflicts escalate beyond their original causes, and that warfare is simultaneously glorious and tragic, sometimes in the same moment. Irish heroes didn't just carry ordinary weapons, they bore objects with histories, personalities, and often unfortunate side effects. These magical items were characters in their own right, and their stories reveal how the Irish thought about power, responsibility, and the cost of possessing extraordinary things. The Lia Fáil, the Stone of Destiny we mentioned earlier, would cry out when touched by the rightful King of Ireland. This was convenient for royal succession, but potentially awkward if you accidentally leaned against it while picnicking on Tara. The stone supposedly remains at Tara, though Scottish tradition claims an ancient Irish king gave it to Scotland, where it became part of the coronation throne. This dispute over a rock's location has continued for centuries, proving that even magical objects can cause political controversy. The Dagda's cauldron, Quoir Ansic, could feed any number of people without emptying. It was essentially infinite hospitality in cookware form, which perfectly embodied Irish values about generosity and community. No one ever left the Dagda's feasts hungry, which must have made him popular at parties and impossible to follow on the hosting rotation. The Sword of Nuada, from which no one could escape once drawn, sounds impressive until you consider the logistics. What if you drew it by accident? What if you wanted to practice sword maintenance? The myths don't address these practical concerns, focusing instead on its combat effectiveness and symbolic importance as a marker of rightful sovereignty. The Gay Bulgar, Cuchulainn's barbed spear, was thrown with the foot, yes, the foot, and entered the body as a single point before expanding into 30 barbs. Removing it was fatal, leaving it in was fatal, and encountering it was generally fatal. The weapon's mechanics made no anatomical sense, but it was terrifyingly effective in mythology, which is what mattered. Musical instruments held special power in Irish myth. The Dagda possessed a harp that could play 3 strains: the strain of sorrow that made listeners weep, the strain of joy that made them laugh, and the strain of sleep that put them into slumber. This was either a remarkably versatile instrument, or proof that ancient Irish music had genuine psychological effects. Cloaks of invisibility appeared frequently, usually at convenient moments when heroes needed to sneak somewhere. These operated more reliably than modern streaming services and had better coverage, though presumably they required less buffering. Magical animals counted as possessions too. The horses of the Tuatha Dé Danann could travel across water as easily as land, which would have made ferry crossings much simpler. The salmon of knowledge we met earlier counted as a magical object, though eating it was a one-time benefit that couldn't be renewed, unlike modern subscription services. Cauldrons of rebirth could restore dead warriors to life, though the revived warriors couldn't speak, which seems like a significant limitation, but was apparently acceptable. These cauldrons made warfare less permanent but didn't solve the fundamental problems causing the conflicts, so armies kept killing each other knowing death might be temporary. This was either hope or horror, depending on your perspective on eternal return to the battlefield. What united these magical objects was their double-edged nature. Power came with limitations, gifts came with curses, and possessing something extraordinary meant taking on responsibilities that ordinary people didn't bear. The heroes who wielded these objects were changed by them, shaped by the weight of carrying items that normal rules didn't apply to. This theme resonates through Irish mythology, that power, whether political, magical or military, is never simple or purely beneficial. Every advantage creates new vulnerabilities, every gift imposes new obligations, and every magical object eventually demands payment for its use. As you sink deeper into sleep with the weight of the blankets and the gentle rhythm of your breathing, consider why these ancient Irish stories remain compelling enough to keep people talking about them over 1,000 years after the society that created them transformed into something different. Irish mythology survives because it addresses eternal human concerns through specific cultural expressions. The stories speak to universal experiences, love and loss, ambition and failure, the search for meaning, the acceptance of mortality, while remaining distinctively Irish in their telling. These myths also preserve something valuable through Ireland's various conquests and colonisations. When political sovereignty was lost, cultural sovereignty remained encoded in stories passed down through generations. The myths reminded Irish people who they were when external powers tried to tell them otherwise. The stories adapted remarkably well to changing circumstances. When Christianity arrived, the myths acquired new meanings without losing their essential character. When English colonisation threatened Irish culture, the stories persisted in both Irish and English languages. When modernity suggested myths were irrelevant, Irish writers like Yeats and Joyce demonstrated their continued artistic power. What makes Irish mythology unique among European traditions is this adaptability combined with continuity. The stories changed enough to remain relevant without changing so much they lost connection to their origins. The Tuatha De Danann transformed from gods to fairies to literary symbols without disappearing entirely. The relationship between mythology and landscape that we discussed earlier created deep roots. Stories attached to specific places became harder to erase than stories floating in abstract space. You could suppress the language, but the hills remained, and the hills remembered their names and their stories. Irish mythology also offered something that more austere religious traditions sometimes lacked: a sense of play, of cosmic humour, of gods and heroes who made mistakes and learned from them. The sacred and profane mixed freely. The profound and ridiculous coexisted comfortably, and dignity could survive embarrassment. These weren't stories about perfection or absolute moral clarity. They were stories about complicated people, in complicated situations, making difficult choices with limited information and living with consequences. This complexity made them more relatable than many mythologies, built around clear distinctions between good and evil. As you finally drift into sleep, the stories continue their work. They've survived wars and famines, colonization and modernization, the deaths of the languages they were first told in, and their translation into languages that didn't exist when they were created. They've outlasted kings and conquerors, and outlived political systems and religious transformations. Tomorrow, when you wake, the world will seem ordinary again. But somewhere in Ireland, a hill still carries the name of a goddess, a lake still connects to the other world, and the boundary between myth and reality remains pleasantly uncertain. The stories wait patiently, as they have for millennia, ready to transport anyone who listens back to that time, when gods walked the land and the impossible happened with comfortable regularity. Sleep well, knowing that you're connected to a tradition of storytelling that stretches back into the mists of time, when history and mythology were the same thing, and the world was young enough to still believe in magic. Imagine yourself on a Liverpool dock in 1838, watching what appears to be a sailing ship have an affair with a factory. Paddle wheels churn the water like enormous wooden washing machines. Smoke billows from tall funnels, and somewhere deep within this mechanical whale, coal fires burn hot enough to convert water into the steam that will take you across the Atlantic Ocean in just 18 days. rather than the customary 6 weeks. This marks the beginning of the steamship era, when travelling across the oceans became more like following a schedule rather than a prayer to the wind gods. One of the first specially designed steamships to frequently traverse the Atlantic, the Great Western was essentially a floating city with a very particular issue. How do you feed hundreds of people when the closest supermarket is thousands of miles away and won't be accessible for weeks? Prior to steamships, travelling by sea was similar to camping for wealthy people. You brought your own food, hoped it wouldn't go bad, and accepted that meals would consist of whatever the ship's cook could prepare using hardtack, salt pork and anything that wasn't mouldy. But everything changed with steamships. These were luxury hotels that just so happened to float, and luxury hotels require luxury dining. They weren't merely transport ships. The difficulty of the task was magnificent. Imagine attempting to stock a restaurant for 3 weeks, while your kitchen is always changing in 3 dimensions. You have limited storage space, no refrigeration other than what nature provides, and you are unable to go outside for fresh ingredients. Oh, and your patrons anticipate the same level of quality that they would find at the best restaurants in New York or London. This issue was resolved by ship designers using the same Victorian inventiveness that produced the Suez Canal and the London sewer system. They developed dining systems, inventive preservation techniques, and floating pantries that would make contemporary cruise ship designers swoon. In addition to overcoming distance, the steamship was also transforming the idea of what it meant to eat healthily while travelling. Launched in 1843, the SS Great Britain resembled a mechanical marvel crossed with a floating palace. It was the world's largest ship, measuring 322 feet in length, and its designers recognised that passengers were purchasing an experience rather than merely a ticket. In addition to reflecting the social structures of the era, the dining arrangements on these early steamships introduced new types of maritime hospitality that would shape ocean travel in the century that followed. The way that steamship dining addressed issues that had dogged maritime travel ever since people first tied logs together and aimed them toward the horizon was what made it so intriguing. Proper food storage and menu planning helped prevent scurvy, the vitamin deficit disease that made sailors' teeth into loose accessories. Multi-course meals that could compete with anything served on land replaced the boring diet of ship biscuits and salt beef. The true revolution, however, was not in what people ate, but rather in how dining became an integral part of the steamship experience. Like all communities, these ships were forming floating communities centered around communal meals. The ship's dining saloon developed into its social hub, where travelers from various backgrounds interacted, romances blossomed, and the simple act of sharing meals forged relationships that persisted long after the ship docked. Imagine yourself standing on that Liverpool dock as you fall asleep tonight, watching people board with their trunks and their expectations. The first meal service of a voyage that will redefine what it means to eat while travelling is already underway somewhere in the ship's belly as the whistle blows and the paddle wheels start their rhythmic churning. You're about to learn how these floating eateries catered to their patrons, serving everything from the most elaborate first-class feast to the most basic steerage meal, all while navigating the Atlantic Ocean's never-ending waves. You might not even realise you're on a ship when you enter the SS Great Eastern's dining saloon in 1860. Like a cathedral devoted to the art of eating, the room sprawls out in front of you. Long tables covered in immaculate white linen stretch into the distance like a royal banquet. Crystal chandeliers sway softly with the motion of the ship, and massive mirrors reflect gaslight off polished mahogany. During the Victorian era, these dining saloons were the answer to a very specific question. How can you create an atmosphere of refined elegance in a space that is surrounded by thousands of tons of cold seawater and is always in motion? Most people were unaware that the answer required more theatrical stagecraft. Every component, including the substantial furniture fastened to the deck, and the specially made fiddles, those elevated edges that prevented plates from slipping off tables, was thoughtfully arranged to preserve the appearance of stability and elegance. With 400 seats available at once, the Great Eastern's dining saloon was larger than the majority of eateries in New York or London. This one, however, had to operate while tilting, rolling, and occasionally lurching in ways that would cause a terrestrial maitre d' to go into cardiac arrest, in contrast to those land-based establishments. Ship designers used inventions that combined engineering prowess and magical thinking to overcome these obstacles. Wide, low tables with the characteristic raised edges that came to define dining at sea were constructed. Chairs were made to remain stationary in the event of choppy seas, and were heavier than their cousins on shore. Thick carpets that absorbed sound and offered traction covered the floors, creating an acoustic space where diners could hear one another over the continuous hum of paddle wheels and steam engines. Lighting posed special difficulties of its own. Dining saloons were reliant on oil lamps and later gas fixtures, which had to be built to be safe even when the ship was pitching in severe weather, because candles were fire hazards on wooden ships. As a result, even basic meals felt refined and sophisticated thanks to the warm, golden illumination. Many travellers recalled the entire experience more vividly than the places they were sailing toward, because the food and passengers looked better and the whole thing took on an almost dreamlike quality. These dining saloons' social dynamics were meticulously planned out like a ballet. Based on their social standing, class of travel, and occasionally their nationality, passengers were given seats. Prominent passengers might find themselves dining with the ship's officers and exchanging tales that would eventually become part of maritime folklore at the captain's table, the most prestigious seating arrangement. The way these dining saloons managed the straightforward logistics of serving hundreds of meals at once, while the entire restaurant was constantly moving, was perhaps their most impressive feature. Waiters, also known as stewards, created methods that combined elements of martial arts and dance. They developed an almost supernatural ability to carry loaded trays across a rolling deck without losing a single dinner roll, as they learned to anticipate the movement of the ship and time their steps to its rhythm. There was nothing like the sound of a steamship dining saloon in full operation on land. The soft chatter of passengers, the clink of silverware, the rustle of stewards' feet on the plush carpet, and beneath it all, the steady hum of the engines that powered this floating eatery. As a reminder that this sophisticated social area was encircled by the vastness of the ocean, you may occasionally hear the distant sound of waves against the hull, or the cry of seabirds. Meals in the evening were especially magical events. In the midst of the trackless sea, the dining saloon turned into a cosy haven of civilization as the daylight dimmed and the lamps were lit. For a few hours, the difficulties and discomforts of sea travel would be replaced by conversation, delicious food, and the strange intimacy that arises when strangers share an extraordinary experience. Passengers were dressed to impress. Formal dining was expected on steamships. These dining saloons' menu cards are poetic odes to Victorian plenty. Each dish would be described in such a way that even the most basic preparations would seem like culinary masterpieces, and course after course would be listed in intricate script. This theatrical presentation, however, was based on a sophisticated understanding of what worked in maritime dining. Foods that could be prepared ahead of time, that travelled well, and that would retain their excellent flavour even after being served in a constantly moving room. Consider yourself in 1875 sitting down to dinner after becoming wealthy enough to reserve first-class passage on the RMS Britannic. With dishes like turtle soup, salmon with lobster sauce, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, game pie, charlotte russe, and fresh fruit that somehow survived the journey from Mediterranean groves to your plate without wilting in the Atlantic spray, the menu in front of you reads like a love letter to Victorian excess. This was more than just dinner. It was a show of humanity's ability to overcome the inherent constraints of maritime travel. Every component on your plate symbolised a triumph over spoiling, and each expertly prepared dish was a protest against the ocean's attempt to turn your food into salted meat and hardtack. First-class passengers were purchasing temporary protection from the harsh realities of life at sea, not just a means of transportation. A contemporary supply chain manager would have been impressed by the logistics of these elaborate meals. Consider that fresh fruit. The ripeness of Spanish oranges, English apples, and French grapes had to be carefully chosen, packed to protect them from ship motion, and kept in specially ventilated compartments that allowed just enough air circulation to keep rot at bay, without allowing in the salt air that would destroy everything. The problems with meat were even worse. They didn't just throw that roast beef in the ship's pantry and hope for the best. It was a component of a well-planned system that also included traditional salt-preserved meats for longer voyages, live cattle kept in pens on deck, and cutting-edge preservation methods that stretched the limits of 19th century food science. Some ships even had their own ice houses, which were essentially floating refrigerators that allowed perishables to last far longer than they could have a generation ago. These luxurious steamships had wine cellars that were feats of engineering and taste. In order to maintain appropriate storage conditions, bottles needed to be fastened against the ship's continuous motion. The wine steward, who frequently held a highly esteemed position on board a ship, was knowledgeable about both wines and the unique difficulties of serving them in a constantly tilting environment. If handled improperly, a vintage Bordeaux that was excellent on land could become unfit for consumption while travelling across the Atlantic. First-class breakfasts, which catered to the international character of steamship travel, ranged from traditional English fare to continental delicacies and could last for hours. The ship's ovens, which had to work while the entire kitchen was rolling through ocean swells, baked fresh bread every day. Every morning the first-class corridors would fill with the aroma of freshly baked goods, a homely comfort that transformed the ship from a mechanical vehicle into a floating residence. However, the way first-class dining accommodated special dietary requirements and preferences was arguably its most remarkable feature. Wealthy passengers expected their shipboard meals to reflect the increasingly complex ideas about nutrition and health that were emerging in Victorian society. For passengers who were worried about their health, ships carried special preparations for invalids, kid-friendly meals, and even the earliest iterations of what we might now know as spa cuisine. First-class food was presented in a theatrical fashion. Each course became a miniature performance as silver-covered dishes arrived at tables and were simultaneously lifted by white-gloved stewards, resulting in dramatic reveals. At sea, hundreds of passengers were served meal after meal with the finest china, crystal and silverware that would have been reserved for the most aristocratic homes on land. Protocols in the first-class dining saloon were as strict as those in the best hotels in London. The social graces that affluent passengers expected were taught to stewards in addition to food service. They knew how to clear courses in the right order, how to serve wine properly, and the delicate art of paying attention without being obtrusive. Many of these men brought land-based experience to the particular difficulties of maritime service, having previously worked in upscale homes or restaurants. First-class meals were scheduled according to patterns that represented both practical needs and social expectations. In order to allow passengers to wake up at their own pace, breakfast may be served from 8 to 10. Lighter fare was usually served at lunchtime. However, dinner was the focal point of the day, presented with such grandeur and ceremony that it was the culinary and social high point of life aboard ship. Passengers had to pack formal attire for what was effectively camping on water, because first-class dinner required evening dress. Women wore ornate gowns that had to be made to look elegant while taking into account the practicalities of life on a moving ship, while men showed up wearing white tie and tails. The end result was a fashion show every night that was on par with anything you might see at a grand ball or the opera. These sophisticated meals could become applied physics adventures depending on the weather. Even the most meticulously planned service could devolve into chaos when the ship encountered choppy waters. While novices frequently found themselves chasing their dinner rolls across the table or wearing their soup, seasoned travellers learned to time their movements to the ship's rhythm. However, even when the laws of gravity were momentarily suspended, the staff always managed to preserve an air of refinement and dignity. The lower levels of the ship were a different culinary universe, where the majority of passengers, emigrants, working-class travellers, and those seeking their fortunes in new lands, experienced steamship dining in ways that were both more basic and, in some ways, more authentic to the maritime experience. While first-class passengers were enjoying turtle soup and vintage wines, steerage passengers had to eat in cramped, utilitarian rather than aesthetically pleasing compartments that would have made contemporary airline seats appear roomy. Passengers used pewter utensils that could survive the rough treatment of shipboard life, ate from metal plates rather than china, and sat on benches rather than chairs in communal dining areas crowded with long wooden tables. However, don't think of this as a depressing experience. Steerage meals were filling, healthy, and frequently more interesting than what many passengers had experienced back home. Good food became one of the few consistent pleasures in their everyday routine, and ship cooks recognised that these travellers were frequently dealing with weeks of uncertainty and discomfort. Thick stews, freshly baked bread, hearty meat dishes, and straightforward desserts that were both comforting and nourishing were the focus, not elegance. Typically, steerage passengers' breakfast consisted of porridge, not the fancy oatmeal you might find in first class, but substantial, filling preparations that could keep hard-working people going for extended periods of inactivity. Bread, butter, and occasionally salt pork or bacon were served with this. Coffee or tea offered caffeine and warmth, two essentials when your quarters may be cold and your sleep is regularly disturbed by ship motion. Steel lunches were typically thick broths made with barley, vegetables, and whatever protein was on hand. In addition to being nourishing and filling, These soups could be made in bulk, and were comparatively simple to serve in inclement weather, when maintaining liquids in bowls became a skill and a matter of luck. The majority of meals were accompanied by ship's biscuits, a hardtack that had been refined over centuries of seafaring, and provided carbohydrates that could withstand any conditions the ocean might present. The substantial meal of the day for ordinary passengers was dinner, which frequently consisted of salt pork or beef, variously prepared potatoes, cabbage or other preserved vegetables, and occasionally fresh fish that the ship's crew had caught while at sea. Passengers from various backgrounds gathered around tables, exchanged stories, and developed the odd bond that arises when people share a remarkable experience during these communal meals. In actuality, serving first-class diners was easier than the logistics of feeding steerage passengers. Steerage could accommodate hundreds of people, all of whom needed to be fed effectively and affordably, while wealthy passengers might number in the dozens. Passengers rotated through the dining areas in groups that could fit the seating and serving personnel available, and meals were served in shifts. In steerage, water was a valuable resource that was mostly utilised for cooking and drinking, instead of the ornate table settings that were typical of first class. In order to make room for the next group of diners, passengers learned how to eat efficiently and clean their utensils quickly. In contrast to the formal service upstairs, this established a communal dining rhythm that was more personal and democratic. Many steerage passengers brought extra food such as nuts, dried fruits, preserved meats and other non-perishables to add variety to the ship's regular meals. The international nature of steamship travel was reflected in the informal networks of culinary exchange that were formed when travelling companions or new acquaintances shared these personal provisions. Steerage passengers had limited but adequate cooking facilities. Some ships gave passengers access to basic galleys where they could reheat food they had brought with them or make hot beverages. These communal kitchens developed into social hubs where people could exchange recipes, practice cooking, and create improvised fusion cuisine by combining the culinary traditions of various cultures. Special attention was given to the feeding of children in steerage. The ship's cooks were aware that young passengers had different nutritional needs and were more prone to travel-related illnesses like seasickness. Treats like sugar cookies or fruit preserves offered solace to homesick children who faced an uncertain future in foreign nations, while simple bland foods were available for those with sensitive stomachs. In steerage, the serving crew honed their own unique abilities. In contrast to first-class formal stewards, these employees had to be amiable, productive, and able to oversee sizable dining parties in confined spaces. By mediating between passengers who spoke different languages, resolving small arguments over seating, and upholding order in areas where tension and uncertainty could quickly degenerate into conflict, they turned into amateur diplomats. Steerage dining was more significantly impacted by weather than first-class service. Passengers would have to settle for cold food, bread, and whatever could be distributed without running the risk of getting hurt by flying plates or scalding liquids when the seas were rough, as it might be impossible to serve hot meals safely. Not only for comfort, but also as a practical measure to help passengers deal with the physical challenges of severe weather, the crew would frequently distribute extra rations of spirits during these times. Many steerage passengers had pleasant memories of their shipboard meals, despite the simpler fare and more basic accommodations. Eating together in that floating community and sharing food while travelling across the ocean, to start over was something that forged lifelong friendships and memories. Even though the meals were straightforward, they were infused with optimism, excitement, and the unique taste that comes from eating as one journeys toward an unknowable future. The true centre of maritime dining was located deep within a steamship's belly, beneath the crowded steerage compartments and elegant dining saloons, the ship's kitchens, or galleys as they were officially known. Combining the functionality of a professional restaurant kitchen with the space limitations of a submarine and the additional difficulty of functioning while continuously moving, these areas were marvels of compact efficiency. Imagine a kitchen that is about the size of a contemporary studio apartment and is set up to serve 200 to 2,000 people, 3 meals a day for weeks at a time. Every square inch was utilised, with storage compartments built into walls, cooking surfaces that could be secured during rough weather, and ingenious systems for managing everything from fresh water to food waste. It was similar to watching someone create a restaurant inside a running washing machine. On a large steamship, the head chef was a highly respected individual who was respected by both crew and passengers. An expert in food preservation, nutrition, psychology, and the odd physics of cooking in a constantly changing environment, This person was more than just a skilled chef. In order to address the particular difficulties of dining at sea, many head chefs on the great steamships were hired from the best restaurants in London, Paris, or New York. These galleys' cooking apparatuses were the pinnacle of 19th century technology. To avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, coal-fired ranges had to be built with efficient combustion and adequate ventilation. Despite the ship's motion, ovens had to keep their temperatures constant. To keep prepared foods warm without overcooking them, steam tables made use of the ship's power plant. Everything was designed to be safe, workable, and able to produce a lot of food in conditions that would be difficult for even the most seasoned chefs to handle. On steamships, storing food was like playing three-dimensional chess. Compartments that maximised air circulation and minimised temperature fluctuations were used to store fresh provisions. Meats that had been salt-preserved were hung in special areas that allowed for adequate ventilation without contaminating them. Containers used to store dry goods were made to withstand ship motion, while shielding their contents from moisture and rodents. In order to create floating farms that supplied fresh meat and eggs throughout the journey, some ships even carried live poultry and small livestock. Because feeding hundreds of people required constant preparation, the food service crew worked in shifts around the clock. While the majority of passengers were still asleep, bakers started working before dawn, making the bread for the day. In order to prepare elaborate meals, prep cooks had to spend hours chopping vegetables, making stocks, and doing the innumerable little chores. Despite the ship's continuous motion, the galley as a whole transformed into a choreographed dance of cooks, servers, and kitchen assistants cooperating during meal service. There were particular difficulties in managing fresh water for cooking. Large amounts of fresh water were transported by steamships for cooking and drinking, but each gallon needed to be carefully rationed and used effectively. Systems for cleaning utensils and dishes had to reduce water waste while upholding the hygienic requirements needed to keep people healthy in a ship's cramped quarters. To make the most of their valuable freshwater resources, some ships first cleaned with seawater and then rinsed with fresh water. Steamship galleys' waste management systems were engineering marvels. Food scraps needed to be disposed of properly to avoid attracting rodents or causing sanitary issues. To avoid contaminating the ship's water supply, grease and cooking oils needed to be handled carefully. Anything that could not be recycled or used again was either disposed of overboard in ways that would not interfere with the ship's ability to operate or fed to livestock that was transported on board. Controlling the galley's temperature was a never-ending struggle. These areas, which were deep inside the ship with little ventilation, produced massive amounts of heat from steam systems and cooking fires. Working in conditions that would make a contemporary restaurant kitchen seem refreshingly cool, cooks perspired in temperatures that could reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, even in moderate weather while donning bulky clothing to prevent burns. Steamship galleys' social structure was a reflection of both practical necessity and maritime tradition. With the authority of a ship's officer, the head chef oversaw the kitchen, making choices about menus, the use of ingredients, and meal timing that had an impact on the entire journey. One sous chef might specialise in roasted meats, another in soups and stews, and a third in the intricate desserts that are expected in first-class service. Systems that could work in spite of the ship's noise and the separation between the cooking and serving areas were needed for communication between the galley and dining areas. The intricate logistics of delivering hot food from the kitchen to the table, while upholding the passenger-expected presentation standards, were managed by hand signals, written notes, and timing systems. This communication was even more important during inclement weather, because safety concerns impacted all facets of food service. In steamship galleys, the night shift had a distinct personality. Skeletal crews kept the constant watchfulness needed to safely manage coal fires throughout the night, prepared the meals for the following day, and attended to slow-cooking dishes that would be ready for breakfast while passengers slept. The most intricate food preparation frequently took place during these quiet hours, including elaborate stocks that needed to simmer for hours, bread doughs that needed to rise for a long time, and desserts that needed to set overnight. Steamship galley menu planning struck a balance between passenger expectations and real-world constraints. Using ingredients that could withstand weeks at sea, efficient rather than adaptable cooking equipment, and storage systems that prevented the last-minute shopping that defined land-based restaurants, chefs had to produce a variety of intriguing meals. This restriction frequently resulted in creative pairings and methods that impacted culinary advancements well beyond the maritime realm. Steamship galley crew members acquired skills that made them employable long after their time at sea was over. They knew how to produce food on a large scale, manage resources effectively, and collaborate under pressure. Many went on to become prosperous hotel chefs, food service managers, or restaurateurs, bringing maritime efficiency to hospitality enterprises on land. Steamship companies realised that special occasions could turn a simple journey into a lifelong memory, and there's something magical about celebrating while surrounded by the vast emptiness of the ocean. These ships became floating stages for celebrations that blended maritime tradition with the unique intimacy that arises among travellers sharing an extraordinary experience, whether it was a passenger's birthday, Christmas Day in the middle of the Atlantic, or the customary ceremony of crossing the equator. On a steamship, Christmas took months of preparation and a great deal of imagination. Imagine trying to create a traditional holiday feast when your ingredients had to be selected and preserved weeks before departure. Your dining room was constantly in motion, and your guests included people from dozens of different countries with their own holiday traditions. In response to this challenge, the ship's chefs developed innovations that would shape holiday dining for many years to come. In 1875, the RMS Britannia's Christmas menu sounded like a celebration of preservation methods masquerading as festive plenty. Mince pies made with fruits candied and preserved using methods that stretched the limits of Victorian food science, plum puddings that had been maturing in the ship's stores since before departure, and roast goose that had been specially prepared and packed for the journey. The end product was a dish that represented outstanding accomplishments in maritime logistics and tasted traditionally familiar. Modern party planners would be impressed by the inventiveness needed to decorate for Christmas on a steamship. Since it was impossible to get fresh greenery, decorations had to be made of materials that wouldn't wilt or deteriorate after weeks at sea. Despite being surrounded by thousands of miles of frigid ocean, sterile dining saloons were transformed into festive spaces with paper flowers, fabric bunting, and creative arrangements made from the ship's own materials. Steamship New Year's Eve festivities developed their own distinctive customs. Because midnight is arbitrary when travelling across time zones at sea, people have come up with inventive ways to determine the exact start of the new year. While some ships observed the new year in accordance with the time zone of their departure port, others celebrated several times as they travelled across different meridians. As a result, passengers would frequently celebrate for hours on end, sipping champagne that somehow managed to stay perfectly chilled in spite of the lack of modern refrigeration. Birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and other private festivities gained particular meaning on steamships. Individual celebrations became shared experiences for all passengers due to the limited entertainment options and the close-knit community that formed during lengthy voyages. The ship's bakers became skilled at making unique cakes and desserts using few ingredients, and other travellers helped with the entertainment and decorations that turned these private milestones into group festivities. Crossing the equator is a tradition that has its own culinary traditions. The celebration of King Neptune's feast combined long-standing maritime customs with the pragmatic requirement to signal the halfway point of protracted voyages to Asia, Africa, or South America. The majority of passengers found these meals to be exotic, with dishes that reflected the international character of steamship travel, fish caught by the ship's crew, and tropical fruits obtained during recent port calls. When travellers from various nations were celebrating on the same ship during national holidays, it created intriguing problems. While British passengers expected the Queen's birthday to be properly recognised, American passengers might want to observe the 4th of July. Diplomatic meals that respected various customs without favouring any one nationality taught ship's officers how to handle these potentially delicate situations. One of the most eagerly awaited aspects of any steamship journey was the farewell dinner, which was served the final night before arriving at the destination port. In order to create memorable fare for passengers who had become temporary communities during their time at sea, the crew had the chance to demonstrate their best abilities by using up perishable ingredients that wouldn't survive to the next voyage. These meals frequently included fare that had been unattainable earlier in the journey, new goods brought in at recent port calls, complex dishes that could only be tried when the galley didn't have to budget for more days at sea. Although it may sound contradictory, seasoned steamship passengers created customs for commemorating the survival of exceptionally harsh weather. Passengers and crew would assemble for meals that commemorated their common experience of confronting nature's might and escaping safely once the threat had passed and the ship had returned to calmer waters. These were frequently straightforward events: hot soup, freshly baked bread, and anything else that could be made fast. but they carried emotional significance that went well beyond their culinary complexity. Steamships had to be considerate of the various religious beliefs of their international passengers when it came to religious observances. The ship's chefs developed the ability to create festive settings that could accommodate diverse worship customs while preparing meals that respected a range of dietary restrictions. The intricate cultural navigation needed on board these floating communities included Friday fish dinners for Catholic passengers, special preparations for Jewish travellers adhering to kosher dietary laws, and acknowledgement of Eastern Orthodox fasting periods. On steamships, crew and fellow passengers paid particular attention to the birthday celebrations of children. These young passengers, who frequently left home with their families in search of uncertain futures, were surrounded by a transient extended family of fellow travellers who helped to make their memorable special days. Shipbakers developed a skill for making easy yet delicious treats that could cheer up homesick kids who were struggling with life at sea. On steamships, the entertainment that went with special occasion meals represented the potential and constraints of life on board. In order to turn dining saloons into makeshift theatres, passengers staged their own musical performances, recited poetry, told stories, and invented diversions. These areas' acoustics, which were largely intended for conversation during meals, frequently produced surprisingly small performance spaces where unprofessional performers could showcase their skills to grateful audiences. Celebrations at ports celebrated the successful completion of ocean crossings and gave travellers a chance to talk about their experiences with newcomers getting ready for their own journeys. Major port cities like Liverpool, New York and Hamburg were transformed into stages for continuous maritime festivals, where the conclusion of one voyage served as the impetus for the next, thanks to these transitions, which produced an endless cycle of celebration and expectation. It's worthwhile to think about how those early steamships not only revolutionized transportation, but also profoundly changed how people relate to food, dining, and the idea of eating while travelling, as you curl up with your blanket and maybe take one last sip of tea. The necessity of feeding hundreds of people in floating metal boxes led to innovations that would eventually impact everything from airline meals to contemporary cruise ships, from restaurant service procedures to food preservation methods. The idea that meals on steamships could be more than just a means of subsistence was the most direct legacy of steamship dining. Eating while travelling was a survival strategy prior to the great steamships. You packed what you could, hoped it wouldn't spoil, and accepted that meals would be basic, repetitive, and frequently unpleasant. The groundbreaking notion that eating could be one of the joys of travel rather than one of its challenges was made possible by steamships. This change laid the groundwork for the modern field of hospitality management. Companies that operated steamships were among the first to realise that the customer experience encompassed all facets of service, from the time passengers boarded until they arrived at their destination. Hotel dining rooms, restaurant service standards, and the burgeoning tourism industry that would thrive in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were all impacted by the complex dining protocols established aboard these ships. The uses of food preservation methods developed on steamships extended well beyond dining on board. In order to transport produce over longer distances and prolong growing seasons by shipping foods from different climate zones, techniques for storing fresh fruits and vegetables during lengthy ocean crossings had an impact on agricultural distribution systems. The globalization of food that defines contemporary cuisine was facilitated by these inventions. The schedule and format of meals on steamships created trends that affected dining habits in newly popular tourist locations. Early airlines, resort hotels, and railroad dining cars all adopted aspects of steamship meal service, resulting in standardized methods for effectively serving large numbers of passengers while upholding standards for quality and presentation. What historians now acknowledge as one of the first truly global fusion cuisines was influenced by the international nature of steamship dining. Recipes were shared among crew members from different countries, passengers from different countries shared tables, and menu planning had to take into account a range of cultural preferences. Immigrant food customs, port city eateries, and the slow internationalization of urban dining, which would pick up speed throughout the 20th century, were all impacted by this cross-cultural culinary interchange. For generations, the hospitality industry was impacted by the professional standards established by staff training programs created for steamship dining service. Specialized skills were needed to manage large groups of diners with different expectations, serve meals efficiently in constantly moving environments, and maintain service quality under difficult circumstances. These skills led to workers becoming valuable employees in restaurants, hotels, and other service industries. Early models for modern supply chain management were established by the logistics systems developed to provide food to steamships. It took organizational abilities and methodical thinking to coordinate the procurement, storage, and distribution of thousands of ingredients across several ports, which had an impact on more general advancements in commercial food distribution and inventory control. Long into the modern era, commercial kitchen development was impacted by the kitchen design innovations that were first introduced aboard steamships. Advances in restaurant and institutional kitchen design were influenced by the need for small, effective layouts due to space constraints, the specialized equipment developed for cooking on ships, and the workflow patterns developed for producing large quantities of food under difficult conditions. The menu planning methods created for steamship dining created models for large-scale food service that affected institutional dining in schools, hospitals, and other places where a lot of people needed to be fed in an economical and efficient manner. Models that maintained their relevance long after steam power was replaced by diesel engines and jet aircraft were produced by striking a balance between variety and practicality, as well as between passenger expectations and operational constraints. Cross-class social mixing and attitudes toward public dining have changed as a result of the social aspects of steamship dining. Even though these ships upheld rigid social hierarchies, they also made it possible for members of various social groups to interact in ways that were not feasible in more conventional contexts. The modern era's broader social changes were influenced by the slow democratization of dining experiences. With its lavish buffets, specialty eateries, and 24-hour food service, modern cruise ship dining has its roots in the inventions made on the great steamships of the 19th century. The idea that a ship could function as a floating resort, with dining experiences as a major component of the total entertainment value, created trends that still affect leisure travel on the seas today. Despite its infamous reputation, airline meal service also adheres to the same standards set forth on those early steamships. Whether you're flying at 35,000 feet or steaming across the Atlantic, the difficulties of serving a large number of passengers effectively, safely, and palatable in a small space while traversing a potentially hostile environment are essentially the same. Early forms of hospitality industry research that would later develop into contemporary customer service analysis and menu engineering were established by the documentation practices developed aboard steamships, including detailed menu records, passenger feedback systems, and operational reports. These ships were some of the first companies to systematically research what their customers wanted and how to provide it on a regular basis. International maritime law regarding food safety, passenger welfare, and crew working conditions traces its origins to regulations developed during the steamship era. Legal precedents that still have an impact on maritime commerce were established as a result of the difficulty of overseeing food service in international waters, across multiple legal jurisdictions, and for passengers of different nationalities. Dining on steamships had a profound cultural impact that went well beyond the ships themselves. When immigrants crossed the Atlantic with sophisticated meal service, they returned home with higher standards and a wider understanding of cooking. Because of the cross-cultural interactions that took place on board these floating communities, port cities where these ships docked developed dining scenes and culinary customs that reflected the international nature of maritime travel. The psychological foundation for contemporary travel dining, the notion that meals eaten while travelling should be experiences that enrich rather than merely prolong the trip, was arguably most significantly established by steamships. The elaborate dining cars of luxury trains, the themed restaurants of contemporary theme parks, the celebrity chef venues aboard modern cruise ships, and the artisanal food courts in contemporary airports were all impacted by this idea. The need to reduce waste, increase efficiency, and use all available resources, the environmental consciousness that grew on steamships, established early models for sustainable food service that are now more relevant than ever in our current environmental era. Modern food service operations looking to lessen their environmental impact can learn from the closed-system thinking needed to run a ship's galley effectively. Labour organisation in the hospitality sector was impacted by the professional development programs and staff hierarchies that were first implemented on steamships. Professional standards that influenced restaurant and hotel operations for generations were established by the career progression from galley hand to head chef, the specific training needed for various roles, and the emphasis on teamwork under pressure. The early forms of hospitality industry economics that impacted pricing strategies and profit management across the service sector were established by the financial models created for steamship dining, which included inventory management, food cost calculations, and balancing passenger expectations with operational constraints. Among the first companies to systematically examine the connection between customer satisfaction and service quality in a way that could be quantified and enhanced were these ships. Their dining innovations moved to new locations and uses as steamships changed, and eventually made way for quicker, more effective modes of transportation. Steamship dining was transformed into even more intricate forms of hospitality theatre by the great ocean liners of the early 20th century. These customs have been turned into floating entertainment complexes by contemporary cruise ships, where meals are expertly planned performances meant to leave a lasting impression. Even the most commonplace elements of contemporary travel dining have their roots in inventions made on those first steamships. Solutions initially created to feed passengers travelling across the Atlantic under steam power gave rise to pre-plated meals, standardised portion sizes, specialised serving utensils, coordinated meal service, and methodical approaches to meeting dietary requirements. The cultural exchange that took place on steamships is largely responsible for the globalisation of food culture that defines contemporary dining. Food barriers that had previously kept national cuisines separate and distinct began to gradually dissolve as a result of international passengers sharing meals, crew members from different countries cooperating in ship galleys, and port cities modifying their restaurants to accommodate foreign visitors. The importance of ambience in dining areas, the use of lighting and decor to improve the meal experience, and the timing of service to create seamless dining experiences are all examples of restaurant design concepts that started out as ways to make dining on ships, which were essentially floating restaurants that catered to captive audiences for weeks at a time, more enjoyable. The customer's experience is crucial. Attention to detail distinguishes between adequate and memorable service, and successful operations necessitate coordination between front-of-house presentation and back-of-house efficiency, all of which are reflected in the customer service philosophies that rule contemporary hospitality industries. These principles were first established aboard steamships. These ideas, which originated from the need to ensure passenger satisfaction during lengthy ocean voyages, became the cornerstones of the service economy as a whole. Lessons learned aboard steamships are still incorporated into training programs for contemporary hospitality workers. These lessons include how to remain composed and productive under pressure, how to serve a variety of populations with different expectations and cultural backgrounds, how to collaborate well in cramped spaces, and how to come up with innovative solutions when traditional ones aren't available. The measurement and analysis tools used by contemporary restaurants to monitor menu performance, customer satisfaction, and operational efficiency originated with steamships, where precise documentation was crucial for overseeing intricate food service operations for extended periods of time without the possibility of outside assistance or resupply, while passenger traffic, weather, and supply chain logistics created predictable patterns of busy and slow periods that required different operational approaches and staffing strategies. Even the seasonal and cyclical patterns that define modern hospitality businesses are reminiscent of rhythms established during the steamship era. As the gentle rocking of our imaginary steamship lulls you towards sleep, take a moment to appreciate the remarkable human achievement represented by those floating restaurants of the 19th century. Every time you take for granted the variety and quality of food available in modern life, every time you savour a thoughtfully prepared meal while travelling, or every time you appreciate thoughtful service in a restaurant, you are reaping the benefits of innovations initially pioneered by individuals who refused to accept that travelling meant forgoing the pleasures of fine dining. Imagine the SS Great Western approaching New York Harbour after 18 days at sea, with the sound of her final dinner bell resonating through the ship's corridors. The dining saloon, which has served as the passengers' social hub, entertainment venue, and daily meeting spot during the crossing, is where they come together one last time. A celebration of human ingenuity, a demonstration of the ability of hospitality to foster community among strangers, and a reminder that some of our greatest inventions stem from resolving the straightforward issue of how to meet one another's basic needs. The meal they share is more than just food. The multilingual discussions that took place around those tables, representing dozens of distinct cultural backgrounds, foreshadowed the increasingly interconnected world we live in today. The methods created to prepare, serve, and preserve those foods created habits that still affect our eating habits today. The hospitality customs that are still practiced in contemporary hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues were established by the service standards designed to oversee those floating communities. Perhaps more significantly though, those steamship dining experiences created the expectation that travel should improve rather than lower our quality of life, that transient groups of strangers could unite around shared meals, and that human ingenuity could overcome logistical obstacles that seemed insurmountable to create experiences that fed the body and the soul. When you pour your coffee tomorrow morning and make plans for the day, keep in mind that the coffee in your mug may contain beans that were transported across oceans using transportation systems developed from steamship innovations, that the breakfast you eat represents food preparation and preservation techniques initially perfected in ship's galleys, and that the very idea of beginning your day with a satisfying meal owes something to those Victorian travellers who maintained that civilization was portable, that comfort could be created anywhere, and that a good meal shared with fellow humans was worth whatever effort it took to make it possible. These days, steamships have been replaced by container ships that transport cargo more effectively, but disregard the comfort of their passengers, and by airliners that travel across oceans in a matter of hours rather than weeks, but serve meals that are insignificant in comparison to what those floating restaurants were able to accomplish with much less funding. However, their legacy endures each time we assemble around a table, transform a meal into a social gathering, and use food to foster community and make memories that endure long after the dishes are cleared away. Sweet dreams of paddle wheels churning through Atlantic swells, of dining saloons lit by gaslight and warmed by human conversation, of galleys where skilled cooks worked miracles with limited ingredients and unlimited creativity. Imagine a time when eating together could turn a group of strangers into a transient family, bound by their common quest for new opportunities, when travelling across the ocean was an adventure rather than a hassle, and when meals were occasions rather than stops for fuel. The final dinner service bell has rung, the great ship is steaming through the night toward port and the end of another amazing journey, the tables have been cleared, and the passengers have gone to their cabins. However, the inventions, customs, and uncomplicated human warmth that made those meals special continue on their own path through time, impacting our eating habits, travel habits, and interpersonal care in both significant and minor ways. Take comfort in the knowledge that you are carrying on a tradition that dates back to the first travellers who demanded that pleasant company. Excellent cuisine and courteous service could coexist peacefully in the middle of the vast frigid ocean. Every time we decide to make a meal special, invite strangers to our table, or reject the idea that civilization and comfort are extravagances that can only be enjoyed in ideal circumstances, their legacy endures. In every kitchen, restaurant and home where people come together to elevate the simple act of eating into something far more meaningful, a celebration of human community, creativity, and the limitless possibility that tomorrow's meal might just be the best one yet. The steamship dining bell has gone silent, but its call to gather, to share, and to turn necessity into pleasure still reveals. Before we dive into the history of specific games, let's talk about something you probably experienced today without even thinking about it: the urge to play. Maybe you did a crossword puzzle with your morning coffee, or played a word game on your phone while waiting in line, or challenged a friend to a quick match of something competitive. That impulse, that desire to engage in something that doesn't strictly need to be done, is one of the most fundamentally human things about us. Scientists have watched animals play, puppies wrestle, otters slide down riverbanks repeatedly for no practical reason, and even crows have been observed playing what looks suspiciously like games with each other. But humans took play and transformed it into something more structured, more meaningful, and infinitely more complex. We created games. The urge to play seems to be hardwired into our brains, right alongside our needs for food, shelter, and connection with others. And here's something fascinating. Archaeological evidence suggests that humans have been creating formal games for at least 5,000 years, and probably much longer. Think about that for a moment. While our ancestors were figuring out agriculture, building the first cities, and inventing writing, they were also sitting down to play board games. This tells us something important. Games aren't frivolous additions to human culture. They're central to it. Games teach us strategy, help us bond with others, give us safe ways to compete, and provide mental challenges that keep our minds sharp. They're practice for real life. but with lower stakes and more laughter. Imagine the first person who looked at some stones or seeds and thought, I could make a game with these. Perhaps it was a shepherd watching over flocks with nothing but time and pebbles. Perhaps it was a child playing in the dirt who noticed patterns emerging. However it happened, that moment of creative play sparked something that has never stopped evolving. Early games likely grew from simple concepts, moving objects from one place to another, trying to get things to land in certain spots, and competing to see who could throw or aim most accurately. These weren't just time wasters for bored ancient people. They were ways to sharpen skills needed for survival, hand-eye coordination, strategic thinking, and the ability to read an opponent's intentions. But games also served another crucial purpose that had nothing to do with survival skills. They were fun. In a world where daily life could be harsh, uncertain, and short, games provided moments of genuine enjoyment. They created spaces where people could laugh, compete without serious consequences, and forget their troubles for a while. You can almost picture it, can't you? After a long day of work that would make our modern desk jobs look simple, ancient people would gather as the sun set, bringing out their game boards, their dice, and their playing pieces. Children watching and learning, eventually joining in. Strangers becoming friends over shared games. Winners gloating just enough, losers plotting their comeback. The beautiful thing about games is that they require nothing more than agreement between players and some basic materials. You don't need wealth, status, or power to play, just willingness to participate in this peculiar human tradition of creating arbitrary rules and following them for enjoyment. As you relax into your pillow tonight, consider that this very human impulse to play connects you to every generation that came before. The person who will go to sleep after playing a video game has more in common with an ancient Egyptian playing sonnet than you might think. The materials change, the complexity evolves, but that fundamental joy of engaging in playful competition remains constant across millennia. Let's travel back to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, around 2600 BCE. Picture a city with mud brick buildings, marketplace sounds drifting through warm air, and in a cool interior room 2 people hunched over a beautiful board game. This game was called the Royal Game of Ur, O-O-R, and when archaeologists discovered it in the 1920s, they found something remarkable. Not just the game boards themselves, but also instructions for how to play. Someone over 4,000 years ago thought to write down the rules. This tells us that games were important enough to preserve, to pass down, and to make sure future generations could enjoy them exactly as intended. The Royal Game of Ur was played on a distinctive board that looked like 2 rectangles connected by a narrow bridge. The playing pieces were beautiful, often carved from precious materials and inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli. This wasn't a cheap amusement. This was a game that people valued enough to craft with artistry and care. The game involved dice, though not the cubic dice we know today. Ancient Mesopotamian dice were pyramid-shaped, with 2 marked corners, creating a binary system of chance. Players would race their pieces around the board, landing on special squares that either helped or hindered their progress. Sound familiar? If you've ever played Parcheesi or Sorry, you've played a distant descendant of games like this. Meanwhile, across the world in ancient Egypt, people were equally devoted to their games. The Egyptians particularly loved a game called Senet, which was so important that they buried game sets in tombs so the deceased could play in the afterlife. Imagine considering a board game so essential that you'd want it with you for eternity. Senet boards have been found in tombs ranging from common workers to pharaohs. The game appears in Egyptian art, showing everyone from queens to servants hunched over their boards, moving their pieces with concentration. The boards were often beautifully crafted, with 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10, and pieces that range from simple pawns to elaborately carved figures. The game combined luck and strategy in ways that made it endlessly replayable. Players moved pieces based on the throw of casting sticks, flat sticks with one decorated side that would land either up or down, creating different move combinations. The goal was to get all your pieces off the board before your opponent, but certain squares had special meanings, including some with religious significance. Here's something that might make you smile. Archaeologists have found evidence that ancient Egyptians sometimes cheated at Senet. Some boards show wear patterns suggesting people moved their pieces in ways that didn't quite match the rules. Even 4,000 years ago, some competitive player was trying to sneak an extra square when their opponent wasn't looking carefully. Ancient China developed its own rich gaming traditions. Go, known as Weiqi, Weiqi in Chinese, emerged over 2,500 years ago and is still played today with essentially unchanged rules, making it possibly the oldest continuously played board game in human history. The game's elegance is deceiving. Played on a grid with black and white stones, it looks simple, but contains such strategic depth that modern computers only recently learned to beat master players. Go was considered one of the four arts of the Chinese scholar, alongside calligraphy, painting and music. This elevated games from mere entertainment to cultural refinement. Learning to play Go well was seen as developing mental discipline, strategic thinking and even moral character. The game became a metaphor for life itself. You can't control everything. You must work with what you have, and sometimes sacrificing small advantages leads to greater victories. The ancient Greeks and Romans, never ones to be left out of cultural innovations, had their own gaming traditions. They played dice games enthusiastically, perhaps too enthusiastically, as both cultures had laws against gambling in public places, which naturally meant people did it anyway, just more discreetly. Roman soldiers stationed at outposts across their vast empire scratched game boards into stone surfaces wherever they were stationed. You can still see these boards today at Hadrian's Wall in Britain, at desert forts in North Africa, and at garrison sites throughout Europe. Imagine Roman soldiers far from home, finding comfort and camaraderie in games that connected them to their culture and to each other. The Romans also loved a dice game called tesserae, which was remarkably similar to modern dice games. They had expressions like to play with dice as a metaphor for taking risks, the same way we might say someone is rolling the dice on a decision today. What's particularly touching about these ancient games is how they reveal universal human desires that transcend time and culture. The Mesopotamian merchant, the Egyptian priest, the Chinese scholar, and the Roman soldier. They all wanted the same things from their games that you want from yours: challenge, entertainment, social connection, and those satisfying moments when strategy and luck align to deliver victory. As you drift towards sleep, picture these ancient game players. The materials they used might have been different: carved stone instead of moulded plastic, painted wood instead of printed cardboard, but the emotions were identical. The concentration, the excitement of a good move, the groan of bad luck, the satisfaction of outsmarting an opponent, the laughter when something unexpected happened. Across thousands of years, games create a continuous thread of shared human experience. Let's move forward in time to medieval Europe, roughly 1000 to 1500 CE. Picture a world lit by candles and firelight, where entertainment options were limited compared to today's endless streaming services and digital distractions. Yet people in the Middle Ages were no less eager for amusement and competition than we are. If anything, games mattered more because they were one of the few reliable sources of entertainment. Chess arrived in medieval Europe around the 10th century, travelling along trade routes from Persia, where it was called shatranj, and ultimately originating in India centuries earlier as chaturanga. The game's journey across continents took hundreds of years, with rules evolving and pieces transforming to fit each new culture. European medieval society saw chess as a perfect symbolic representation of their feudal world. The king, queen, bishops, knights, castles, and pawns mirrored the social hierarchy they lived within. Playing chess became associated with nobility and education. Kings and queens played it, clergy studied it, and knights practiced it to sharpen their strategic minds. The medieval version of chess was slower than modern chess. The queen, originally a piece called the advisor, could only move one square diagonally. Imagine how frustrating that must have been compared to the powerful queen we know today, who can sweep across the board in any direction. The game underwent a major revolution in the 15th century Spain, when the queen's powers were dramatically increased, creating the game we recognise today. Manuscript illuminations from the period often show people playing chess. In one famous image, a knight and a lady play chess while servants attend them. In another, two monks play by candlelight. These images tell us that chess transcended social boundaries, or at least provided one of the few spaces where people from different classes might interact as equals, united by the rules of the game. But medieval Europe wasn't just about chess. Common people who couldn't necessarily afford elaborate game sets created their own entertainment. Nine Men's Morris, a strategy game played on a grid, could be scratched into wood, stone, or even dirt. Boards for this game have been found carved into church pews and monastery walls, suggesting that even during religious services some minds wandered toward play. Dice games remained popular throughout the medieval period, despite repeated attempts by both church and secular authorities to ban them, particularly when played for money. The persistence of these prohibitions tells us something important. People kept playing anyway. The medieval love of games was stronger than any decree could suppress. Backgammon, or rather its medieval ancestor called tables, was enormously popular. The game combined the strategic element of piece placement with the random element of dice rolls, a combination that has proven irresistible to humans across cultures. Medieval travellers would carry portable game boards, and inns often provided boards for guests, much like hotels today might provide chess sets or card games in their lobbies. Children's games in the medieval period included many that would look familiar today. They played with dolls, hoops, balls and toys. They played tag and hide and seek. They played games with rhymes and songs that, in some cases, have survived to the present day with remarkably little change. Ring Around the Rosie might have medieval origins, though historians debate this. Outdoor games were particularly important in an era when most people worked outside and children had far more freedom to roam than modern kids typically enjoy. Archery contests, wrestling matches, and various ball games provided entertainment and helped people maintain skills that might prove useful in warfare or hunting. The nobility enjoyed hunting, which they considered both sport and training for combat. They developed elaborate rules and rituals around hunting, turning it into a sophisticated game with its own etiquette and scoring system. Falconry, hunting with trained birds of prey, was particularly prestigious and had rules as complex as any board game. Festivals and holy days brought special games and contests. Villages would compete in everything from races to strength competitions. These events served important social functions, allowing communities to bond, showing off skills, and providing young people with opportunities to impress potential partners. Games weren't just individual entertainment, they were social glue holding communities together. One particularly interesting medieval development was the emergence of card games. Playing cards reached Europe from the Islamic world by the 14th century, and their arrival created something of a sensation. Here was a game system that was portable, endlessly variable, and accessible to people at all economic levels. You could play cards in a castle or a tavern while travelling or at home. Early playing cards were hand-painted and expensive, available only to wealthy individuals. But printing technology soon made them affordable for common people. The democratization of card games represented an important shift. Entertainment that once belonged only to the elite became available to everyone. The medieval period teaches us that games adapt to their cultural context. Chess reflected feudal society structure. Card games spread followed trade routes and technological innovation. Children's games mixed education with entertainment, teaching skills while providing fun. And through it all, authorities tried and failed to control how and when people played, because the human need for play refuses to be regulated away. As sleep draws closer, imagine a medieval hall on a winter evening. Outside it's dark and cold. Inside, firelight flickers, casting moving shadows. At a table, two people focus on a chess game while others watch, commenting on moves and strategies. In a corner, dice rattle in someone's hands. Children play a clapping game, their rhythmic sounds mixing with adult conversation. The scene is hundreds of years old, but the feeling it creates, warmth, companionship, engagement, is timeless. Let's step into the 18th and 19th centuries now, into an era when the middle class was expanding and domestic life was becoming more structured and in many ways more formal. This was the age of parlour games, entertainment that took place in the home's most refined space, the parlour or drawing room, where families and friends gathered for socially acceptable amusement. The Victorians, in particular, were enthusiastic game players. They lived in an era that valued both self-improvement and entertainment, and games fit perfectly into this worldview. A proper parlour game should be mentally stimulating but not too challenging, socially engaging but not improper, and amusing but not crude. Charades became wildly popular during this era. The game required nothing but imagination and willing participants, perfect for evening entertainment when families and visitors gathered. Players would silently act out words, phrases, or titles while others guessed. The game combined creativity, performance, and mental agility, all within the bounds of respectable behaviour. What's particularly charming about Victorian charades is how seriously people took them. There are accounts of elaborate preparations, with players sometimes creating costumes or props specifically for their performances. Victorians might have valued restraint and propriety in public, but in the privacy of their parlours, they were perfectly willing to make fools of themselves for entertainment. Word games flourished during this period. Acrostics, where words are formed from the first letters of other words, became popular puzzle entertainment. Anagrams challenge players to rearrange letters to form new words. These games appealed to an educated middle class that valued literacy and clever wordplay. The 19th century also saw the emergence of commercial board games as we know them today. The Game of Life, created in 1860 by Milton Bradley, was explicitly designed to teach moral lessons about making good choices. Players move through life stages, with virtuous decisions leading to happiness and poor choices resulting in setbacks. It was entertainment with an educational purpose. Very Victorian indeed. Publishers began producing elaborate board games with colourful printed boards, detailed rules, and specific themes. Many games focused on travel and exploration, reflecting an era when railways and steamships were opening up the world. Games like Across the Continent and Journey Through Europe let players imaginatively travel to places they might never actually visit. These travel games reveal something interesting about the relationship between games and reality. For Victorian players, a board game about travelling to India or crossing America might be the closest they ever came to such adventures. Games provided safe, affordable ways to experience exciting scenarios from the comfort of home. Card games evolved significantly during this period. Whist, a trick-taking game that required 4 players in 2 partnerships, became enormously popular. It was considered intellectually respectable. Serious whist players formed clubs and competed in tournaments with the same gravity that others brought to business or politics. Bridge evolved from whist in the late 19th century, adding bidding and more complex strategy. Within decades, bridge became a cultural phenomenon, particularly among educated middle and upper classes. The game required memory, mathematical calculation, partnership cooperation, and strategic thinking. Playing bridge well was seen as a mark of intelligence and sophistication. Jigsaw puzzles emerged as popular entertainment during this era. Originally created by cutting maps into pieces for educational purposes, Puzzles evolved into increasingly complex images designed purely for entertainment. Families would work on puzzles together during long winter evenings, combining solitary focus with companionable silence. Parlour magic and illusion also became popular home entertainment. Simple magic tricks that could be performed with household objects filled books, marketed to families seeking new forms of amusement. The person who could entertain guests with clever tricks became a valued addition to social gatherings. Victorian children had their own games, many commercially produced for the first time. Pick-up sticks, marbles, jacks and spinning tops were manufactured and marketed specifically for children. This represented a shift in how childhood was viewed. No longer just miniature adults, children were recognised as deserving their own appropriate forms of play. The 19th century also saw the birth of modern sports rules. Games that had been played informally for generations received standardised rules that allowed for organised competition. Baseball, football, both American and association, tennis, and many other sports developed their modern forms during this period. What had been local variations became unified games that could be played the same way across distances. This standardisation was enabled by improvements in communication and transportation. People could read about sports in newspapers, travel to watch matches, and form leagues that competed across regions. Games were becoming not just local pastimes, but shared cultural experiences that connected communities across geographical boundaries. One particularly interesting development was the emergence of games explicitly designed for mixed company. Men and women playing together. In an era when social interactions between sexes were carefully regulated, games provided acceptable context for interaction. A young man and woman might not be permitted time alone together, but they could certainly be partners in a game of whist or charades. The parlour game era reminds us that games reflect their social context. Victorian games emphasised propriety, education and controlled excitement. They created structured opportunities for social interaction within acceptable boundaries. They provided mental stimulation during an era that valued intellectual improvement. And they helped define and reinforce class identities. Knowing the rules of proper games was part of being properly middle class. As you nestle deeper into your blankets, imagine a Victorian drawing room on a rainy afternoon. Gaslight illuminates the space. A fire crackles in the hearth. At a table, 4 people concentrate on their whist hands. In another corner, children are utterly absorbed in a board game about travelling through Africa. Someone sits near the window working on a jigsaw puzzle. The rain outside makes the warmth and companionship inside feel more precious. It's a scene from another era, but the comfort it describes feels entirely familiar. The 20th century transformed games in ways that would have seemed like magic to our Victorian parlour game players. Let's trace this remarkable evolution, from the early 1900s through the digital revolution that fundamentally changed what games could be. The early decades of the century saw board games become big business. Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley weren't just companies, they were cultural institutions producing games that would become household names. Monopoly, introduced in the 1930s during the Great Depression, let players buy and sell property in an era when many people were losing their real homes. There's something both poignant and therapeutic about that. Monopoly's origin story is itself fascinating. The game evolved from earlier versions designed to demonstrate economic principles. By the time it became the version we know, with its properties named after Atlantic City streets, it combined just enough luck and strategy to keep players engaged while allowing anyone to potentially win. Family arguments over Monopoly have been a consistent feature of American life for nearly a century. Scrabble appeared in 1938, created by an unemployed architect who was essentially killing time by inventing a word game. It combined vocabulary knowledge with spatial strategy and a healthy dose of luck in letter drawing. The game became a cultural phenomenon, spawning tournaments, clubs, and heated family debates about whether certain words are actually in the dictionary. The post-World War II era saw an explosion of board game development. Risk lets players command armies across a world map. Clue combined logic with narrative, turning players into detectives solving a murder mystery. These games were more thematically elaborate than earlier board games, telling stories as players moved through them. Television's arrival changed gaming culture significantly. Game shows brought competitive play into millions of homes, making ordinary people into temporary celebrities and demonstrating that games could be spectator entertainment, not just participant activity. Children watched Concentration or Password with their families and then created home versions of these games during playtime. But the real revolution was brewing in university computer labs and engineering departments. In the 1950s and 60s, computer scientists and engineers began creating simple games on the massive mainframe computers of the era. These weren't commercial products, they were experiments, often created during off hours by people exploring what these new machines could do. Space War, created in 1962 at MIT, is often considered one of the first true video games. Two players controlled spaceships trying to shoot each other while avoiding a gravity well in the centre of the screen. The graphics were primitive, just white lines on a black screen, but the game was captivating enough that it spread to other research institutions, played by scientists and students who should probably have been doing other things. The leap from university mainframes to home entertainment took another decade. In 1972, Pong arrived, a simple tennis simulation with 2 paddles and a square ball bouncing between them. The game was so basic that it's almost laughable by modern standards, but it proved something crucial. People would pay to play electronic games. Home video game consoles followed. The Atari 2600, released in 1977, brought arcade experiences into living rooms. Suddenly, the same games you pumped quarters into at the arcade could be played at home, anytime you wanted. The graphics were barely recognisable as what they were supposed to represent. The adventure game's dragon looked more like a duck. But players' imaginations filled in the gaps. The early 1980s saw video games explode into mainstream culture. Pac-Man became a global phenomenon that transcended gaming. The character appeared on t-shirts, lunchboxes, and Saturday morning cartoons. People who didn't play games knew Pac-Man. The game's simple premise, navigate a maze eating dots while avoiding ghosts, proved universally appealing. Arcades became social spaces where teenagers gathered, creating communities around competitive play. High-score tables gave players status and recognition. The best players became local celebrities. There's something beautifully democratic about arcade culture. Your skill mattered, not your background or resources. Everyone started with the same number of lives. Home computers in the 1980s opened new gaming possibilities. Text-based adventure games like Zork created elaborate worlds using only words, challenging players to type commands like "Go North" or "Take Lamp." These games required reading comprehension and imagination, combining literature with interactivity in ways that presaged modern narrative gaming. The Nintendo Entertainment System, released in 1985, saved the video game industry after a major crash and introduced characters that would become cultural icons. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't just a game, it was a masterpiece of level design, control mechanics, and player psychology. Its creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, approached game design with an artist's sensibility, creating experiences that were both challenging and joyful. The 1990s brought 3D graphics, CDROMS, and increasingly sophisticated gameplay. Games like Myst presented players with hauntingly beautiful environments and abstract puzzles. First-person shooters like Doom and later Half-Life created immersive experiences that made players feel physically present in virtual spaces. Internet connectivity transformed gaming again. Suddenly, players could compete against or cooperate with people across the globe. Massively multiplayer online games like World of Warcraft created persistent virtual worlds where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. These weren't just games. They were social spaces where people formed friendships, joined guilds, and experienced genuine community. Mobile gaming, emerging with smartphones in the late 2000s, made games truly ubiquitous. everyone carries a sophisticated gaming device in their pocket. Games like Angry Birds or Candy Crush reached audiences who never considered themselves gamers. Your grandmother might not play console games, but she might very well have a puzzle game on her phone. The digital revolution democratized game creation. Independent developers could now make and distribute games without needing major publishers. This led to an explosion of creative, experimental games that explored new ideas and themes. Games became recognized as legitimate art forms, capable of telling meaningful stories and evoking genuine emotions. Modern games range from simple mobile puzzles to sprawling open-world adventures, from competitive esports with professional players to relaxing farming simulations. Virtual reality is creating entirely new possibilities for immersion. Artificial intelligence is enabling more responsive, dynamic gameplay. The evolution continues at an accelerating pace. Yet through all this technological change, fundamental aspects of games remain constant. We still seek challenge, competition, narrative, and connection. Whether moving pieces on a wooden board or controlling characters in a virtual world, we're satisfying the same human needs that drove our ancestors to scratch game boards into stone thousands of years ago. Now let's talk about something that runs through every era of gaming history we've explored. Games as social glue, as bridges between people, and as creators of connection and community. This is where the history of games becomes deeply personal, because it's about relationships and shared experiences. Think about your own relationship with games. Chances are your strongest gaming memories involve other people. Maybe it's playing cards with grandparents, board games with siblings, video games with friends, or phone games that you compare scores on with colleagues. Games create shared experiences that become part of our relationship stories. Throughout history, games have served as social facilitators. In ancient Rome, bathhouses often had game boards built into the architecture, creating spaces where people could socialise while playing. Medieval inns provided game boards to encourage travellers to linger and interact. Victorian parlours used games to structure social evenings. Modern game stores host game nights where strangers become friends over shared interests. Games provide structure for social interaction, which is particularly valuable in situations where people might otherwise struggle to connect. Meeting new neighbours, invite them over for game night, awkward family gathering. Break out a board game. First date needs an activity. Try an arcade or board game cafe. Games give people something to do together while naturally facilitating conversation and bonding. The beauty of games as social tools is that they create temporary frameworks where normal social hierarchies can be suspended. In a game, the CEO and the intern compete on equal terms. Parents and children can challenge each other fairly. Strangers can cooperate toward shared goals. The rules of the game supersede other social rules, creating temporary communities of players. Competitive games reveal character in interesting ways. How someone handles winning and losing tells you something about them. Do they gloat or show grace? Do they make excuses or acknowledge defeat? Do they prioritize winning over everyone's enjoyment? These revelations can strengthen relationships by creating understanding and shared history. Cooperative games, where players work together toward a common goal, create different dynamics. These games require communication, compromise, and shared strategy. Success feels collective rather than individual. There's something particularly satisfying about beating a difficult cooperative game with friends, knowing that you succeeded only through teamwork. Gaming communities form around shared interests, creating spaces where people who might never otherwise meet find common ground. Chess clubs bring together people across ages and backgrounds. Online gaming guilds create friendships that span continents. Board game meetups at local stores build neighbourhood connections. These communities often extend beyond gaming into genuine friendships. The rise of streaming has created another layer of gaming community. People watch others play games, participating through chat and feeling connected to both the streamer and fellow viewers. This might seem odd if you're not part of that culture. Why watch someone play instead of playing yourself? but it's really no different than watching sports or cooking shows. We enjoy observing skilled people doing things we're interested in. Games have provided crucial connection during times of isolation. During the 2020 pandemic, when physical gathering was dangerous, games became lifelines for maintaining social connections. Families played online games together across distances. Friends maintained relationships through gaming sessions. Animal Crossing became a phenomenon partly because it provided a gentle, social virtual space when real social spaces were unavailable. Gaming can bridge generational divides. Grandparents learn to play video games with grandchildren, creating shared experiences across decades. Children teach parents about new games, reversing the usual teaching dynamic in ways that can be empowering for young people. These shared experiences create memories and stories that become family history. Games also create inclusive spaces for people who might struggle with other forms of social interaction. For people with social anxiety, the structure of games can make interaction easier. For people on the autism spectrum, games' clear rules and predictable patterns can be comfortable. Online gaming allows people with physical disabilities to compete on equal terms. Games' flexibility makes them accessible to diverse players. Cultural exchange happens through games. When people from different countries play together online, they share not just gaming strategies but also perspectives, humour, and cultural references. Games like Pokemon or Minecraft have created global communities that transcend national boundaries, giving young people shared cultural touchstones regardless of where they live. Educational research has shown that play, including game playing, is crucial for developing social skills. Children learn cooperation, negotiation, and conflict resolution through games. They practice taking turns, following rules, and dealing with disappointment. These lessons transfer to other social situations throughout life. The social aspect of gaming has led to new forms of entertainment. Escape rooms combine gaming with physical experience, requiring groups to solve puzzles together. Board game cafes provide spaces where strangers can meet over shared tables and shared interests. Gaming conventions create temporary communities where thousands of people celebrate their shared passion. There's something almost miraculous about games' ability to create instant communities. Put a chessboard in a public park and players will materialise. Set up a volleyball net on a beach and a game will form. Stream yourself playing a game online, and viewers will gather to watch and interact. Games create magnetic fields that attract people seeking connection through play. Even competitive gaming, which might seem antisocial to outsiders, creates communities. Sports fans understand this. The rivalry between teams creates shared identity and passion. Gaming works similarly. Players of fighting games gather at tournaments, creating communities bonded by their shared technical knowledge and competitive spirit. The competition itself is a form of connection. Family game nights have become rituals that structure and strengthen family bonds. These regular gatherings create predictability and shared anticipation. They provide times when devices are put away and full attention is given to being together. Years later, people remember specific games, specific victories, and specific moments of laughter more vividly than they remember many other family activities. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own gaming connections. Who taught you your favourite game? Who do you most enjoy playing with? What gaming moments have become stories you tell? These memories and relationships are part of gaming's greatest legacy. Not the games themselves, but the connections they facilitate and strengthen. We're nearing the end of our journey through gaming history, and it's time to consider something fundamental. What is it about games that makes them so persistently appealing across all cultures and all ages? Why, after thousands of years, do humans keep inventing new ways to play? The answer lies partly in what games provide that little else can: voluntary challenge. In games, we choose to face obstacles that we don't have to face. We create problems for ourselves, capturing an opponent's pieces, solving a puzzle, achieving a high score that have no external necessity. This voluntary engagement with challenge is uniquely satisfying in ways that obligatory challenges rarely are. Games give us control in a world where we often have little. We can't control our jobs, our health, world events, or even our family dynamics. But in a game, the rules are clear, the boundaries are defined, and our choices directly affect outcomes. This sense of agency is psychologically valuable, providing relief from the uncertainty and powerlessness we sometimes feel in life. The temporary nature of games is part of their appeal. A game has a clear beginning and end. You can win or lose and then start fresh with a new game. Life rarely offers such clean resolutions. Problems persist, relationships are complicated, and outcomes remain ambiguous. Games provide the satisfaction of completion and the opportunity for fresh starts. Games also satisfy our innate love of pattern recognition and mastery. Human brains are pattern-finding machines, constantly looking for connections and regularities in experience. Games provide concentrated pattern-learning opportunities. As we play, we recognize strategies, predict outcomes, and develop skills. This learning process feels good. It's literally rewarding at neurological level. The balance between skill and chance in games mirrors life itself. Pure skill games can be intimidating and frustrating. If you're not good, you'll never win. Pure chance games lack the satisfaction of mastery. Winning feels arbitrary. The best games combine both elements. Skill increases your odds, but doesn't guarantee victory. This reflects how life works, where preparation and ability matter, but can't ensure success. Games provide safe spaces for experiencing emotions we might not want in real life. Fear, frustration, excitement, triumph. Games let us feel these intensely but temporarily, with no lasting consequences. Horror games let us experience fear from safety. Competitive games let us experience conflict without actual hostility. This emotional exploration is psychologically valuable. The aesthetic appeal of games shouldn't be underestimated. Beautiful game boards, elegant game mechanics, and stunning visual designs. These artistic elements make games objects of appreciation beyond their playability. From intricately carved medieval chess sets to gorgeously illustrated modern board games to breathtaking video game environments, games can be works of art that appeal to our aesthetic sensibilities while entertaining us. Games also fulfill our need for narrative. Even abstract games create stories through play. Each chess match tells the story of two armies in conflict. Each round of Monopoly narrates a tale of economic rise and fall. Video games have evolved into sophisticated narrative experiences that rival novels and films in emotional impact and storytelling complexity. The social aspect we discussed earlier connects to something deeper. Games as cultural transmission. When you teach someone a game, you're passing on knowledge, sharing experience, and creating connection. Traditional games carry cultural memory. The childhood games you learned from your parents might trace back generations. This makes games living links to the past. Different cultures have different gaming traditions that reflect their values and worldviews. Go's emphasis on territory and influence reflects certain Chinese philosophical concepts. The European development of trick-taking card games reflects social structures around partnership and competition. Indigenous peoples worldwide have traditional games that encode cultural knowledge and values. Games are windows into how different societies think and what they prioritise. The evolution of games parallels technological and social change. Ancient games required only natural materials, stones, sticks, and bones. Medieval games reflected feudal social structures. Industrial Revolution games came from factories, standardized and widely distributed. Digital games mirror our current information age, networked and constantly updating. Yet despite these changes, the fundamental appeal remains constant. Consider how games adapt while maintaining their essential character. Chess has been played for over 1,000 years with relatively minor rule changes, but now you can play chess against a computer, online against someone across the world, or watch grandmasters compete in tournaments streamed globally. The game itself hasn't changed, but its context and possibilities have expanded enormously. This adaptability suggests something important. Games tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology that don't change despite cultural or technological shifts. The pleasure of strategic thinking, the excitement of competition, the satisfaction of skill development, and the joy of play itself. These are human constants. Modern neuroscience is beginning to explain why games are so compelling. When we play games, our brains release dopamine, particularly during moments of achievement or reward. This neurochemical response creates the just one more game feeling that makes games so engaging. Games essentially hijack our brain's reward systems in ways that feel good and keep us coming back. But games aren't just psychological tricks exploiting our neurochemistry. They genuinely develop cognitive abilities. Strategy games improve planning and foresight. Puzzle games enhance problem-solving skills. Action games can improve reaction time and spatial awareness. The mental exercise games provide real benefits beyond entertainment. Research on aging has shown that regular game playing can help maintain cognitive function. Seniors who regularly engage with challenging games show better memory, faster information processing, and more mental flexibility than those who don't. This suggests that our lifelong relationship with games isn't just about fun, it's about keeping our minds sharp and engaged. Games also serve therapeutic purposes. Occupational therapists use games to help patients develop fine motor skills. Psychologists use games to help children express emotions and work through experiences. Virtual reality games are being used to treat phobias and PTSD. The applications of games extend far beyond entertainment into healing and development. The gaming industry has become a major economic force, generating billions in revenue and employing hundreds of thousands of people. Game designers, programmers, artists, writers, testers, and marketers. Entire career paths exist around creating and supporting games. This professionalization has elevated games from casual entertainment to serious business and a recognized art form. Yet despite commercialization, games retain their essential accessibility. You can play profound games with nothing but a piece of paper and a pencil. Tic-tac-toe requires only the ability to draw X's and O's. Rock, paper, scissors needs no equipment at all. The most expensive video game and the simplest children's game both tap into the same fundamental human drive to play. The future of games is impossible to predict precisely, but certain trends seem clear. Virtual and augmented reality will create increasingly immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence will enable more responsive, dynamic gameplay. Cloud gaming will make high-end experiences accessible without expensive hardware. But whatever forms games take, they'll still be serving those timeless human needs. What's particularly exciting is that we're living through a golden age of game diversity. There are more types of games, more ways to play, and more opportunities to find games that match your specific interests than ever before. Whether you want relaxing puzzle games, intense competitive experiences, narrative adventures, social party games, or anything in between, options exist that previous generations couldn't have imagined. The democratization of game creation means new voices are entering the field, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. Games are being created by and for audiences that were previously underserved. This expansion enriches gaming culture and ensures that games will continue evolving in unexpected directions. As you settle more deeply into your blanket, consider this. Tomorrow, somewhere in the world, someone will create a new game. Someone else will master a game they've been practicing. Children will learn games from parents. Friends will bond over shared play. Strangers will connect through online matches. This has been happening every day for thousands of years, and it will continue for thousands more. As we approach the end of our journey through gaming history, let's make this personal for a moment. You are part of this story. Every game you've played, every match you've won or lost, every moment of joy or frustration. These are your contributions to humanity's long gaming tradition. Think back to your earliest gaming memories. Perhaps you're remembering a specific board game from childhood, the feel of the worn box and the slightly bent cards. Maybe you're thinking of playground games at school, the rules that varied by region and sometimes by the hour, or perhaps your earliest gaming memory involves watching older siblings or cousins play, learning by observation before you were allowed to join. These memories aren't just nostalgia, they're connections to that vast web of play that extends backward through history and forward into the future. When you played Monopoly with your family, you were participating in a tradition of family game nights that goes back generations. When you first discovered video games, you were joining a cultural revolution that was reshaping entertainment. The games that mattered to you growing up were shaped by when and where you lived. If you came of age in the 1970s, you might remember the explosion of mass-market board games and the earliest video game consoles. The 1980s brought arcade culture and the Nintendo revolution. The 1990s saw 3D graphics and the early internet changing what games could be. The 2000s brought online gaming and mobile devices. Each generation has its defining games, the titles that everyone played, that created shared cultural moments. These games become shorthand for periods of our lives. Mention certain games to people of similar ages, and you'll see recognition and memory flash across their faces. Games mark time almost like music does, evoking specific eras and the feelings associated with them. Your gaming preferences say something about you. Do you prefer competitive games that test you against others, or cooperative games where you work together? Do you like games of pure strategy where skill determines everything? Or do you enjoy the unpredictability of chance? Do you seek games with rich narratives, or are you drawn to abstract challenges? These preferences reflect your personality, your values, and how you approach problems. The way you play games also reveals character. Are you the person who reads all the rules carefully before starting, or do you prefer to learn as you go? Do you play to win at all costs, or is the social experience more important than victory? Do you finish games you start, or do you jump from one game to another? These patterns often mirror how you approach other aspects of life. Games have likely shaped you in ways you might not fully realise. The strategic thinking you developed in chess or strategy games applies to planning and problem-solving in work and life. The hand-eye coordination from action games might help in various physical tasks. The patience learned from difficult puzzle games transfers to other challenging situations. The social skills developed through multiplayer games affect how you interact with others. If you've ever taught someone a game, you've participated in that ancient tradition of cultural transmission through play. Explaining rules, demonstrating strategies, helping someone develop skills. This teaching is a gift you give, connecting another person to the joy you found in play. And like all good teaching, it often teaches the teacher something new as well. Your relationship with games has probably evolved over time. Games that once seemed impossibly difficult might now feel simple. Games you once loved might now feel less appealing, as your tastes have matured and changed. You might have periods where you play intensely and periods where games take a back seat to other priorities. This evolution is natural. We grow and change, and our play changes with us. Perhaps you've experienced how games can provide comfort during difficult times. When life feels overwhelming, there's something soothing about entering a game's structured environment where rules are clear and problems are solvable. Games can provide respite from anxiety, distraction from pain, and escape from circumstances we can't immediately change. This therapeutic quality of games is real and valuable. You might have gaming traditions with specific people, family game nights, weekly game sessions with friends, or annual tournaments or competitions. These traditions create continuity and anticipation in our lives. They're appointments we keep with the people we care about, times specifically set aside for shared enjoyment and connection. The games you play with your children, if you have them, or with younger relatives and family friends, create memories that will last their lifetimes. Years from now, they might remember specific games you played together, specific moments of victory or defeat, or times when you laughed together over something that happened during play. You're creating their gaming history, which will someday be their gaming nostalgia. Your gaming future is unwritten. New games are being developed constantly, some that will build on familiar formulas, others that will surprise you with unexpected innovations. Technologies will create possibilities that don't yet exist. Your own interests and circumstances will evolve, leading you to games you can't yet anticipate. But regardless of how technology changes or what new games emerge, that fundamental impulse to play will remain. It's wired into you, into all of us, as deeply as any human characteristic. The desire to engage with voluntary challenges, to exercise our minds in pleasurable ways, and to connect with others through shared play. These drives will persist as long as humans exist. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, know that you are part of an unbroken chain of players stretching back thousands of years and extending indefinitely into the future. The ancient Egyptian moving pieces on a Senate board, the medieval noble contemplating a chess move, the Victorian family playing whist, the arcade goer in the 1980s chasing a high score, and you, right now, preparing for rest after a day that probably included some form of play. You're all connected by this beautiful, seemingly frivolous but deeply meaningful human activity. Tomorrow you might play a game. It might be a quick puzzle on your phone during a break, a card game with friends over lunch, a video game session in the evening, or something else entirely. Whatever form it takes, that moment of play connects you to humanity's oldest traditions. You're not wasting time. You're engaging in one of the most fundamentally human activities that exists. As your breathing slows and sleep approaches, let's end where we began, with the question of why humans play games. We've travelled through 5,000 years of gaming history, from ancient Mesopotamian game boards to modern virtual worlds. We've seen games evolve with technology, reflect culture, bridge generations, and create communities. But perhaps the most important thing we've discovered is this. Games aren't separate from serious life. They're central to it. They're how we learn, how we bond, how we challenge ourselves, and how we find joy. The impulse to play is as vital as the impulse to explore, to create, or to connect with others. Every game ever played has been a small act of defiance against the hardships and uncertainties of existence. Life can be difficult, unfair, and unpredictable. But in the space of a game, we create temporary worlds where rules are fair, outcomes are clear, and starting over is always possible. This isn't escaping reality. It's creating pockets of meaning and order that make reality more bearable. Games remind us that not everything needs to be useful in the narrow sense of productivity or profit. Some things can simply be enjoyable, engaging, and meaningful in themselves. The hour spent playing a game isn't wasted. It's an investment in your well-being, your relationships, and your humanity. The ancient Roman philosopher Plato once said, "Life must be lived as play." He understood something that our productivity-obsessed culture sometimes forgets. Play isn't the opposite of seriousness. It's the opposite of desperation. Play is what allows us to engage fully with life, to take risks, to learn, and to create, without the paralyzing weight of every action needing to matter in some grand scheme. So as you drift into sleep, carrying with you these stories of games across centuries and continents, know that tomorrow's play, whatever form it takes, is part of a tradition as old as civilization itself. You're not just passing time. You're participating in one of humanity's most enduring and essential activities. Sleep well, fellow player. The game continues tomorrow, as it has for thousands of years, as it will for thousands more, and you, like countless generations before you, will answer humanity's eternal invitation. Come, play with us. Let's see what happens. Let's enjoy this moment together. Let's remember that in a world that often takes itself too seriously, there's wisdom, joy, and profound meaning in the simple act of play. The game is never truly over. It just pauses between sessions, waiting for you to return, ready to provide once again that unique combination of challenge, connection, and joy that only games can offer. Rest now. Tomorrow, another turn awaits. The end. We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tyre company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Edouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin Elixir, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Edouard, an artistic soul-turned industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly, courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day, a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the more natural enemies of early cyclists. Edouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the grueling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895, they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, L'Éclair didn't win. It limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Edouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin nunc est bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product, not a tyre this time, but a booklet, that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message: one small volume could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the little red book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914, and Michelin's guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin Guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English-language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin Guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin Guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own, an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin Guide nearly indispensable. As essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive, the message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin Guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, when André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin Guide era. Man only truly respects what he pays for, he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right. Sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognizing the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose to get people driving had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now, this little red book was evolving from a glove-box staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin Guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glove box as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category. 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red, cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognized from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalize on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin Guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story. The secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin Guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experience restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that "vault worth the journey," a phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin Guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical, and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by skepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. A disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bray, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard-of concession, though a couple of years later Braz found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Braz's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. A court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidizing the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laureled restaurants to entice travelers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a kingbreaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs, it's a benchmark of achievement. To others, a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners. A fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide's stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tire maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tire man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tires, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate, experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tires. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural tastemaker achieved unprecedented success.